Gravis looked into the sky for some more seconds and then refocused again. He looked around some more with his spirit and noticed that his saber and other belongings were strewn across the plain. Might as well try my spirit space, Gravis muttered. Whop! All his belongings vanished into thin air as they reappeared in Gravis' spirit space. The lightning inside his spirit space seemed to ignore those belongings as it violently stormed around them. Gravis looked into his spirit space and saw that he had about 5 cubic meters of storage space. That's a lot, he thought. With another thought, Gravis willed his saber to reappear in his hands, and it did. Retrieving his weapon like this would be faster than unsheathing it from his back. As Gravis experienced how the spirit space worked, he got several new ideas of how to utilize it. Then, Gravis looked to Ion, who was standing unsurely around a kilometer away. Gravis had had the ability to feel other spirits before, but now it felt like he could interact with their spirit. Was this how he could transmit his thoughts? Hey, Ion. Gravis willed for his thoughts to enter Ion's spirit. Ion's eyes widened slightly, and then he smiled bitterly. Hey, Gravis, he sent back. Gravis nodded as he got a grasp on how to use thought transmission. Yet, Gravis wanted to know something else. Say, Gravis transmitted. What actually happened? Now Ion's eyes widened fully. What? He sent back. That's what I want to ask. Gravis only smiled. He was happy about regaining his old life priorities, and he was also incredibly happy about his newfound power. He didn't mind telling Ion what happened. Heaven already knew what happened, after all. Ion was not Gravis' enemy, but only a pawn of his enemy. I used lightning instead of magic to form my spirit, Gravis transmitted. Ion's mouth fell open in shock. How are you still alive? Gravis grinned sheepishly. This had been pretty reckless. Actually, he transmitted back. I'm not so sure. I think I have died while doing this, yet I am still alive. Could you tell me what happened from your point of view? Ion scratched his head. Sure, he transmitted back. You were screaming hysterically after that barrier appeared. At the time, I wasn't sure what would be able to shake someone with a unity will this intensely. Though the lightning thing would explain that. Ion continued. After a while, I didn't hear you anymore, and the barrier vanished. When I saw you, you seemed completely different than before. Lightning came out of your whole body, and I had a distinct feeling that that wasn't you anymore. Then, you summoned lightning from the heavens and just absorbed it. Gravis had no memory of that. He only remembered being in pain and then vanishing into nothingness. The next memory had been his reawakening. Interesting, Gravis sent back. So, what happened then? Ion shivered a little as he thought back to what happened. After you absorbed the lightning, the earlier man appeared. When Ion had first seen the opposer, his whole body had been frozen. It was like he was looking at something that didn't exist. It was like the man didn't exist, yet he did. The man made Ion feel like he shouldn't exist. His whole thoughts and emotions had resonated with one simple concept. No, everything had just screamed no in unison. It was the purest form of rejection. The man made Ion feel something higher than worship, but also something way worse than terror. His feelings and instincts rejected this person's existence because it was impossible that something like this existed. Ion remained silent for some seconds as he thought back to the image of the opposer. Gravis noticed that and smiled slightly. That was my father. Deep in Ion's mind, he had felt that this was probably Gravis' father due to their similar looks, but his being hadn't accepted that possibility. Yet, when Gravis confirmed it, it could only be true. Ion shook his head to regain his bearing. After your father appeared, something else happened too. It felt like the whole world changed. And, Ion made a pause here. It felt like heaven was no longer there, replaced by something way more powerful. Gravis rubbed his chin as he thought about that. His father couldn't just involve himself like this, or the highest heaven would lose all decorum with Gravis. If the highest heaven actually wanted Gravis to die, he wouldn't even know how he died. So, the appearance of his father must have had the agreement of the highest heaven. This other power that Ion had felt had probably been the highest heaven. What happened then? Asked Gravis. After they had appeared, the lighting around you started vanishing until you simply stood there with closed eyes. You should know everything that happened after that better than me. Ion finished the story. Gravis had multiple thoughts about that. Apparently, he had done something very dangerous. If Gravis died in the lower world, his father wouldn't be able to intervene due to the highest heaven. Yet, this time he had interfered. No matter how much Gravis pondered about the situation, he couldn't get to the answer. The only explanation would be if he had become a danger to the highest heaven, but that was absolutely impossible. Gravis was too weak for that. Now, Ion said after a while, it's my turn. So what happened? He asked. Gravis looked to Ion. After I had formed my spirit with lightning, my mind and spirit both got absorbed by something. I have no idea what had absorbed them, but I feel like I have died at that point. The next thing I remember is waking up in my spirit space and slowly regaining my memories. Ion had thought that Gravis would know more, but apparently he was out of luck. Then, what was this other existence that came together with your father? He asked. Oh, that should be the highest heaven, Gravis answered nonchalantly. Ion's eyebrows rose. Highest heaven? What do you mean? Gravis grinned slightly. He hadn't had such a nice chat in a long while. Gravis was a very extroverted person and liked to talk with people, yet he also had to keep his distance to others due to his karmic luck problem. Talking with Ion about his homeworld lifted Gravis' mood. We are in one of the lower worlds. Every world has an individual heaven overseeing that world. The worlds and heavens make as many cultivators as possible, and when the cultivators become too strong, they ascend into the assigned parent world. Another new word appeared that Ion hadn't heard before. Parent world? He asked. Gravis smiled. Where do you think your heaven came from? Gravis asked back. Ion wanted to answer, but he couldn't. He had never questioned the existence of heaven. Heaven was the beginning and the end. How could a mortal know where heaven came from? Yet, Gravis apparently knew the answer. Gravis only waited for some seconds for an answer but continued then. A heaven in a middle world created this heaven. This heaven then created this world. So, the specific middle heaven that had created this lower heaven is the parent heaven, Gravis explained patiently. Even more questions appeared in Ion's mind. You say specific middle heaven. Does that mean there are other heavens just as powerful as the parent of our heaven? Gravis nodded. Of course. That's why it's called a middle heaven. If there is a lower and middle, there also has to be a higher one. Lastly, every higher heaven has been created by the highest heaven. There is only one highest world, which is also my home world. Ion's eyes widened in enlightenment and wonder. I never knew there were so many worlds above ours. I don't know what to think about that. Gravis smiled and continued. He saw a chance right now. So, in total, there are 4 levels of worlds and heavens. If we liken them to our known cultivation realms, the highest heaven would be the only unity realm cultivator. The higher heavens would be the spirit-forming experts. The middle heavens would be the energy-gathering disciples, and the lower heavens would be the body-tempering mortals, Gravis transmitted with a grin. Don't you think that it's ironic that you and all the other heaven-born are worshipping a heaven that belongs to the absolute weakest category, out of many, many millions? You are basically worshipping the bottom of the barrel. Ion heard that and his eyes widened. Ion's whole world had been shaken. In any other circumstance, he would have attacked the speaker. This was insulting their father, their creator, their god. Yet Ion had seen and felt those two beings. He had seen the opposer and had felt the highest heaven. Such an insane claim needed equally insane evidence to support it. Sadly or fortunately, Ion had seen this insane evidence. Ion looked up into the sky, unsure of what he should even think. His fundamental belief, reason, and everything that he thought he understood about life and the rules of the world had been shaken. The heaven he always believed in was one of the weakest heavens in existence. If that is true, what have I been doing for the last 70 years? Ion asked himself. Gravis heard that and smirked. Who cares? He asked simply. If you are mistaken, just change your belief. How about believing in your own strength instead of the generosity of some bullshit heaven? Ion would have exploded in rage if Gravis had referred to heaven as bullshit before. Yet now he couldn't get angry anymore. In reality, he felt a little betrayed by heaven. It always acted like the ruler of the world, which, granted, it was, but there were so many more worlds out there. Changing his beliefs? Was that so easy? After a while, Ion only sighed. What does it matter? As a heaven-born, I can't ascend anyway, so why do I care if there are stronger heavens or worlds out there? I won't see them. Instead of sympathizing with Ion, Gravis only smirked. Yes, as long as this lower heaven exists, you won't be able to ascend. Ion agreed. Heaven existed, therefore he couldn't ascend. So, someone just has to kill it, right? Gravis asked. Ion's eyes widened, and he looked at Gravis with shock. Kill heaven? Is that even possible? Gravis continued grinning. If it is alive, it can die. My father can fart this lower heaven into oblivion. So why can't I? My goal was never this lower heaven, but the highest heaven. The whole reason why I even started cultivating lightning is that lightning is the strongest weapon of every heaven. Ever since I started cultivating, I have forged my path to be the nemesis of heaven. This lower heaven is only a stepping stone to me. Ion thought that this sounded incredibly arrogant, but for some reason, he believed that Gravis might actually succeed. Gravis had done multiple things that were considered impossible. He had killed an elder of an elemental guild while still being in the 6th level of energy gathering. He had condensed a unity will in the energy gathering realm. Lastly, he had also formed his spirit with pure lightning. If it were Gravis, he might actually pull this off. Yet, Ion sighed. Is killing heaven truly right? He asked quietly. There are a lot of opportunities to become stronger, and many people ascend. Happy families are thriving under heaven. I don't think that the people would accept your decision. Gravis smirked with disdain. Their compliance is not a factor, he answered directly. If they want it or not, heaven will die. Then he turned to Ion and looked into his eyes. So you should prepare yourself. All heaven-born will probably lose their heaven-granted abilities when that happens. Yet, that also opens an opportunity for you. If you manage to condense a will aura, you can strive for resources, and then you can strive for ascension. Ion sighed while trembling. Felt like he was talking about something forbidden. Felt like what he was doing right now was wrong. Yet, in Ion's mind, the definition of what was right and wrong slowly shifted. Hadn't it always been the rule that the bigger fist was right? If Gravis had the bigger fist, wouldn't right become wrong, and wrong become right? What would this world turn into if there was no one overseeing it? Anyway, Gravis said, by now they were standing close to each other. They had moved closer to each other during their talk. Will you stop me? Gravis asked with a smirk. Ion bitterly laughed. Your battle strength is unprecedented. As long as anyone is at the same level as you, they have no chance. I know my strength, and even though I am an above-average heaven-born, I know that I can't stop you. Gravis nodded with a grin and put a hand on Ion's shoulder. I said that I would spare your life once, and I will keep my word. I like you, and I consider you a friend. You have helped me more than necessary, and I enjoyed our time together. Like this, let our debts be settled. Ion felt some warmth inside his chest. Not even an hour earlier, he had sent Gravis to his death, yet Gravis let him go now. Would heaven have done this if it were in Gravis' shoes? Ion doubted that. Thank you, Gravis. I'll wait for you to succeed. Gravis nodded with a motivated expression. Don't worry. I will. Ion then took out a jade token. The high priest has said that, when I can't stop you, I should crush this token and a priest at the peak of spirit forming will appear in a couple of hours. I still want to remain in the heaven sect since it is my home, so I will crush it now. However, I won't stop you from leaving. Gravis understood Ion's concern. Hadn't he done the same thing with Wendy? In order to keep his identity a secret, he had been forced to kill her, even though he hadn't wanted that. Just wait for the good news, Gravis said and then jumped into the wind wall. Ion smiled and then crushed the token. Meanwhile, this lower heaven was anything but happy. Actually, it was terrified beyond belief. Something inside of its world had nearly killed the highest heaven. It had really screwed up this time. After dodging this bullet, the highest heaven went through the memories of this lower heaven to find out what the fuck just happened. What the highest heaven saw made it nearly annihilate this lower heaven on the spot out of rage. This stupid, worthless, useless lower heaven had broken the rules that it had established multiple times. This stupid lower heaven had repeatedly tried to suppress and kill Gravis. Yet what did that accomplish? Would Gravis have decided to go through with this suicidal act if this lower heaven hadn't completely suppressed him into a corner over a full year? No, he wouldn't have. When Gravis appeared in this world, he had wanted strength to be free. His goal hadn't been to destroy heaven. Yet, this shitty lower heaven had suppressed Gravis so heavily that he snapped. Without all this bullshit, Gravis would have just reached the spirit-forming realm in the usual way. On top of that, this constant suppression only strengthened Gravis' will to unprecedented heights compared to his realm. Would Gravis have condensed a unity will in the energy-gathering realm if this useless lower heaven had just let him be? Of course not. This lower heaven had sent one enemy after another to Gravis, yet only managed to temper his power. Was this useless lower heaven actually Gravis' friend and ally? If it weren't, then this fuck-up would be one of the biggest ones the highest heaven had ever seen. Yet, the highest heaven decided to keep this useless lower heaven alive. It wasn't that this lower heaven didn't deserve death, but the highest heaven left it alive for a particular reason. This lower heaven had wronged Gravis too much, so it deserved to reap what it had sown. The highest heaven explained its thoughts and rage to the lower heaven, and everything basically boiled down to one phrase. Wash your neck and wait for Gravis to claim your stupid, metaphorical head. Wait, what? Stop! Stop! Shouted Gravis as soon as he jumped into the wind wall. His whole body was being thrown around the wind wall uncontrollably. He tried to activate his elemental synchronicity, but it just wouldn't work. His body was violently tossed up, then down, then up again. Why can't I activate my elemental synchronicity? Does this have something to do with my abnormal breakthrough? He thought to himself as he was tossed around, already feeling dizzy. Come on, work! But it didn't help. The wind just wouldn't listen. After about a minute of this happening, Gravis summoned lightning around him, resisting the wind. Fuck, of course. There won't only be advantages to doing this. Whoop-tack! Gravis left the wind wall and landed on the middle continent. With his lightning and his spirit, he had manipulated his body to get pushed out of the wind wall. After landing, he turned around and looked at the wind wall again with a grimace. Why? He muttered. He thought about this for a while and got multiple suspicions, but the main one was his new spirit. Energy was the base for all of the elements. His mind hadn't acclimated to energy, which meant that his affinity with energy had probably decreased. Gravis tried to absorb the energy from the surroundings and felt it course through his body. No difference there. I can absorb and manipulate the energy just fine. So that's not the issue, Gravis concluded after some tests. Then Gravis moved some of the energy into his spirit. To his surprise, as soon as the energy went into his spirit, it was immediately absorbed by the raging lightning. When Gravis saw that, he smiled bitterly. I can't even retroactively make my spirit adapt to energy. Guess this is what I have to live with, huh? He muttered. My spirit and mind are the cores for controlling the elements. By filling it with lightning, I have probably killed every chance of manipulating other elements. The elements are different and they don't like each other. Guess lightning has a monopoly over my body now, Gravis muttered. Gravis was right. His elemental synchronicity was based on a natural affinity for every element. When he had thought about the different elements' temperaments, he had realized that he could empathize with any one of them. Yet, lightning was the only thing remaining inside of him now. As Gravis thought back to the temperaments of the different elements, he also noticed something that he hadn't up to now. His thoughts had changed. As he thought back, he realized that he couldn't restrain himself like the earth element or be as greedy as the darkness element. What's happening? Gravis asked with a serious look. When I have thought about other elements in the past, I always saw some connection between them and me, but now they feel disconnected. Gravis thought about a hypothetical situation where someone attacked him, but he only defended himself without attacking back. Before he had formed his spirit, that wouldn't have been an issue. Yes, it might feel stupid or unnecessary, but he could force himself to do just that. Yet, as he thought about this hypothetical scenario right now, it felt like doing that would be entirely against his whole being. If someone attacked, he had to attack back. They have infringed upon his territory, which meant that they deserved what's coming to them. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened. It's just like back then in the Proxy Lightning Guild, Gravis exclaimed. The temperament of lightning is influencing me, but in comparison to back then, Gravis didn't mindlessly lose his reasoning. Back then, it felt more like the lightning was manipulating him instead of just influencing him. Now, Gravis could still think rationally, but going against lightning's temperament felt unnatural to him for some reason. Gravis laughed bitterly. I guess this is how the normal cultivators feel, he said to himself. Every elemental guild had a specific temperament, and every member of the guilds echoed that temperament. Back then, Gravis could have imagined him being part of other elemental guilds, but not anymore. Now, it felt like he didn't belong to those guilds. It felt like they all chose the wrong way. Well, the good comes with the bad, I guess, Gravis said, shrugging, and left the area of the wind wall. Would Gravis still have tempered his spirit with lightning if he knew that he would lose his elemental synchronicity? Yes, he would have. Losing his elemental synchronicity was a blow, which destroyed one of his trump cards, but it didn't come close to his gains. Gravis felt an intrinsic connection to his lightning, and he felt like he could do anything with it. On top of that, Gravis was also sure about one thing. I am absolutely immune to lightning, he concluded. I am lightning, and when more lightning appears, more of me appears. Why would I injure myself? Suddenly, Gravis stopped as he got an idea. He looked at his hand and thought a bit. I wonder. Gravis looked around until he found 3 big boulders. Gravis pointed one of his fingers at it. Bang! Lightning left his finger, and the boulder was obliterated. Then, Gravis concentrated and shot another lightning bolt at a different boulder. Bang! This time, only a big part of the boulder exploded. It was not wholly destroyed like the last one. Gravis concentrated more and shot lightning at the 3rd boulder. Bang! When the lightning hit the boulder, it created a loud thunder, but the boulder remained undamaged. When Gravis saw that, he smiled in ecstasy. I can control the ratio of destruction and life energy, he shouted. In this lower world, something like this had never happened. A cultivator could only use their element by sending energy through an elemental seed. Therefore, the composition of the element was always identical to the elemental seed. Yet, Gravis shattered that belief and was able to freely control his type of lightning. Yet, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. That took a lot of energy, he said to himself. One shouldn't forget that Gravis had moved a second, newly created lightning seed into his spirit. What about his original lightning seed? When Gravis thought that, he noticed something, and his eyes widened. It's gone, he shouted. His old lightning seed was gone. But then, how was he able to create lightning? Gravis looked into his dantian and found the answer. Bzzzzzzz. Just like his spirit, his dantian was filled entirely with lightning. He couldn't see any energy inside of it. Has my lightning seed moved into my dantian? When did that happen? He said. Sadly, Gravis didn't know that he had become a physical manifestation of the concept of lightning when he made his breakthrough. He knew that something had happened, based on what Ion had told him, but he didn't know the specifics. Why would such a manifestation care about pure energy? The manifestation had immediately converted as much as possible into lightning before the highest heaven stopped it. Usually, having an element inside one's dantian was impossible. A strengthened dantian was barely able to resist the pressure of the gentle and calm energy. If it had lightning inside of it, it would immediately explode. Yet, with Gravis' unprecedented affinity with lightning, the lightning didn't even pressure the dantian, let alone injure it. Wait, Gravis said. Then how did I feel the drain of energy when I changed the ratio of my lightning if I don't have energy in my dantian? Gravis quickly found the answer. Energy was not only stored in the dantian. The body itself also worked as a passive container of energy but vastly inferior to the dantian. When he had reduced the ratio of the destruction energy in his lightning, he had taken an appropriate amount of destruction lightning out of his dantian. Then, he had supplemented the destruction energy with the converted energy of his body. His body's passive energy had transformed into life energy and mixed with the destruction lightning, reducing its ratio. Wait, so if I just don't take any destruction lightning from my dantian, I should theoretically be able to... Gravis pointed at a flower and shot some lightning. Bang! The flower received no injury. Instead, it started growing violently in a matter of seconds. Gravis smirked when he saw that. Life lightning, he shouted. Gravis had created lightning with 0% destruction energy and 100% life energy. Yet, in order to create life lightning, he had used a lot of the inherent energy in his body. Through his multiple tests, Gravis had lost about 70% of the inherent energy inside of his body. The loss of the energy didn't impact his fighting strength, but it felt exhausting. Gravis did some calculations in his head. A stronger body needs more life energy to heal. When the body gets injured, the inherent energy inside the body slowly transforms into life energy over time, thus healing the body. So, theoretically, by transforming all the energy in the body, I can create as much life energy as my body can hold. He muttered to himself. Judging by the power of my body, I could probably heal myself to my peak state from a near-death state once, he concluded. Gravis smirked as he rubbed his chin in thought. Another trump card added to the pile. Why was Gravis still in the middle continent even though he could only advance his cultivation properly in the core continent? That was because he still had some business to finish here. He already had plans to finish that business before, but with him being even closer to lightning, that need increased even more. He needed to repay those who helped him and take revenge on those who did something he didn't like. In total, he had 4 things to do, but that wouldn't take long. He just had to visit some guilds and do some stuff. With his increase in realm, his body had gotten slightly stronger, and his element much stronger. The conversion between energy and an element wasn't without some loss in energy. If someone wanted to release an elemental attack with a specific amount of power, they would need to waste double the amount of energy. Since Gravis didn't have energy in his dantian anymore, that wastage completely vanished. On top of that, his control over his lightning got pushed to unprecedented heights, making his lightning movement even more powerful. I wonder, muttered Gravis. Isn't lightning movement a little too primitive for my control? Gravis tested a little more with his lightning and noticed that it wasn't an issue to increase the coverage of his lightning movement. Initially, his lightning movement only covered about 2 meters around him but got increased several times. It worked by the force that appeared when the lightning hit something and therefore straightened. Yet, weren't there also different forces? Bang, 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 bang. Gravis made a swath of lightning leave from his behind, shooting into the ground behind him. The release of energy shot his body forward faster than the usual lightning movement, but it also cost a lot of energy. On top of that, Gravis also noticed that the lightning was not only pushing him forwards but also pulling him backwards a little, for some reason. Those two forces clashed, but he was still moving forward in the end. It's better, but it takes too much energy. There should be a better way, Gravis muttered in thought. Then, Gravis shot his lightning to the front, trying to pull himself forward. Wadash! Gravis toppled over and fell to the floor, rolling for tens of meters. Luckily, his body was too powerful to be injured by a mere fall. Gravis sat up when he stopped and spat out some dirt in his mouth. The fuck was that? He said as he looked at his robe. For some reason, the golden lining in his clothes suddenly got pulled to his lightning. He had never noticed this before since his lightning wasn't as controlled before, and it was also his first time spreading his lightning over such a vast area. Pure gold shouldn't be magnetic, Gravis shouted. He ripped one piece of clothing off and destroyed it. He looked inside and saw some black stuff. These cheapskates didn't even use pure gold, he said involuntarily. The Heaven sect was brimming with gold. Yet behind the gold of their robes was iron. Like, if you complain so much about your Heaven sect being full of gold, You could at least use it. Gravis grumbled. Suddenly, Gravis remembered something. Oh right, I'm not part of the Heaven sect anymore. With that said, his golden robes vanished and got replaced by a black t-shirt and black cloth pants. Luckily, he always carried spare clothing with him, which became even easier with his new spirit space. The spirit space also made it easier to change clothes. Gravis stood up and stretched. Man, I missed this shirt, he said. The robes of the Heaven sect were a little restrictive since they were, well, robes. As Gravis changed his outfit, he also felt more freedom. It felt like he was back in the time when he had just arrived in this lower world. Man, it's been a while since I wore those. This also shouldn't disrupt my lightning movement anymore. Wait. Gravis got an idea. He quickly took out his saber and looked at it. Is this magnetic? He asked as he used some lightning a distance away to see what would happen. Whoosh! The saber immediately flew to the lightning and absorbed it. Gravis face-bombed. Right, it's my spirit weapon, so, of course it will absorb my lightning. Wait, spirit weapon. Gravis got another idea as he jumped on top of his saber. A spirit weapon was attuned to a user's spirit, therefore making it easier to move it remotely. Gravis used his spirit weapon to lift itself while he was still on it. Gravis slowly rose from the ground but quickly stopped. Fuck, am I that heavy? He muttered. Lifting the saber while he was still on it took an unreal amount of spirit. He could shoot his weapon around all day and wouldn't feel so drained as he was now. That method also doesn't work. Gotta try something else. Then Gravis used his lightning and shot it to the front. Bang! Gravis fell over as his saber shot out from under his feet. Gravis stood up again. I can work with this, he said. Over the next hour, Gravis tried a lot of different approaches. Making his saber levitate with lightning while he was on top of it? Impossible, since it got attracted by the lightning below it. Creating some lightning in the air so it got attracted to it? Controlling the lightning to stay in the air took way too much spirit. It had to touch something solid. Yet, if he shot his lightning to the front, the saber under his feet just shot out crazily. There was no way for him to keep his balance with this rapid acceleration. Making his lightning weaker? That would have been possible before his dantian was filled with pure lightning. Sadly, he couldn't make his lightning weaker anymore. Mixing his destruction lightning with life energy? The energy storage of his body was too small for that. Using more lightning at the front while keeping a smaller amount behind him? That gave him a stable foothold, but it took a lot of spirit to get started. As soon as he was stable enough to no longer need a pull from behind, the spirit usage was easy to keep up, but the acceleration used a lot of spirit. The finer his control, the more his spirit drained. Then Gravis got a really stupid idea but a workable one. I just need some resistance, right? He said. Gravis took his saber and stabbed it into the ground so that only the hilt poked out. Then he stepped on the hilt. A normal human might have some problems keeping their balance on just a hilt, but Gravis had enough control to manage that easily. Gravis shot some lightning to the front, and his saber cut through the earth. If there weren't Gravis weight on top of the saber's hilt, it probably would have flown out hilt first. Luckily, Gravis' strong body was heavy enough to keep the saber on the ground. He tested this method for multiple hours until he got pretty proficient in it. Gravis moved by shooting his lightning to the front, making it attract his saber. The saber absorbed the lightning, but Gravis continually created more lightning. Gravis was basically marking where he wanted to go by shooting a thin strand of lightning at the ground before him. The saber would quickly cut through the ground until it reached that position. Gravis looked back and saw the whole earth cut into many pieces. This is stupid, but it works, he muttered. Gravis shrugged and shot more lightning to his front. The saber cut through the ground, leaving a 1-meter deep crevice in its wake. Yet Gravis moved faster like this than with his lightning movement. Luckily, his spirit weapon was so sharp that it easily cut through stone. If it couldn't, he would fall over every 3 meters or so. As Gravis moved to his first target, he left one extended cut on the ground. People who stumbled upon this long crevice would think about the origin of said crevice but never found the answer. What created such a long tear in the earth and why? Another mystery of nature was added to the pile. While Gravis was making his way over to his first destination, around 5 hours had passed for Ion, who was still waiting beside the wind wall. Whoosh! A mighty spirit reached Ion's location and came into contact with him. Where is he? A thundering voice echoed in Ion's mind. Ion could only smile bitterly. Gravis was his friend, yet he was still part of the Heaven sect. It felt kind of weird being between two opposing forces. He has left shortly after I have destroyed the token, Ion answered back. Ion felt some annoyance and rage from the spirit. Why didn't you stop him? The voice practically shouted. Ion remained calm. He has broken into the spirit-forming realm. You should know about his unprecedented battle strength at the same level. I can't stop him at all. Instead of calming down, the voice got even more enraged. What? It's only been 5 days. How has he reached spirit forming from the 6th level of magic gathering in only 5 days? Are you lying to me? The voice shouted. Ion could only continue smiling bitterly. You don't understand, Gravis. The first thing I did after I returned was gathering information on where he was and what he did, Ion said back. What could he have possibly done to break through so many levels in just 5 days? He would have needed to start a war with a guild, the voice shouted back. In a sense, that is exactly what he did, Ion said back. The spirit shook and stopped for a second. What? The voice said back in shock. How is he still alive then? Gravis used a brilliant plan, Ion started explaining. First, he went to the Fire Guild and offered them life and death tempering as long as the disciples paid with 1 body tempering pill. He killed many people like this and gathered a lot of body tempering pills without creating any enmities with the guild. The voice remained quiet for some seconds. That is actually a brilliant plan. It seems like I have underestimated this Gravis, it said back. Ion nodded. The spirit transmitted everything in its range, including Ion's nod. After that, he went to the Earth Guild but left just as quickly. His next stop was the Darkness Guild, where he did the same thing as in the Fire Guild again. Like this, he had gotten enough body tempering pills to achieve a body at the level of the magic of someone at the 10th level of magic gathering. The spirit emanated confusion. Why would he do that? He is not a heaven-born, so why would he make his body stronger than his magic? Doesn't he know that this only damages him? Ion laughed a little. Gravis practices the Heaven's Balance Cultivation technique, just like us. He has reached the 10th level of the body and then the 10th level of magic gathering. After he reached that level, he broke through immediately. Now the spirit seemed even more shocked. So, he has used his body to suppress the pressure of the magic? That way is a little barbaric, but it should work. This speed of cultivation is unheard of. Ion knew that Gravis probably had a strengthened Danteon. If the priest knew that Gravis came from a higher world, then he should have guessed that too. Yet, the person didn't even think about Gravis having a strengthened Danteon. It seemed like the high priest kept Gravis' background secret. Ion had a couple of suspicions about why he did that, but he couldn't be sure. Why didn't you at least chase him? It was your mission to give your best to stop him. You wouldn't have needed to stop him. You just had to follow him until I arrived. The voice shouted in anger again. Boom! The owner of the voice had arrived after he said that. It was an old man with gray hair. His clothing was even more ostentatious than the normal Heavenborns. A huge, blue trident was on his back, which emanated a powerful, suppressive aura. The sword-like eyebrows would give his look a kind of pressure that would make anyone fear him. Ion didn't mind the priest's outburst. Like I said, you don't understand, Gravis. The priest seemed to take offense to that, yet he kept himself in check. Explain! He shouted with his actual voice, full of aggression. When Gravis has fought with the Fire Guild, he also killed an elder in a one-on-one, Ion explained. The priest didn't care about that. So, he has a will aura. Of course, he can kill someone like that, even if it isn't easy. Ion shook his head. Gravis had not absorbed any magic when he defeated his previous opponents. My guess is that he really intended to put his life on the line, Ion explained. Now the priest narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? He asked. Ion smiled helplessly. He has killed an elder, who is someone at the 9th level of magic gathering with an equal body, while still being at the 6th level of magic gathering with a body at the 7th level. The temper of the priest exploded. Impossible! It's shameful that you want to lie to a priest of the Heaven sect. Swear on heaven or die right now. Ion sighed. I swear on heaven that Gravis was at the 6th level of magic gathering with a body equal to the 7th level when he killed that elder, Ion said nonchalantly. The eyes of the priest widened. He hadn't thought that Ion would actually go through with this. He looked to the sky but saw no clouds forming. Slowly, he started growing panicked. Then he looked at Ion. Ion was still fine. This was undeniable proof that he didn't lie. Heaven would strike anyone that swore on its name with a lie. The priest took a shaky breath. Did he think that he was weaker than Gravis? Of course not. Yet, he realized the potential that Gravis had. If someone with such an unnatural battle strength reached a level even remotely close to a priest, the priest would have no chance. Gravis probably only had to reach the tree stage to be invincible against anyone that wasn't the high priest. Right now, Gravis was not dangerous, but he could become a deadly threat in the future. The rage of the priest vanished. How did you survive? He asked with a quieter voice. He now realized what a joke it was to ask Ion why he didn't stop Gravis. It was impossible for Ion to even follow Gravis lest stop him. According to logic, Ion should be dead right now. Ion still smiled bitterly. His expression had not changed since they started talking. Well, he kind of sees me as a friend, Ion said while scratching the left side of his head with a finger. He said that for all the help I had provided him in the past, he will spare my life. The priest took a deep breath and looked into the sky. Thank heaven that you didn't die, he muttered. He had been angry at Ion, but Ion was still a brother for him since they came from the same parent. In the past, Ion would have echoed the priest's thoughts, but now, his horizons had widened. Deep inside, he felt that this lower heaven didn't have much longer to live. It was also not heaven, who has given him this chance, but Gravis. If Gravis had wanted to kill Ion, what would heaven have done? Probably nothing. I'll return to the high priest to inform him. You go back to your branch. If we need you for more information, we'll contact you, said the priest. Ion nodded. Thank you, priest, he said. Sure, said the priest nonchalantly and left. Ion looked around, sighed again, and left towards his branch of the Heaven sect. Should I have told Gravis about his new looks? Ion thought and shook his head. No, he probably has already noticed it himself. The lower heaven knew that it was not Ion's fault for not killing Gravis. It itself had wanted to strike him down, after all. Yet this lower heaven didn't care. This whole thing was the worst thing that had ever happened in its entire existence. It had to vent its emotions, and it decided to do just that on Ion. Like this, Ion's karmic luck sank rapidly. Boom! No one noticed, but when the lower heavens started lowering the karmic luck of Ion, an overwhelming force had given it a metaphorical slap. The highest heaven had enough of this lower heaven's bullshit. This useless lower heaven knew that it was watching, yet it still did something like this. Was this shitty lower heaven so used to having its way that it didn't even notice that it committed a mistake when it was at its most cautious? Did this useless lower heaven not have any far-reaching vision? It was about to waste such a valuable tool just to vent its emotion. After Ion's karmic luck had lowered, it started growing rapidly again. It reached its previous height, which was the typical height for Heavenborn, yet it didn't stop. It broke through that restriction and climbed many levels higher. Ion was now the person with the highest karmic luck in this lower world, ever since it had been created. The highest heaven had a far-reaching vision, and it had plans for Ion. In order for those plans to work, Ion had to become stronger. Highest heaven planned very far into the future. After some hours of travel and leaving an incredibly long cut in the earth, Gravis finally arrived at his first destination. Gravis looked with narrowed eyes at the white castle in front of him. It was the southeastern branch of the Heaven sect. Gravis used his spirit to inspect the building but noticed that his spirit was blocked by something. Of course, They wouldn't leave it undefended when everyone left for the headquarters, Gravis muttered. There had to be some excellent formation arrays protecting the branch. Well, if I can't get to your wealth the normal way, I hope you don't mind me being impolite, Gravis said with a smirk. Yes, he was here to rob the Heaven sect. It was Ion's branch, but that was unimportant. Ion knew that Heaven wouldn't live for much longer, so he probably wouldn't mind Gravis destroying this branch. The Heaven sect was, after all, his enemy. Bzzzzz. Gravis' surroundings exploded with lightning. His whole body released lightning, and it circled around him violently. Gravis pointed at the White Castle. Go! He shouted. Bang! All the lightning flew at the castle, yet some kind of barrier appeared in its way. The lightning exploded as it hit the barrier, but the barrier only shook. Gravis could see no cracks. When he saw this, he furrowed his brows. Quite impressive, he commented. Gravis then concentrated himself to ready a more powerful attack. This barrier was a good target to test the power of his attacks. Gravis summoned more lightning but didn't shoot it immediately. Instead, he gathered it together and compressed it. His control over lightning was superb, but it still took him around 2 seconds to compress a 5 cubic meter amount of lightning into one spear. Sweat started rolling down Gravis' forehead since compressing all this lightning took a lot of spirit and concentration. Gravis grabbed the lightning spear. Normally, lightning, especially destruction lightning, would attack anything that it touched, including the user. Other people at the spirit-forming realm wouldn't be able to grab a weapon out of lightning, even if they were lightning cultivators. Yet, since Gravis basically was lightning, the lightning didn't lash out at him. Gravis was lightning and lightning was Gravis. Gravis leaned back and threw the spear with all his power. Boom! A shockingly loud thunder boomed throughout the surrounding kilometers as the lightning spear hit the barrier. Many beasts fled in panic when they heard the thunder. The whole barrier shook violently, and some cracks appeared at the place where the lightning spear had hit. Gravis watched this for a while with a smile. The cracks were slowly mending over time. Interesting. The formation array can regenerate itself. There are probably a lot of energy stones keeping it going, he muttered in interest. By now, Gravis was sure that no one had returned to this branch yet. If they had, they would probably panic and run, or maybe even attack him. Those spoiled Heavenborn have probably never been in such a situation, so who knew how they would react? Gravis gripped his saber and pulled it out of the ground. Let's see what you can do. I haven't been able to test your power yet, Gravis said with a smirk. The saber was a spirit weapon, which meant it could only show its true might if someone at the spirit-forming realm wielded it. Gravis tried to inject it with lightning but noticed that it was already full. This surprised him slightly. When did you get full? Oh, right. Gravis remembered how that happened. When Gravis rode on his saber, he shot lightning to the front to make the saber move, and when the saber passed through, the lightning would get absorbed by the weapon and then saved. Gravis checked the amount of saved lightning in the weapon and concluded that around 10% of his whole lightning was saved in the weapon. Since he didn't need to convert energy into lightning, this would be equal to 20% of the energy of someone who had broken through into the spirit-forming realm through the 10th level of energy gathering. Yet, how many people reached the spirit-forming realm while going through the 10th level of energy gathering? Only Heavenborn or some supreme geniuses would have a strengthened Danteon. Probably 95% or so of spirit-forming realm experts had reached the spirit-forming realm with the 9th level of energy gathering. This meant that the 10% of Gravis lightning inside the weapon signified a whole 40% of the entire energy reserves of a regular spirit-forming expert at the initial stage of spirit-forming. Previously, when Gravis had condensed the lightning spear, he had also used around 10% of his lightning. This would be a good comparison between a finely controlled elemental attack and an attack with a spirit weapon. Gravis injected his spirit into his weapon and noticed that his spirit was absorbed and fused with the lightning. The weapon absorbed around 20% of Gravis' spirit until it stopped absorbing. The lightning spear had also taken around 20% of my spirit. Let's see how good this weapon is. Gravis controlled the lightning inside the weapon and noticed that he had even finer control over it than over his lightning in his surroundings. Probably because it fused with my spirit, he muttered. He felt how he could make it do whatever he wanted. He could release it in a lightning bolt. He could also fuse it with a slash which would create some kind of lightning shockwave. Many applications appeared in Gravis' mind, and he grew excited. This fine control opened up a whole new way to fight. It seems like the higher my realm reaches, the more applications I have for using my power, Gravis muttered with a smirk. The more ways and kinds of attacks one had at their disposal, the more originality and experience it needed to use them effectively. Gravis had a lot of experience and always fought smartly. This whole new dimension of using his strength didn't intimidate him but made him excited. I could coat the edge of my saber with lightning, but then the whole energy would be dispersed over a bigger surface. If I coat only the tip, the energy would be concentrated on only one point. Problem is, sabers are not made for stabbing, Gravis muttered. Suddenly, Gravis thought of something, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is that why so many people of the Lightning Guild use spears? He asked himself. The more he thought about that, the more sense it made. Was the Lightning Guild recommending spears to their disciples because they knew of the application of lightning with spirit weapons? Gravis facepalmed. Of course they would. They have thousands of years of experience with how to use lightning. If I switched over to a spear now, I would need a long time to get used to it. Also, I like my saber more. Wow, I guess that's what I get for thinking I know more than the Lightning Sect, Gravis said with a helpless smile. Gravis thought more about the weapons of the Lightning Guild and realized that a lot of the disciples also used swords. The difference between a saber and a traditional sword was that the saber only had one edge, basically making it a big knife. When someone stabbed with a saber, only one side of the tip would cut. A traditional sword had two edges, which decreased its weight in a slash since the other side was sharpened down. Yet the tip would cut with both edges. Gravis realized that a traditional sword would be nearly as good as a spear in stabbing when infusing it with lightning. Gravis looked at his saber with one lifted eyebrow. I guess the Lightning Sect and Guild know what they're doing, he muttered. Then he shook his head. I should make the best of my situation. There should be a way to use lightning just as well with a saber. Gravis experimented more with the saber and realized that he could concentrate his lightning on a single point of the saber's edge. Like that, a slash from the saber would be just as devastating as stab with from spear. Sadly, there were two issues with that. First issue. Condensing the lightning on only one point of the saber's edge seemed to not be part of the saber's formation arrays. He had to condense it naturally, which used up another 5% of his spirit. Second issue. If he wanted to combine his physical attack with the lightning's explosion, he had to perfectly hit his target with the condensed point. Doing that on a stationary target was no issue, but if someone blocked his attack, the chances were very big that they would hit a point at the saber's edge that didn't have any lightning. Sure, Gravis could move the concentrated lightning, but at that point, his physical momentum was already halted, weakening the attack. Gravis rubbed his chin in thought for a while and got several new ideas. A disadvantage might become an advantage if used in the right circumstance, he said with a smile. By now, the barrier had fully healed. Gravis didn't mind. He actually preferred that. Like this, he could test the spirit weapons might even more accurately. Let's start, he said. Gravis concentrated the lightning in his saber on the point of its tip and charged at the barrier. Gravis charged at the barrier with his full speed. Sadly, he couldn't use his new way of movement since he was using the saber for something else right now. Gravis readied a big swing and swung his weapon at the barrier, hitting it with the spot of concentrated lightning. Boom! The point of contact exploded, creating a loud explosion. The explosion made a massive hole in the barrier, nearly 5 meters wide. Gravis smirked. Just as I thought. An attack with a weapon will always be stronger than an attack without one, Gravis said. Gravis noticed that the hole was slowly mending, yet his spirit was no longer blocked from looking through the castle. He saw everything inside the castle, including the core of the formation array. He didn't have sufficient knowledge about formation arrays to determine what the formation array was doing, but that didn't matter. Bzzzzz. Since Gravis' spirit had access to the castle, he could create lightning wherever he wanted now. He summoned some lightning above the formation array's core and destroyed it, which destroyed the runic lines around the big pile of energy stones in the process. The barrier surrounding the castle vanished without a sound. Another guild would have probably protected the core of their formation array with another formation array. I guess that the Heaven sect isn't really afraid of attacks. Who would attack the undisputed overlord of this world? Gravis asked with a self-satisfied smirk. Gravis checked the Heaven sect for valuables with his spirit. He found around 5,000 energy stones and an unreal amount of gold. Most of the energy stones were inside the destroyed formation array. There was just as much gold as Gravis had expected, but he was a little surprised about there only being 5,000 energy stones. Well, when CRB came back with energy stones, Ion had absorbed them into his spirit space. He probably keeps most of the energy stones in there, Gravis guessed. He was right. The branch of the Heaven sect needed to submit a lot of energy stones to their headquarters. When Ion had left, he had taken as many energy stones as he could fit in his spirit space, which was a lot. The other disciples had also carried sacks of energy stones to the guild. These 5,000 energy stones weren't even 5% of the branch's total amount. Ion also carried the most valuable treasures with him. The body ascension pill, for example, had been kept in Ion's spirit space, but Gravis didn't mind. So many body-tempering pills, he shouted in excitement. He saw over 1,000, many of them incredibly expensive. He immediately pocketed all the body-tempering pills and energy stones. I still have around 3 cubic meters of storage left. Let's push in as much as gold as possible. Like this, a lot of gold coins vanished. Yet, Gravis furrowed his brows. Those coins use up a lot of space. We can do better than that, he said. Like this, he absorbed gold coins from the storage and then retrieved them from his spirit space again, dumping them right in front of him. He did that a couple of times until a small lake of gold was formed before him. Then Gravis summoned lightning and shot it at the gold. The power of the lightning melted the gold while Gravis' spirit worked as a mold. Like this, he had melted nearly all of the gold coins into a cube with a volume of 3 cubic meters. The gold hadn't cooled down yet, but that didn't matter. His spirit could keep the form even if the gold were liquid. Like this, Gravis made some space in his spirit space and pushed the cube into it. The cube vanished, and Gravis was finally satisfied. His whole spirit space was packed with pills, energy stones, and especially gold. Xing! Gravis put his saber into the earth, ready to depart, but stopped that thought. Wouldn't I leave a long track for a priest of the Heaven sect to follow me like this? He muttered. Gravis jumped down from his saber again and retrieved it. Then he just ran into the direction of his next target. Gotta be careful, he said. Gravis couldn't travel with all his speed, but he didn't mind. Robbing the Heaven sect had been the only time-sensitive target that he had since the members would return soon. It made no difference how fast he traveled. Because of the pressing time, he had also stopped here first, even though the route would be suboptimal like this. If Gravis had taken an optimal route, the Heaven sect would have been the second target on his trip. Even when traveling like this, he was still multiple times faster than Sky when it had been a middle-grade energy beast. While he was running, he was stuffing his mouth with body-tempering pills. He wanted to reach a body at least equal to his current energy. After traveling for nearly half a day, Gravis noticed that his body had gotten stronger, but by less than he had expected. Seems like I need way more pills than I had thought. I thought that this small hill of pills would boost my body to the seed stage, but at this rate, I can barely reach the initial stage of spirit forming. After this half-day, Gravis finally arrived at his target. This target was to the west of the Heaven sect, while his other targets would be to its east. If he had chosen an optimal route, this would have been his first target. Gravis looked with a smile at the mountain range with a lot of trees surrounding it. This was the Wind Guild. He had 3 things to do here. First things first, Gravis said with a smirk. He used his spirit to look at all the elders in the Wind Guild until he found his target. His smirk intensified. This specific elder was currently sitting in his house, reading a book. Out of interest, Gravis checked the book and saw that it was about some hybrid darkness cultivator. He checked some of the contents. What is an individuality? He asked himself. Well, doesn't matter. After finding his target, Gravis did something unexpected. Bzzzt. Some lightning appeared above the elder and hit him, slightly shocking him. The elder seized for a second, then jumped up in panic. He touched his head, which was the spot where the lightning hit, and found that he was bald now. His flowing green hair was incinerated. "That's for making me eat that gust fruit," a voice said in his head. The elder first was a little panicked, then confused. Then he seemed to realize something and smiled bitterly. Yet that bitter smile wasn't kept up for long. Shortly after, he broke into actual laughter. "All right, I deserve that," the elder said with a smile. Then he looked into the mirror to check his new look. He rubbed his chin in thought. "This doesn't look that bad, actually." Gravis laughed happily. He loved the Wind Guild. When the Guild Master and Vice Guild Master noticed a foreign spirit entering their domain, they furrowed their brows. When another spirit-forming expert visited, it was rarely pleasant. The Wind sect was the only neutral one, while the other sects always fought in the core continent. The sects in the core continent were fighting from two sides. One side consisted of the Lightning sect, the Fire sect, and the Light sect. The other side was the Water sect, the Darkness sect, and the Earth sect. Their Wind sect was the only party that didn't participate in this conflict. Because of their way of life, the Wind sect was very close to beasts, making it arguably the most powerful elemental sect in the core continent. Due to their strength, they successfully managed to remain neutral. If they didn't have this power, they couldn't have remained neutral successfully. Yet, they also didn't have any allies due to that. For that reason, when a spirit-forming expert visited, it rarely was about something good. Even though the division of the elemental guilds in the Middle Continent was not the same as in the Core Continent, the other guilds mostly kept themselves away from the Wind Guild. The two spirit-forming experts checked the new person that had arrived, and their brows furrowed. This person didn't look familiar at all. "Do you know this guy?" asked the guild master with a voice transmission to his only vice guild master. "No clue," he answered. "Never seen him." At that point, Gravis used his lightning to prank the elder. First, they grew a little anxious and solemn by that person arrogantly using his element to attack one of their elders. Yet, before they could do anything, they noticed that this elder only lost some hair. After that, the elder went through several different emotions until he finally laughed. The two people didn't hear Gravis' voice transmission, so they didn't know what was happening. One of their elders was attacked by lightning, yet that elder only laughed? What was going on? I guess he is not here to attack us?" asked the guild master unsurely. The vice guild master also looked confused. This whole situation was weird. "Wait," said the vice guild master. "Do you remember that one Heavenborn from a couple of weeks ago?" "Yeah, I do. Gravis was his name, right? What about it?" he asked back. "Doesn't he look kind of similar?" asked the vice guild master. The guild master took a closer look at Gravis and furrowed his brows. His face, age, and height are similar, but he has a different hair color and different eyes. Without those two things, I can see the similarity. "Well, why don't we ask him?" asked the vice guild master back. "Hello, guild master, vice guild master." A new voice appeared in their heads. This could only come from the person looking similar to Gravis. "Hello, traveler. What brings you to our Wind Guild?" asked the guild master, keeping the vice guild master informed by sending him the same message. Gravis furrowed his brows in confusion. They acted like they didn't know him. It's only been a couple of weeks, and Gravis doubted that they forgot him already. "I came for 3 reasons. No worries, I'm sure you won't mind any of those. The first one is already accomplished, as you might have noticed," said Gravis back. "Remember how that elder offered me a gust fruit in your palace? I thought he deserved some repayment for that." Now, the two were sure that this was Gravis. "Oh, you're Gravis, right? Sorry, I didn't recognize you with your new look," said the guild master back. Now, it was Gravis' turn to be confused. He had only changed his clothes. How would that confuse someone at the spirit-forming realm? "What do you mean with, changed my look?" Gravis asked back. And now the guild master and vice guild master were confused again. I mean your new hair color and your eyes, the guild master sent back. My hair color and eyes? Asked Gravis unsurely. He quickly checked himself with his spirit, and his eyes widened. Wait, what? He exclaimed with his actual voice. What was he seeing? What was up with his hair? What was up with his eyes? When did that happen? Gravis' hair was completely silver now. His old black hair was nowhere to be seen. The color of his hair mimicked the color of his lightning. Actually, as Gravis looked closer, it was exactly the same as his lightning. If one looked at it, one would think that sparks would shoot out of it if they touched it. And what was up with his eyes? His eye color changed from black to silver too. Even worse, the form of his pupils had changed. They were no longer round. Instead, they looked like two cuts intersecting, creating a symmetrical cross, seemingly splitting his eyes into 4 parts each. Gravis was too shocked to judge what he thought about that. Is that still me? He asked himself involuntarily. He continued looking at himself and found something that confused his emotions even more. With a silver eye color, will people think that I am blind? He asked himself. Many blind people had silver or gray eyes due to a medical condition. I'm not blind, right? He asked himself unsurely. Gravis deactivated his spirit and looked around. I'm not blind, he concluded obviously. If he were blind, he would have already noticed, but he had been too shocked to think about that. Yet, when Gravis concentrated on his actual vision, he noticed some differences. I don't need to focus my eyes anymore if I want to look at something closely. All the surroundings appear incredibly clear, even without me focusing on them, Gravis thought. Like always, his mind quickly went to how he could utilize that. Even though he had his spirit to keep track of things, his eyes were still useful. If he didn't need to focus on his target, he wouldn't need to actually move his eyes. On top of that, someone couldn't leave the focus spot of his eyes with an unexpected dodge like this. Wait, Gravis said with a grim expression. If I stop moving my eyes, wouldn't I look even more like a blind person? He asked himself. Gravis imagined himself always looking forward with silver eyes. This image made him feel surreal. Was this a joke? Sadly, this wasn't a joke. When the physical manifestation of the concept of lightning took a hold of Gravis' body, it had changed as much of Gravis' whole being into lightning as possible. Sadly, it had only remained in that state for a couple of seconds until the opposer and the highest heaven appeared. In that short time, Gravis' whole body had started becoming closer to lightning. The first thing that the manifestation did was to change the spirit and the energy into lightning. After that, it would have converted the whole body, yet it was stopped before it could finish that process. If it had had more time, Gravis would have gotten a pure lightning body. At that point, his body would have become unrecognizable. Luckily, it had been stopped just in time. Yet, its possession didn't go over without several changes. The changed eyes and hair color came from that. The guild master and vice guild master from the Wind Guild felt a little awkward as they watched Gravis going through an avalanche of different emotions. They hadn't expected that Gravis hadn't known about his new look. After a while, Gravis seemed to fall into thought. He only stood there, scratching his chin while looking up. Do I look like I'm blind with these eyes? Gravis suddenly asked them out of nowhere. The guild master and vice guild master first didn't know how to react to the sudden, direct question. Then the guild master smiled sheepishly. Maybe a little bit. Gravis was more crestfallen about this comment than he should have been. He didn't have something against blind people, but if he got confused for a blind person, many misunderstandings would occur. I'm not looking forward to this, he muttered to himself. The guild master waited for some seconds but then lost his patience. So what are the other 2 things that you wanted to do? He asked. Gravis perked up like he remembered something. Then he shook his head to get his bearings back. Right. Did Vice Guild Master Cerrone return? He asked. The Guild Master and Vice Guild Master narrowed their eyes. So it was about that. No, he hasn't returned yet. We want to tell you that his personal decisions have nothing to do with us. He left our Wind Guild a couple of days ago, he explained solemnly. Gravis shook his head. I know. Cerrone and I actually met around a day ago. Long story short, we actually became friends. There were a lot of misunderstandings about Wendy's death, and we split up. I only wanted to talk to him a little bit. He said that he wanted to say goodbye to some friends of his since, due to some circumstance, he probably doesn't have much longer to live, Gravis explained. The two experts sighed. I believe you, but Cerrone really hasn't returned yet. We don't know where he is, the Vice Guild Master explained. They knew that Gravis cultivated lightning, so they trusted his words. Lightning was always direct. He wouldn't lie about something so unimportant. Gravis could only nod solemnly. If he hadn't returned by now, it probably meant that he had already died. The Heavenborn would have no reason to attack him, so if he died, it could have only been one thing. He probably met a freshly ascended spirit beast on its way to the core continent. Though he could also still be alive. Who knew? Maybe he just settled down and was living somewhere. As long as he didn't go anywhere dangerous, his lack of karmic luck wouldn't kill him. Gravis could only wish Cerrone the best. Is there anyone that Cerrone would consider close? You don't have to tell me their names, Gravis said. The guild master looked at his vice guild master unsurely. He doesn't have any immediate family anymore, but he treated the whole Wind Guild like his child. There isn't one particular person that was close to him. It was rather all of us, the guild master said. Gravis nodded. Boom! Gravis retrieved around 10% of his gold and placed it beside himself, creating a huge boom when it hit the floor. The solid cube of gold weighed over 5 tons, destroying the ground below it. Cerrone has helped me with an issue, so I will be repaying the Wind Guild in his stead. Please accept this gold, Gravis said. The two people at the spirit-forming realm stopped breathing for a second. This was so much gold. What did Cerrone do that Gravis gave them so much gold in repayment? This is too much. We can't accept all this gold, said the guild master back. Gravis had already expected something like this. Well, then this gold will just function as some stone. I gave you the gold, what you do with it is your thing, Gravis said. The two people didn't know what they should think right now. Gravis was just throwing this cube of gold at them and telling them to deal with it. Did they have no other option than to accept it? All right, I'll release my spirit on it now. The gold's still liquid, so if you want to keep it, you should do something, or it will just become a dirty plate when it hardens. After Gravis said that, he retracted his spirit from the gold, and it started flowing to the sides. Whoosh! Yet, the gold quickly stopped flowing and returned to its previous cube form. Gravis only smirked. So you accepted it after all, he thought smugly. The guild master couldn't see the gold being wasted and had saved it. It seemed like they were forced to accept it. Thank you, Heavenborn, said the guild master to Gravis. Gravis continued smirking. I'm not a Heavenborn. Just call me Gravis. Wish you a good day, guild master, vice guild master. With that said, he went on to his last target. Gravis had already located it. The two people didn't know how to react to his last words, so they didn't. They just said their goodbyes to him. Hey, I'm back, Gravis transmitted. Up on a big tree, a gigantic green bird raised its head and looked into a Gravis direction. It was Sky's parent. It noticed Gravis, yet looked away again. It seemed like it didn't recognize him. Hello? It's me, Gravis. You know, the friend of Sky, your child. He sent another voice transmission. Child? Where? Gravis suddenly heard a singing voice in his head. Gravis' eyes widened as he realized what this meant. Sky's parent was able to transmit its thoughts back to Gravis, which meant that it became a spirit beast. Gravis hadn't expected that. Now, Gravis looked closer at Sky's parent and noticed that it felt different. It still looked the same, yet it had some special aura around itself. Then why was it still here? Shouldn't it have already gone to the core continent? Wait, is it still waiting for Sky? Gravis thought. Child? Where? The voice asked again. Beasts could only form some rudimentary language skills when they became spirit beasts. It was like communicating with a 3-year-old child. I was the human accompanying your child, Sky. We both left together from the tree, he said. Sky's parent looked closer at Gravis. No, not same human. Different human, it commented. Gravis was already annoyed by his new look. He looked too different, so no one recognized him. He already saw it coming in the future. He would meet someone he knew and first had to spend a considerable amount of time to convince them that he was Gravis. This whole thing was going to be a massive pain in the ass. "Let me prove it," he said back. "Look at this." Whoosh! Outside of the Wind Guild, a gigantic area started breaking down due to some pressure pressing everything into the earth. As Gravis reached the spirit-forming realm, he could summon his gigantic will aura anywhere he wanted. It was no longer bound to be around him. Yet, the size and compression of it still remained the same. Sky's parent looked at the area and widened its eyes. It knew this feeling. It had seen different will auras, and every will aura felt unique. This will aura was many times stronger than when it had last felt Gravis' will aura, but it still had the same feeling. This was proof that Gravis was who he claimed to be. Bang! Whoosh! The branch, where Sky's parent sat on, exploded as the gigantic bird shot at Gravis with unreal speed. It reached Gravis in less than a second and landed in front of him. "Child! Where?" it said with more agitation. Gravis raised his hands to show that he didn't want to do anything bad. "Relax. I'll explain everything that happened to Sky. You don't need to worry. Your child is fine," he said back. Sky's parent calmed down after it heard that its child was fine. "Explain," it said. Gravis nodded and jumped onto a tree. This would be a long story, so he wanted to sit comfortably. Luckily, Gravis had reached the spirit-forming realm. Transmitting one's thoughts was different from speaking a language. When he was talking normally, it was like he was speaking in a different language to beasts. Yet, if he used his thoughts, their thoughts connected. Only the concepts he wanted to convey would be conveyed, making it easier for beasts to understand him. As Gravis told the story, he realized that Sky's parent even knew some advanced concepts like politics. That surprised Gravis, and it also made it easier for him to tell the story. Like this, he could tell Sky's whole story without having to omit concepts that were too complicated. Like this, Gravis told Sky's parent about everything they've been through together. Sky's parent listened to Gravis' story patiently. It was happy to hear about what its child had gone through. When it heard that Sky reached the stage of a high-grade energy beast after only a couple of months, it felt pride. Sky's parent also thought that it was the right decision to let Sky go with Gravis. Why did it think that this was the right decision? Sky and its parent had always lived away from civilization, so they hadn't known about the human's superior knowledge, battle techniques, and political systems. It had stayed inside the Wind Guild for the past couple of months, and with its incredible ears and its new spirit, it had learned a lot about and from humans. It had listened in on conversations between disciples and elders. Many conversations metaphorically opened its eyes to new ways to get stronger. Beasts usually only followed their instincts, which was to fight and kill other just as powerful beasts. Yet, when such a fight happened, it nearly always ended with one of the two parties dying and becoming food for the other. Retreat? In their instincts, that was only something that a weak-willed beast would do. Some of Gravis' earlier beast opponents had tried to flee, yet those beasts had all been weak-willed. A strong energy beast wouldn't retreat, no matter how overwhelmingly powerful the enemy was. Yet, as Sky's parent heard about the upper echelon speak of times when they fled from a fight, it started thinking. Those were all very powerful people, and even the spirit-forming experts have spoken of a time where they had to flee with pride instead of shame. For humans, retreating was not a shame. It was just another way to fight. Sky's parent had thought about these things and realized that retreat wouldn't halt its path forward. It had learned many valuable lessons by being with humans, and it knew that Gravis had probably also taught a lot of those concepts to its child. Because of this, it was happy that it decided to leave it with Gravis. Yet, when Gravis told it about how he killed experts from the Fire and Darkness Guild and fed them to Sky, Sky's parent grew angry. It had way more experience than Sky, and it had learned a lot from humans. It had realized that this could bring Sky's future prospects into jeopardy. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to let this human take Sky after all. But when Gravis told about his decision to leave Sky, it sighed in relief. That was the best decision that Gravis could have made in that situation. Judging by what it had been told, Sky's parent realized that its child had grown dependent on Gravis. Luckily, Gravis had cut this dependency apart. When Gravis finished his story, Sky's parent looked into the distance. It heard about how Gravis taught it many things and how strong and smart its child was. Its worries disappeared entirely. With Sky's power, it wouldn't be in danger in this middle continent. Only someone in the spirit-forming realm could kill Sky, yet Gravis had taught Sky about those experts. Sky's parent was sure that its child was still alive. So yeah, that's about it, finished Gravis as he looked at the giant bird beside him. Sky's parent nodded. Thank you, it said. Beasts were simple, and a thank you was the most direct method of thanking others. Gravis realized this, too, of course, and smiled. No problem. I've also committed some mistakes, but I'm sure that Sky will recover from that, he said. Child will, Sky's parents said with confidence. Then it turned to Gravis and looked at him closely for some seconds. Gravis looked into its eyes and felt a little awkward. What's up? He asked. The bird turned away, looking at the horizon again. Human too strong, too fast. Human slow down, it said. Gravis' eyes widened. Sky's parent had really learned a lot of things if it could even tell something like that. Gravis already knew about this. He had been swimming against the current, trying to increase his power as quickly as possible. But was that a good thing? Gravis was not dumb, and he knew that he had to take a break at some point. Gravis still wasn't used to his newfound power. If he immediately went to the core continent and immediately began to increase his power, he would gain even newer powers without having the chance of getting used to his current ones. This was one of the main reasons why Gravis didn't immediately go to the core continent. He had to get used to his current powers first. Such a concept was not intrinsic to beasts. That was why Gravis was so surprised that Sky's parent knew about that. Gravis smiled. I know. That's one of the reasons why I am here, to take a break, he said happily. There was no immediate danger lurking at the horizon. Ever since Gravis came to the middle continent, he never could truly relax. First came the fight at the tree, then he had to keep his identity secret in the lair of his enemy for multiple months, and then he had to increase his power in just 7 days or he would die. This was the first time where he could let go and just do what he wanted. Gravis looked into the sky while merrily moving his legs back and forth on the tree. Is this what I am searching for? The feeling of freedom? Right now, I can do what I want without fear. Though, Gravis looked to the ground with a bitter smile. The Heaven Sect will find me at some point. I think this counts as a free trial of the true freedom that I want. Core Continent. 5 days, Sky's parent said. Gravis nodded. Sky's parent could finally let go and continue on its path. I wish you all the best, Gravis said. Sky's parent looked at him and nodded. You too, human, it said. Then it flew up and went back to its nest. It probably wanted to finish some things in the next 5 days before it left for the core continent. Gravis also jumped down from the tree and stretched. Talks are nice, he thought. Sadly, this fucking karmic luck of mine is contagious. Gravis looked one last time at the wind guild with longing. Man, how I wish to belong to a group of people. Gravis sighed one last time and then left the Wind Guild. Being isolated from humanity had taken its toll when he had just reached this lower world, but by now he had grown used to it. He longed to be with others, but that longing didn't affect him so much anymore. He had already realized that being part of humanity was an impossibility. His goal in reaching the Unity Realm was the most important thing he had to do now, except for maybe staying alive. As soon as he reached the Unity Realm, he would return to his homeworld. Everything would be fine then. As Gravis left, he had one last thought about this whole thing and then concentrated on his next target. It would probably take around 18 hours to get there if he didn't take a break. Yet, wasn't his purpose of coming here specifically to take a break? Why not slow down when he had the time? Like this, Gravis slowly traveled to his next target, taking several breaks to look at the scenery in the process. Of course, while traveling, he thought of more applications with his lightning. Lots of battle tactics went through his mind, and time flew by. Over 3 days later, Gravis finally arrived at his goal. Gravis looked to the horizon. There, he could see a lot of black buildings and lightning striking the ground. It was the Lightning Guild. Gravis had never intended to become an enemy of the Lightning Guild, but he couldn't help it. They had attacked him and he had had to strike back. Yet, he never forgot his debt to Gorn. This whole thing was actually a bizarre situation for him. He wanted to help the Lightning Guild, yet they wanted to kill him. Though, were they wrong in doing that? Not really. He had killed tens of their disciples, after all. This whole thing could create a whole debate about the rights and wrongs of both parties. Gravis was already inside the Guild Masters and the Vice Guild Master spirits. They hadn't talked to him yet, which either meant that they weren't happy about him being there, or they didn't recognize him. Well, then let me be the initiating party. Inside the Lightning Guild, the Guild Master and the Vice Guild Masters were talking with each other, trying to guess the identity of the new person. There were a lot of confusing things about Gravis. I don't know who that is. I've never seen him before. His cultivation could also, at best, be described as weird, said one of the Vice Guild Masters. The Guild Master was rolling some steel balls in his hands and creating annoying, cracking noises with them. Luckily, the Vice Guild Masters were already used to that sound. His whole cultivation is so strange, he said to the others. The two Vice Guild Masters nodded. Yeah. He obviously has a spirit, which means he is at the spirit-forming realm, yet the magic I feel from him is like he is at the third level of magic gathering, said one of the Vice Guild Masters. They could only feel the energy passively stored inside Gravis' body. His Danteon only had lightning, after all. The other one nodded in affirmation. But I also feel an indescribably powerful and vast amount of lightning in his body. I have never seen anything like it, he said. He should be from the lightning sect, but I have never met someone like him. I haven't even met someone with a similar cultivation as him, said the Guild Master. I wonder, is he a new spirit-forming realm expert? But then what's up with his weird cultivation? On top of that, I also feel like I've seen him before. Though, I can't place my finger on it. The other two also nodded. Yeah, he does look familiar, but I am not sure who he is. Hello, Guild Master. Gravis sent to the Guild Master of the Lightning Guild at that time. I've come to repay the deaths of the disciples I have killed, and to repay the resources that the Proxy Lightning Guild has granted me. The Guild Master forwarded this voice transmission to his two Vice Guild Masters, and they all looked at each other in confusion. The person had said that he had been in a Proxy Lightning Guild, which would mean that he had to have been part of their guild at some point. What confused them even more was him saying that he had killed several of their disciples. No lightning disciple had killed several of their disciples in recent decades. The only time this happened was, Gravis! Shouted the Guild Master. The other two looked at the Guild Master, and then their eyes widened. Yeah, he does look like Gravis, said one of the Vice Guild Masters. What happened to him? His cultivation is so weird, yet I feel immense danger from him. It's like my instincts are telling me not to fight him. The Guild Master nodded solemnly. I feel the same. Just a couple of months ago he had been at the 4th level of magic gathering, yet now I feel like I can't even fight him. He is becoming incredibly powerful, incredibly fast. One of the Vice Guild Masters looked down in thought. I am thankful that you stopped us from attacking him back then. If we had failed, our whole guild might have been destroyed. The Guild Master nodded again. Yes, originally, I had planned on releasing a bounty on his head when it was revealed that he wasn't a Heavenborn. But he rose to power that quickly, that it's already too late for that. The Guild Master sighed. The best decision might just be to accept his repayment and let bygones be bygones. Rules are dead while people are alive. It might not be fair to the dead disciples, but we can't do anything against him anymore. I know that you probably don't want to speak to me, Gravis said with another voice transmission after he didn't get an answer for several seconds. I'll just leave my repayment here, and you can collect it. Now, the only open debt that I still have with your guild is Gorn's death. I won't ever forget that, and I will repay the whole lightning sect in the future. Just wait for me. Boom! The earth exploded as 1 cubic meter of gold hit the ground. Such a vast amount of gold weighed nearly 20 tons. This was more than enough as repayment. Goodbye, said Gravis as he quickly left the area of the Lightning Guild again. The 3 people couldn't even process what had happened. Was this a whole cubic meter of gold? Heavens, where did Gravis get so much gold? With this gold, they received enough money to temper the bodies of over 25 disciples to the 10th level of energy gathering. Gravis had given them way more than necessary. Should we take it? Asked one of the vice guild masters. The guild master sighed but didn't know what he should feel right now. Was it okay for them to accept this? He had said that they should just accept it, but he hadn't expected the repayment to be this big. Yet, when he thought back about how many of their people Gravis had killed, he felt like this was the absolute bare minimum that Gravis could do to repay them. With this gold, they could give the families of the dead disciples a worry-free life. It might not bring the dead back, but it, at least, was something. We accept it, said the guild master. Suddenly, a lot of different things appeared beside him, and then the gold vanished. The guild master had to clear his spirit space first, and he pointed at the miscellaneous items on the ground. Bring those to the storage rooms. I will keep the gold for now. The two vice guild masters nodded and retrieved the multitude of things. They trusted their guild master. He was very close to Lightning, and Lightning hated deceit. He would never pocket this gold, at least not if he still wanted to keep control over the majority of his Lightning. The vice guild masters left, and the guild master looked outside his window, into the direction where Gravis went. I'm looking forward to your eventual repayment of Gorn's death. The guild master sighed again. Gorn, you not only stayed in the mind of an incredible genius but also helped the whole Lightning sect more than you could have ever hoped. If you can see this, I think you should be happy right now, the guild master mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, Gravis was already traveling to his next target. Throughout the last couple of days, he had eaten a lot of body-tempering pills like they were candies. Yet, when Gravis put another pill into his mouth, he noticed something. Oh, my body is about to advance. Gravis sat down when he felt his body advancing. He checked his spirit space and noticed that he only had around 50 body-tempering pills left. Wow, I really ate a lot of those pills. Spirit-forming experts probably have to work for many years to get enough wealth to upgrade their bodies. Gravis retrieved all the remaining pills and started stuffing them into his mouth. No reason to keep them. Might as well just take all of them now, he thought, stuffing his face with pills. If anyone else saw this, they would grow incredibly angry. Every single one of those pills was costly, yet Gravis was just stuffing them into his maw. Gravis felt his body heat up, and his breath quickened as well. He concentrated and felt a barrier inside of him. Gravis narrowed his eyes and looked at the barrier with concentration. Break! He shouted, and the barrier exploded. As the barrier broke, his breathing grew even faster. His heart beat furiously in his chest. Blub blub. Black bubbles appeared on his body as the body used the additional air to push some black stuff out. Gravis' clothing was ruined immediately. After around 5 minutes, everything stopped, and Gravis took a deep breath. Gravis retched as a thick smell of shit burst through his nose because of the deep breath he had just taken. Shortly after, he even barfed out some half-digested pills. Gravis immediately destroyed his clothing with lightning and jumped away. Bzzz. Gravis immediately used his lightning to destroy the black stuff around his body. But it didn't work. Those impurities that his body expelled had been part of his body, and therefore also had his lightning resistance. He couldn't destroy them with lightning. Gravis retched again as he smelt himself. He quickly checked the surrounding 50 kilometers with his body but didn't see any water. Yet he saw something else. This has to do, he shouted to himself in his mind. Gravis burst forth with all his physical speed and reached a small sand area a couple of kilometers away. This sandpit was in the middle of a forest, which would make anyone suspicious. Of course, there was a good reason to become suspicious about that. Gravis jumped into the sandpit, using his full power to dig. Shing crack! A middle-grade energy beast used its pincers to attack him, yet its pincers cracked as they hit Gravis' steel-like body. Gravis had already noticed this beast before, but he couldn't care about it right now. He used his lightning to move forward in the sand, making the sharp edges of the sand rub all over his body. The beast jumped out of the sandpit, shocked by the physical power of this intruder. It was an ant lion, and they used sand for hunting prey. Normal antlions hunted in the desert since there was plenty of sand, but such a strong beast didn't need natural sand to hunt. It was an energy beast in tune with the earth element, so it could create its sandpit wherever it wanted. Right now, it only watched its sandpit with anxiety. What was the plan of the intruder? Meanwhile, Gravis was quickly moving around in the sand, using it as a whetstone to grind all the dirt away on his body. The antlion watched as Gravis moved back and forth in its sandpit and grew confused. What was the intruder doing? After around 2 minutes, Gravis jumped out again. His skin was perfectly white, and no black stuff could be seen anymore. Gravis smelled his body, and his nose wrinkled. "I can still smell it, but it's bearable," he said. Gravis quickly retrieved his stuff and put on more clothes. At least he would have. Sadly, it seemed like he had just destroyed his last pair of clothes. On top of that, he had destroyed his robes from the Heaven sect when he had changed his clothes. He had thought that he would never need them again. Like this, he stood around naked. Then, Gravis took note of the antlion, which was warily watching him. "Oh, sorry about your home. Seems like you have to make a new one," he said. Gravis quickly left in search of more clothing. Some time after Gravis had left, the antlion calmed down and went back to its sandpit. Yet, it stopped when it smelled something. It let out some insect-like noise and walked away from the pit again. The sandpit smelled nasty, and now it had to create a new one. It glared into the direction where Gravis went to and let out more noises. If it could speak like a human, it would call him an asshole. Meanwhile, Gravis was inspecting the new power of his body and came to an interesting conclusion. "This is interesting," he said to himself. "Beasts have a way more powerful body than I had initially thought. When I had been in the body-tempering realm, my body had been stronger than a high-grade demonic beast at the end. Yet, right now, my body is only equal to a high-grade energy beast, even though it is equal to the initial stage of spirit forming for humans. A high-grade energy beast was, regarding its realm, about as high as an 8th-level energy-gathering human. Yet, their bodies were around as powerful as someone with a body equal to spirit forming. Apparently, the gap between the bodies of beasts and humans only increased the further he progressed. "I wonder," Gravis mumbled, "would I need to reach the middle of the Unity realm with my body to equal a high-grade spirit beast's body? Their physical power seems to just get crazier and crazier." Gravis was right. Heaven created beasts so that they could function as tempering experiences for humans of the same realm. Demonic beasts get access to energy when they become energy beasts, yet their energy was way weaker than the energy of humans. How could they function as tempering like that? Thus, heaven increased their physical power even more. When people reached the spirit-forming realm, they received access to finer control and further concentration of their energy. Like this, they would become better at defending, attacking, fleeing, and became way more versatile. Spirit beasts received some knowledge, but that wouldn't be enough to close the distance between the new weapons of spirit-forming experts. Therefore, their bodies became even more powerful. Around 95% of a beast's power came from their physical power alone. Starting at the higher energy-gathering realm, it became straight-up impossible for humans to temper their bodies to the same level as the corresponding beast. If humans could equal the physical power of such beasts, the whole point of tempering would vanish. The beast had to be able to put up a fight. Gravis didn't know all this, but he had some suspicions. After some minutes of running, he finally found a town coming into contact with his spirit. "I can buy some clothes there," he said as he got a little bit closer. After he walked for several kilometers, the whole town was inside his spirit, but he was still many kilometers away. He didn't walk into the town. Even with his powerful will, he would feel embarrassed by walking around naked inside a town. He quickly checked the town with his spirit for clothing and found a clothing store. He checked out some good clothes and retrieved them. "I'll buy some clothes." His voice appeared in the attendant's head, who quickly jumped up in fright. "Here's some gold." A small cube of gold appeared at the counter, frightening the attendant even more. Gravis quickly put on a silver shirt and some silver pants, ignoring the attendant. "Might as well change my clothing to match my eyes and hair," he mumbled. Of course, this time he bought a lot of spare clothes, including some other colors, if he felt like wearing them. Without paying the town any more attention, he left for his next target. He had paid way more than those clothes were worth, so the store shouldn't be angry about him taking some clothes. His next target was relatively close, and he would only need about an hour to arrive there. After around an hour of traveling, Gravis finally arrived at his goal. Yet, in that 1 hour of travel, he remembered something peculiar. "I'm 17 now," he had said. Yes, Gravis had been in this lower world for nearly a year, and he recently had his birthday. It irked him a little that there was no one around with whom he could celebrate his birthday, but he only had to remember his goal. As soon as he reached the Unity Realm, he would be back with his family. The thought about his birthday had only been just that, a thought. He quickly focused his mind again at his current goal. Initially, he hadn't had a reason to go here. Originally, Gravis only had 4 targets in the Middle Continent, but his new movement technique made Gravis decide on this new goal. Gravis looked at the gigantic volcano and the many houses. This was the Fire Guild. Why did Gravis decide to come to the Fire Guild? To explain that, one would need to understand how the Fire Guild made their money. Different elemental guilds had different specialties in earning money. The Wind Guild made most of their money by renting or selling energy beasts. Of course, such a powerful beast wouldn't let themselves be worked like slaves, so those energy beasts were less for transportation or work and more for protection. The people that bought or rented those beasts had to treat them like their ancestors, basically. Otherwise, the beast would get angry. The Water Guild infused their life energy and water into different plants, therefore creating incredibly expensive and powerful natural treasures. The Water Guild made their money by selling those herbs. They were also pretty good alchemists. The Darkness Guild had the most controversial way of earning money. They ran an assassination business. One must never forget that there were a lot of towns and cities with their own nobles and people with high status. Jamie's past was an excellent example of that. His clan had been an auxiliary clan of the Lightning Guild, and they had fought long feuds with other such clans. The assassinations of the Darkness Guild were precisely for people like that. Of course, their services were expensive. The Light Guild mainly worked as healers and protectors. They took many towns under their name for protection and collected taxes. Of course, a sick or injured person could also go to the Water Guild for healing, but their prices were multiple times higher. The reason for that was that the Water Disciples used their own life energy to heal, which exhausted them tremendously. That was why most people still went to the Light Guild for healing. The Water Guild was just too expensive. The Lightning Guild had many smaller ways to earn money. Due to their honest bearing that hated deceit, the disciples were often hired as guards for deliveries, protectors, and surprisingly also as a bank. If someone wanted to keep their belongings safe, there was no better place than the Lightning Guild. No matter how expensive the thing was, it would always stay untouched as long as it remained in the Lightning Guild. That left the Earth Guild and Fire Guild. How did they earn their money? Interestingly, they both earned their money the same way. They were the leading figures in creating equipment. In order to forge excellent equipment, one needed supremely tempered materials and high control over fire. Of course, the Earth Guild and Fire Guild only had one of those aspects each, which would not be enough to make them the overlords of forging. But, of course, the guilds knew that. So, they have long created an agreement that 30% of their own disciples good in forging would reside in the other guild. Like this, they always had a combination of someone who knew how to control the earth and someone that knew how to control fire at the same time. Of course, such a luxury service where 2 forgers had to dedicate their time to a single item cost just as much. Gravis decided to go to the Fire Guild for precisely that reason. His newly created movement technique was fast but looked stupid and left a considerable trail in its wake. Anyone could track him by following that trail. On top of that, it was a pain in the ass if there was just a slight elevation in Gravis' path. The grip of his saber, which obviously couldn't cut, was still above ground, which meant that it hit any minor elevation. Gravis had been thrown off his saber many times due to that. He needed an alternative. Gravis quickly checked the guild with his spirit and found the guild master. After he met the guild masters of Lightning and Wind, he already knew that he had to take the initiative in telling them who he was. "Hello, guild master," he sent to the guild master. You might not recognize me with my new look, but I am Gravis. You know, the guy who had offered life and death tempering about a week back. Initially, the guild master was observing Gravis carefully, trying to figure out who he was. Luckily, Gravis' voice transmission came quickly, and a light of recognition shined in the guild master's eyes. "Oh, Gravis," he sent back. "You've truly changed. You've also reached the spirit-forming realm in only a little more than a week. Honestly, if I hadn't seen you fight previously, I wouldn't believe that your strength increased that quickly. What brings you here?" asked the guild master. Gravis smiled politely. "Thank you for your kind words, guild master. I came to request the forging of an unusual object." "May I enter?" Gravis asked. The guild master grew interested in what Gravis had said. The forging of an unusual object? This would be interesting. "Wait a moment," the guild master sent back. "I'll inform the person responsible for those things." "Thank you, guild master," sent Gravis back. Not 5 seconds later, Gravis got his answer. "Hello, Gravis. You want to commission something from our forge?" asked a voice inside Gravis' head. Gravis was a little surprised that someone at the spirit-forming realm contacted him directly because of something as simple as forging. With his spirit, Gravis looked over at the spot where this spirit originated and saw someone wearing a Vice Guild Master's robe hammering away at a weapon. Apparently, this Vice Guild Master was a qualified forger as well. "Hello, Vice Guild Master. Yes, I have a peculiar request. It is kind of hard to describe," Gravis sent back. The Vice Guild Master smiled slightly. "Interesting. Come over to my place. I'll be done in around 10 minutes. Then, we can discuss as long as you want about this object. I am always interested in special commissions." Gravis went over to the smithing hall, passing many disciples on the way, who looked at Gravis strangely. It was incredibly rare for outsiders to walk around inside their guild. All the forging commissions were either discussed outside of the guild or came in via letter. Gravis didn't mind the looks and quickly weaved through the crowd. With his spirit, he knew where everyone was and had no issue in dodging the thick crowd. Suddenly, a disciple basically sprinted into the middle of the road, blocking Gravis' way. Gravis hadn't seen that one coming, and they collided. Thump! Gravis tried to stop, but he couldn't stop himself completely. He hit the disciple, who quickly fell over. The disciple groaned a little and rubbed his head. Then, he stood up with anger in his eyes and looked furiously at Gravis. "Watch where you're going, you blind fuck. Tisich, here he goes again," said one of the onlookers to another one in disdain. "Yeah, I sometimes even wonder if he is actually part of our guild," another one said. The issue of why those disciples didn't like that particular one was what he was famous for doing. This was not the first time this disciple had done something like that. He would run out of a blind spot and purposefully collide with people. Then, he would grow angry and demand compensation. He had actually earned a lot of money from doing that because no one wanted to offend someone from the Fire Guild. The other disciples looked down on him because of this dirty, shameless habit of his. "Do I look blind to you?" asked Gravis evenly. The disciple wanted to speak immediately but stopped. That was often how it went. He would call the person a blind fuck, and then they would often counter with them not being blind. He would then say that they looked blind because of their dog eyes, and then he would tell them his status, making the other side retreat. Like this, he could get compensation. Yet, when he looked at Gravis, he realized that something was not right. The issue was that Gravis actually looked like he was blind. His eye color was silver or gray, depending on the person one asked. On top of that, it looked like his eyes had received several cuts. Gravis looked blind from his point of view. This was not how it was supposed to go. Did he actually block the path of a blind person? All the drive of the disciple left him as he felt genuinely guilty. He had no problems doing that to other people, but doing that to a blind person actually made him feel guilty. "Hey, I'm sorry for calling you blind. Okay?" he said apologetically. "But you really need to watch. You should look out for. Fuck. You need to be more careful on the street," the disciple said, fumbling over his words. "Do I look blind or not?" asked Gravis again, this time with more heaviness in his voice. The disciple didn't know how to act. Gravis sounded like a non-blind person would speak in this scenario. The disciple didn't know what to say for a second. He does look blind. Why was he asking? Hey, I'm sorry for blocking your path. Okay? He said. This was all Gravis needed to hear. Only people with a will aura could feel the spirit of others when they were in the energy-gathering realm. This disciple obviously didn't have a will aura. Therefore, the disciple didn't know that he had just blocked the path of a spirit-forming expert. His evasive attitude could only mean one thing. He thought Gravis was blind. Gravis looked into the sky with a sigh. So I actually look blind, he lamented. This proved that his concerns hadn't been baseless. He really didn't look forward to future encounters like that. After some seconds, he looked at the disciple again. He wanted to punch him in the stomach and just be done with this. But he got another idea. Instead of punching the disciple, Gravis rubbed his chin in thought. This should work, right? He thought. After a second, Gravis looked into the disciple's eyes again. Hey, what did the unconscious person say to the blind person? He asked. The earth under the disciple got pushed down by an invisible dome, and he fell over unconscious. Exactly, said Gravis. Gravis had thought about the way he could utilize his will aura with his newfound spirit. With his spirit, he could release his will aura anywhere he wanted. Sadly, he wasn't able to compress it yet. If he released his will aura just like that, he would destroy the surrounding kilometer of the guild. So why not just activate the will aura in the air? Like this, only the bottom of the ball-shaped will aura would hit anyone. He tried that just now, and it had worked. The bottom had hit the disciple, making him unconscious, while none of the others felt it. Gravis smiled in satisfaction. The other disciples looked in shock at what had happened. How did the earth beneath the disciple get destroyed? Why did he suddenly lose consciousness? Gravis didn't even move. Everyone was too shocked to react to Gravis' lousy joke. Gravis looked around to the other people, hoping they understood his joke, but he was disappointed when no one reacted. Ah, fuck that, he muttered and quickly left the area. He didn't want to remain there. The other disciples looked at Gravis leaving with unreal speed and took deep breaths. This expert was mysterious and powerful. They must not offend him. I get it, one lone disciple shouted while laughing, eliciting strange looks from the others. Gravis quickly arrived at the smithy. It was a rather tall tower in the form of a hammer. Gravis admired the building for a little bit and then entered. When he went inside, he only saw a hall with many different forging equipment strewn around. He also didn't see any banks or chairs to sit. Not even chairs? He thought. Yet there was nothing he could do. He wasn't about to make a scene because he had to remain standing for some minutes. Gravis walked to a wall and leaned on it, closing his eyes. He might as well use the time to think further about battle applications for his new control over lightning. Like this, around 5 minutes passed until the door to the inside of the forge opened. The Vice Guild Master, that Gravis talked to earlier, came out, smiling at Gravis. Hello, Gravis. Please follow me to a side room, he said, beckoning him to follow. The Vice Guild Master had long black hair and red eyes. His eyes looked friendly yet hid deep explosiveness inside them. If he got angry, he would probably lose all rationality. Gravis left the wall and followed the Vice Guild Master. They walked up some stairs and went into a side room. In here, Gravis could see 4 chairs and a table. This was probably a place for negotiations. They both sat down on 1 chair each. All right, so tell me about your unusual request, the Vice Guild Master said, taking out some paper and writing utensils. All right, so where to begin? Gravis started saying. Since I've reached the spirit-forming realm, I noticed that I could use the magnetism of my lightning to move forward. Unfortunately, my lightning is too strong, thus creating an instantaneous acceleration that always throws me off my saber when I want to ride it. The Vice Guild Master didn't know what Gravis' goal was in telling him that, but that only showed that this was really an unusual request. He continued listening in interest. I basically want something magnetic that I can ride on without falling off, Gravis said. Oh, that's interesting, said the Vice Guild Master. Did you have anything particular in mind? Gravis nodded. Yes, I need something like a small magnetic board with wheels. For stability purposes, it should have 4 wheels, 1 on each corner. I don't want something like a handlebar since I want to keep my hands free for any unforeseen events. It should also have something like an elevated railing or wall at the back. Like this, I can brace myself on the board when it accelerates. The Vice Guild Master tapped his chin in thought with the pen. I think I get what you want, he said. The Lightning Sect uses a similar method of transportation, but a little different. Most of them use a spear, so we only put a small wheel at the back of their spear. Like this, they ride on their spears while it remains on a 45 degrees angle. For stability, they hold the spear's shaft. Though I like your idea better. The Vice Guild Master started drawing on the paper until he finished a draft. He showed it to Gravis, and Gravis' eyes widened. This was precisely what he wanted. It was a small board made of metal, maybe half a meter long. It had 4 wheels on its corners, making it pretty stable. Gravis grew even more surprised as he saw some springs at the bottom. Gravis was pretty smart, so he quickly realized why they were there. These springs would allow him to jump and land with the board without destroying its wheels. The backside of the board had an about 20-centimeter tall small wall. With this, he could lean his whole weight on it when it accelerated. When the board drove forward, he could make a jumping motion to make the board jump with him, thanks to the springs. Like this, he could ignore any minor elevation. Gravis nodded with a smile. This is perfect, he said. The Vice Guild Master also smiled. All right, so how durable should it be? He asked. I don't want it to get destroyed by a random blast from a spirit-forming expert. It needs to remain intact. Also, I will need 5 of those in case one of them gets damaged. I think you can imagine how much speed and force they have to be able to endure since I am a lightning cultivator at the spirit-forming realm, Gravis explained. The Vice Guild Master nodded. No problem. We will need to make these boards about as hard as spirit weapons, though we don't need to include formation arrays. With this being a special request, we also need to forge it without any already created forms or molds. Do you have enough money for that? Gravis nodded. I pay with gold. Is that okay? The eyes of the Vice Guild Master narrowed a little in a bitter expression. I think you might not understand how much this costs. This comes to about the price of 2 full spirit weapons. You would need over 100,000 gold coins to pay for that. Gravis thought about this. Could you tell me the equivalent in smelted, pure gold? Due to space restrictions in my spirit space, I smelted all my gold coins down into a cube. The Vice Guild Master lifted an eyebrow but quickly started calculating. After some seconds, he answered. That would be a cube with the dimensions of 30 by 30 by 40 centimeters. Do you have so much gold? Gravis quickly cut a cube of gold off with those specifications and summoned it. Crack! The table broke as the gold hit it. Gravis had forgotten how heavy so much gold was. That should be enough, right? He asked. The Vice Guild Master was first shocked but then grinned. That's enough. I'll get right on it. The Vice Guild Master quickly called a smith from the Earth Guild over, and they started forging. The smith from the Earth Guild was, surprisingly, also a spirit-forming expert. Gravis was quite surprised when he saw that. The elemental guilds generally only had 3 experts at the spirit-forming stage. Did that mean that a Vice Guild Master from the Earth Guild was inside the Fire Guild? If that were true, it would probably also mean that one of the Fire Guild's Vice Guild Masters was in the Earth Guild. This showed how interconnected the 2 guilds were. Gravis was also happy that his board would be forged by the most experienced and strongest smiths in the Fire Guild. It was definitely worth the high price. Gravis went outside to wait for them since there was no reason in him waiting inside the smithy. This would probably take a while. Speaking of taking a while, Gravis decided that he should probably ask how long this would take. Gravis asked the Vice Guild Master, and he answered that since this was something completely new, they would probably take around 2 days to finish the first one. Deciding that there was no reason for him to just twiddle his thumbs for 2 days, Gravis went ahead to finish his last task in the Middle Continent. 2 days were more than enough for that. He told the smiths that he would return in around a day and then left the Fire Guild. His next target was pretty close and he only needed around 2 hours to get there. With the exception of robbing the wealth of the Heaven Sect, this was the task he looked forward to the most. After 2 hours of running, Gravis finally arrived at his target. It was a gigantic mountain with a cave that was guarded by 2 people in earthen yellow robes. It was the Earth Guild. Gravis had not forgotten how they had tried to annoy him into oblivion, and he was looking forward to annoying them back. Killing them? This possibility didn't even cross his mind. Some dickish behavior didn't warrant a genocide. Also, this would be way more fun. Gravis quickly looked into the Earth Guild with his spirit and noticed 3 people at the spirit-forming realm. As he had thought, one of the spirits of the experts radiated a fierce fire, which meant that this guy was from the Fire Guild. This has nothing to do with you, so just stay to the side. Gravis sent to the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild staying in the Earth Guild. Of course, this expert had already felt Gravis' spirit and had been guessing why he was here. He quickly received Gravis' message, making him narrow his eyes. An expert at the spirit-forming realm wouldn't send such a message if they didn't have some enmity with the Earth Guild. This might be a problem. The Fire Guild needed the Earth Guild to help with their forging. Even worse, the expert felt Gravis' spirit, and he absolutely didn't like what he had felt. The will of a person resided in their spirit, so feeling the spirit also gave people an inkling of the will. The expert had never felt a spirit with such a powerful will before. On top of that, the cultivation of the person was incredibly weird. Other people could only feel the energy inside Gravis' body, which was not even close to the amount someone would have in their dantian when they reached the spirit-forming realm. When Gravis had visited the Lightning Guild, his body had still been at the 10th level of energy gathering, which had given the illusion that Gravis only had as much energy as someone at the 3rd level of energy gathering. With his breakthrough, the inherent energy inside his body had increased, now being about as much as someone at the 7th level of energy gathering would have. Someone with a formed spirit that only had the equivalent energy of someone at the 7th level of energy gathering. This seemed unreal to the expert, which made him even more cautious. Sadly, none of the present people cultivated lightning, making it impossible for them to feel the enormous amount of lightning inside Gravis' dantian. If he could feel that, most of his questions would be resolved. Please excuse my rudeness, powerful stranger, but the Earth Guild is important to our business. I can't just step to the side when someone wants to hurt it. The expert sent back politely. In his mind, he had just stepped into a situation where he would most likely die. But he didn't back down. He was from the Fire Guild, and the Fire Guild always fought. Gravis groaned. Don't worry. No one will die today, Gravis sent back. First, the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild was shocked but then sighed in relief. I'm glad to hear that, but what are you planning on doing? He asked again. Now Gravis smirked. You don't have to worry about that. You might enjoy what you will see soon. By now, the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild had forwarded Gravis messages to the Guild Master and Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild. They had to remain unified. What do you want to do to my Earth Guild? Sent the Guild Master of the Earth Guild to Gravis aggressively. Obviously, Gravis was not here for something good. On top of that, he showed disregard to the Guild Master by not contacting him first. Gravis laughed slightly. Guild Master, you might not recognize who I am. Gravis sent over. I am Gravis, the Heavenborn that has visited your guild about a week ago. However, I have cast aside the mantle of Heavenborn. I am just Gravis now. The Guild Master thought back, but he wasn't sure about the event that Gravis referenced. He remembered that someone from the Heaven Sect had come to visit, but they had quickly left. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to the situation. As long as the Heaven Sect didn't come with official business, he didn't care. I do remember that you have visited us before, but I don't know why that would make you return with enmity to us. Why are you here? He asked again with a severe voice. Gravis smirked. When I last visited, your guild did a great job of being as loud and obnoxious as possible. Your guild wanted to annoy me as much as possible so that I would leave. Back then, I only came to look around and maybe trade a high-grade energy beast core, yet your guild purposely gathered many disciples around me to annoy me away. You think I didn't notice? The guild master narrowed his eyes. He remembered that the guild was rather loud for a while on that day, but he hadn't minded. So that had been the reason. Yet, that didn't answer his question. I'll ask again. Why are you here? Gravis narrowed his eyes slightly with a smile. Of course, I came to annoy you back. The three experts didn't know what they should think about that. On one point, apparently, some of their disciples had annoyed the new arrival, and he only wanted to annoy them back. Inherently, there was nothing wrong about that. Yet, on the other side, this was wholly different if Gravis annoyed them back. The disciples of the Earth Guild had been inside their own guild. If they did something minorly wrong here, it was still understandable. It was their home, after all. Previously, Gravis had walked inside, and he hadn't been stopped from leaving. The Earth Guild wasn't required to accept every visitor into their house. It was their property, so, of course, they could also throw the visitor out. Yet, if Gravis, as an outsider, came into their guild and did whatever he wanted, it would be a humiliation. He did not live here, yet he wanted to barge into their property and home to antagonize them. This was a humiliation. Could they still lift their heads in front of others when random people could just walk into their home and arrogantly humiliate their disciples? Even if they have been unfriendly to you, you were the visitor while they were in their home. It is our right to throw out visitors. I won't allow you to humiliate us, sent the guild master to Gravis. Now Gravis felt a little annoyed. There is a difference between telling someone that they should leave and purposely inviting them into your home and then being as big of a dick as possible. If you had wanted me to leave, you shouldn't have allowed me to enter in the first place, Gravis sent back. The guild master sneered. So, we are the Earth Guild, part of the Earth sect, and we accept every path that anyone had chosen. We agree to talk with anyone, even if we don't want to. Don't turn the respect we have shown you by inviting you into a devious plot. Deep inside, the guild master knew that his guild shouldn't have done that. They should have been honest from the very beginning. Yet, he couldn't allow Gravis to just come in and humiliate them. Even if he believed otherwise, he had to remain stalwart now. He had to protect his guild from humiliation. Gravis laughed. Interesting, he shouted into their minds. You've done something wrong, yet won't accept reparations for your guild's action. How very Earth-like of you. You won't accept it when you are wrong and blame others. You'd rather break than bend. Under normal circumstances, I would admire an attitude like this, but not when it is in combination with hypocrisy. How dare you? Shouted the guild master and one vice guild master in outrage. The vice guild master of the Fire Guild had smartly kept himself away from this. Gravis had already said that no one would die, so he wouldn't mind just watching from the sidelines. How dare you humiliate the temperament of our Earth like this? The only reason why you can still spout such insults is that I don't want to destroy our home by fighting you here. Leave and never return. The Earth Guild and the Earth Sect no longer welcome you, the guild master shouted in aggression. Now, Gravis decided to expand his original goal of coming here. He had only intended to annoy the guilty disciples, yet the upper echelon of the Earth Guild showed him a supreme display of hypocrisy. The lightning inside his mind abhorred hypocrisy, and it grew angry. As the lightning grew angrier, Gravis also grew angrier. The lightning was influencing him. Yet, in comparison to back when he had still been in the Proxy Lightning Guild, Gravis still retained his rational mind and had noticed this happening. Even though he grew angry, he still decided against killing them. A disagreement, even if justified, was not reason enough to kill people. There were other ways to release his anger. Sure, Gravis said with an arrogant sneer. I'm outside right now. Both of you can fight me at the same time. I promise on my life that your Earth Guild won't get damaged by our fight. The eyes of the Guild Master and Vice Guild Master shone with battle intent. This arrogant youngling had just reached the spirit-forming realm and thought himself invincible already. The Guild Master and Vice Guild Master had been in the spirit-forming realm for many years and were both at the peak of the initial stage. The only reason why they hadn't reached the seed stage yet was because their will aura wasn't powerful enough. Yet, they still had been in this realm for decades, making them very familiar with their power. Someone who had recently broken through, like Gravis, had no chance against them. On top of that, they were two while Gravis was alone. "You asked for it?" shouted the guild master and burst out of the guild. The vice guild master followed him in anger while the vice guild master of the fire guild also slowly followed. This was actually really interesting to him. He rarely saw spirit-forming experts fight. Gravis retreated for several kilometers. He had promised that their fight wouldn't damage the Earth Guild, and in comparison to those hypocritical assholes, he would keep his word. Gravis stopped when he was at a distance of 20 kilometers. There was no way that the Earth Guild would get damaged from this distance. Like this, he waited for them to arrive. 2 minutes later, they finally arrived, seething in anger. Gravis simply sneered at them. "Took you long enough. How can someone at the spirit-forming realm be this incredibly slow?" He spat with disdain. Of course, Gravis knew that the earth element was the slowest element. He had only said this to release some anger and to enrage them even further, which worked. The guild master shouted and retrieved several items. He now carried a massive club in his right hand, nearly 2 meters long, while he carried an imposing tower shield in his left hand. The Earth Guild was famous for their defensive and counter-heavy fighting style. They would block attacks with their powerful defense and counter at an opportune moment. The opponent only had to make one mistake. When they committed that mistake, the disciples of the Earth Guild and Earth Sect would attack with all their power, injuring the opponent heavily at the very least. The disciples of the Earth Guild often won with only a single attack. Surprisingly, the Vice Guild Master retrieved a thinner but even longer shield and a nearly 3-meter-long lance. The Vice Guild Master placed himself behind the Guild Master and put the lance on the Guild Master's shoulder. Like this, he could stab his weapon forward, which increased both the defense and offense of their combination. The shield was placed behind him, protecting their backs. Gravis saw this and smiled with battle intent. "Finally, some proper targets to test my new powers. Just watch me play you to death." Gravis looked at the two people with a smile. He waited for them to do something, but they didn't move. The only thing they did was glare at him. Gravis waited for 10 seconds, and still nothing happened. "So, you gonna do something anytime soon?" asked Gravis, bored. "Didn't you want to fight? Come on, attack!" shouted the guild master. Gravis raised an eyebrow. "You were the one saying that if it weren't for damaging the Earth Guild, you would attack me." The guild master remained silent and stoic, just keeping his shield and weapon ready. To him, there was no sense in speaking any further. He only had to wait for Gravis to attack. Then he would show him. "You know," said Gravis, "it would be really easy for me to return to the Earth Guild right now and do what I want to do. You wouldn't even be able to catch up," he stated. "You wouldn't," shouted the guild master. "You are cultivating lightning, and you said you would fight us. You won't go back on your word. No one who cultivates lightning does." Gravis was a little surprised but understood what the guild master meant. That was actually true. Basically, everyone that cultivated lightning would go through with what they said, and Gravis was no exception. Though there was one thing. "You're right," he said. "But I didn't specify the order, you know." The two experts remained stoic, but Gravis saw some hesitation in the guild master's eyes. The guild master realized that he could not stop Gravis if he wanted to go to the Earth Guild. This had been a significant oversight. "Are you a coward? Would you actually flee from a fight that you provoked?" "I don't think so. You are a spirit-forming realm cultivator, so I know that you will honor your words," shouted the guild master in a bit to keep Gravis here. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "Now, the funny thing is, I know you're playing me." Then Gravis smirked. "But you're right. I won't leave as long as you two can still move." The expression of the two people remained the same, but inside, they sighed in relief. Their biggest worry had vanished. Now they only had to wait for Gravis to attack. They were best at defending, and their fighting style relied on counterattacks. Gravis attacking them was the best-case scenario to them. "You two are pretty good targets," Gravis said, and jumped back a little so that around 50 meters were between them. "So, I hope you don't mind me testing my attacks on you. Don't crumble too quickly. All right? Bang, bang, bang." Lightning appeared all around the two spirit-forming experts from the Earth Guild. Explosive thunders rumbled throughout the surroundings, but they kept up their stoic appearance. Yet inside they were sneering at him. Gravis was wasting his spirit and energy by summoning all this lightning. The more he wasted, the better. As soon as his energy reserves fell to 20%, they would attack him. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. All the lightning in the surroundings angled towards them and unloaded itself into their shields. Gravis was a little surprised when he saw a dome-shaped barrier appearing around the two people. He also noticed that the gigantic shield of the guild master shone with many formation arrays. This was probably one of the functions of the shield. The lightning violently circled them while unloading all its power into the shield. Yet the dome held firm. Gravis watched this for some seconds but then stopped. Uncoordinated attacks like that only wasted energy. Of course, Gravis had wanted to test their defense first. One shouldn't forget that Gravis had destruction lightning. His lightning was over twice as powerful as the lightning of ordinary lightning cultivators. Such an uncoordinated attack from him, which only used energy and only a small bit of spirit, was already as strong as a concentrated attack from another lightning cultivator. Gravis was actually happy when he saw their defenses hold. Yet, the guild master and vice-guild master were shocked. "This lightning is strange," transmitted the guild master to the vice-guild master. "Just blocking this small bit has cost me 5% of my energy." The vice-guild master took a hidden, deep breath. It would be understandable if the lightning had been concentrated, but he had noticed that there wasn't much control involved. Now, they both started taking Gravis seriously. "Don't panic," transmitted the guild master. "I doubt that he can produce such powerful lightning without end. He must have used some compression method. Methods like these waste a lot of spirit. He is probably only putting up a front. I'm betting inside he is actually nervous. Just be patient and stalwart. Like this, we will win." The vice-guild master sent an affirmative answer back. He shouldn't have lost his cool like that. At some point, Gravis would need to attack them in melee range. Elemental attacks were not enough to breach their defense. Bzzzzzzzzz. Lightning appeared around Gravis, but this time, it didn't attack them. Instead, it started being compressed into a long spear. Gravis wanted to test their defense gradually. If he wanted to win, he would only need to release his will aura. They wouldn't even be able to move under its influence. Yet, winning wasn't his priority. He wanted to test his attacks. He would fight against other spirit-forming experts in the core continent, so this was a perfect moment to see how powerful their defenses were. In the core continent, if he were to use an attack that didn't breach his enemy's defense, he would unnecessarily waste energy. Yet, if he used an incredibly powerful attack, even though a medium one would have been powerful enough, he would also waste energy and spirit. He had to find the right balance. After around 2 seconds, the lightning spear was successfully created. Wild lightning aggressively charged around its inside and outside, creating multiple peals of thunder each second. All the beasts in the surroundings had already left the vicinity. The intensity of the thunders announced Gravis power to the surrounding kilometers. The two experts from the Earth Guild also felt nervous now. They felt the danger inside the spear and felt that this spear might break their barrier. They had to release their trump cards. They both activated their will auras, stacking them on top of Gravis. Gravis felt a pressure pressing into him, yet he stopped himself from activating his own will aura. The two wills made it hard for Gravis to move. If he wanted, he would only need to release his will aura to suppress them completely. But what was the point of that? He was here to test his attacks. The lightning spear was also suppressed, its lightning moving slower. On top of that, Gravis noticed that keeping the lightning spear condensed required him to continue compressing it. Usually, after the lightning spear finished condensing, he wouldn't need to invest anything to uphold its structure. Yet, the addition of the two will auras required him to use more spirit. If he stopped giving spirit to the lightning spear, it would scatter and unload into the surroundings. Interesting, Gravis thought. I didn't know about that. I also remember that I had been able to break the will on attacks. Right now, I am carrying the lightning spear in my hand, therefore connecting it with my will. I wonder what would happen if I let it go. Gravis threw the lightning spear into the air, checking what would happen to it. As soon as it left his hands, it started getting weaker, and he lost control over it. Before it could land back into Gravis' hand, it exploded. Boom! Violent streaks of lightning shot out like shrapnel, bursting through multiple trees and piercing the ground. Many of them also hit Gravis and the two experts, but they didn't achieve much. The streaks of lightning that hit Gravis were just absorbed, while the ones hitting the defensive dome didn't damage it in the slightest. The only thing that was destroyed was the surrounding 100 meters. Loud sounds of exploding and falling trees filled the air. Interesting, Gravis thought. The attacks that one lightning disciple had used when I tried to get to the Heaven sect were not compressed, so they hadn't dissipated into the surroundings. Compressing lightning makes it more volatile. It makes sense that it would also be more violent if control over it had been lost. Ion's ice probably doesn't have this issue since ice is not as volatile as lightning. The two experts were dumbfounded by what Gravis had done. First, he had created a mighty lightning spear and then just tossed it into the air, wasting it. Why was he wasting his spirit and energy like this? Meanwhile, Gravis was still thinking. A passive activation of a will aura won't stun the will inside an element. Yet, the will inside my spear immediately got disrupted as soon as it left my hand. Gravis thought as he turned his gaze to the two people. Are they deactivating and activating their will auras in rapid succession? That would actually work. Truly interesting. The two experts had, by now, stopped understanding what Gravis wanted. Why was he wasting his spirit and energy like this? Why didn't he activate his will aura? Why was he just standing there, doing nothing? Was he actually treating them as testing dummies? The anger in both of them increased as they received that thought. Gravis was treating them like they didn't exist. They had never felt such total disregard. When Gravis' energy ran out, they would show him. After some seconds, Gravis finished thinking. His attention returned to the two people from the Earth Guild, who still stood in the same position. Gravis admired their patience in some way. Even when he showed complete disregard, they had still waited patiently. Others would have gotten so angry that they would have attacked by now. Anyway, Gravis said and trailed off. Bzzzzzzz. Gravis condensed another lightning spear. Every condensation of such a spear cost Gravis around 10% of his lightning and 20% of his spirit. Together with the upkeep of the earlier spear and the miscellaneous attacks at the beginning, he had used up around 25% of his lightning and 45% of his spirit. Yet he didn't care. I'm coming, said Gravis with a smile. Boom! The explosion did not come from the lightning spear, but from Gravis bursting forward with all his power. His body had become incredibly powerful, and when he used his full acceleration, he would destroy the surrounding 10 meters of earth. If his lightning spear would dissipate when it left him, then it just had to remain inside his hand. He reached the two people in no time at all. The eyes of the two experts widened in shock. Fast! They both shouted in their minds. Yet they were prepared for Gravis. They had waited for this for several minutes by now. After Gravis threw his attack, they would counterattack. Yet, Gravis never threw his spear. He came closer and closer until he was only 5 meters away. But he didn't throw his spear even then. The eyes of the two people widened again. Was Gravis suicidal? Resisting one's own element was a prerequisite of using it, but that didn't hold true for concentrated attacks using spirit. A concentrated explosion of one's element still damaged the attacker severely. Sadly, they didn't know that Gravis was utterly immune to lightning. Even worse, he was not only immune to lightning but actually absorbed it. This was the same ability that the physical manifestation of lightning had had. Yet, in comparison to the manifestation, Gravis wasn't able to control lightning, which had a will inside it. The reason why this manifestation had been so threatening was, for one, its ability to absorb lightning, but that wasn't the actual danger. The real danger had been that the manifestation could command all lightning in the world to come towards it. Gravis didn't have this ability. Without this, he couldn't steal heaven's lightning, as long as it didn't attack him first with it. By exploding the spear close to him, He could even absorb around half of it, basically cutting the cost in half. Gravis closed in, and the two experts braced for impact. Boom! Gravis slammed the lightning spear into the barrier, and it immediately exploded, destroying the surroundings. The sound of the explosion damaged the two experts' ears since it had been so close, but the sound was the least of their worries right now. The explosion was way more powerful than they had thought, even if their will auras had weakened it. The barrier immediately crumbled, which allowed the lightning to directly attack the Guild Master's towering shield. The Vice Guild Master pulled his weapon back and was entirely focused on holding the Guild Master's back, infusing energy into him. Using the shield to block an attack was way more expensive regarding energy than using the barrier. CRK. The shield cracked, which actually surprised Gravis. Yes, his saber would probably also crack if it stoically blocked such a powerful attack. But this was a shield. It was supposed to be able to handle something like that. What Gravis didn't know was that this shield was only supposed to block attacks of the initial stage of spirit forming. Making a shield was supremely expensive, and why would the Earth Guild Master of the Middle Continent require a shield to block something so powerful? Cultivators at the seed stage didn't exist in the Middle Continent, after all. There was no reason to spend so much money on something like that. Gravis' fully concentrated attack, together with his destruction lightning, had reached the power of a concentrated attack of someone at the seed stage. The shield was not made for something like that. Thus it cracked. Some of the formation arrays got damaged, which required the use of even more energy from the user to counteract. After around 2 seconds, all lightning vanished. Gravis had initially been stopped at a distance of around 2 meters from the two people, but they got pushed back so hard that they now were at a distance of about 50 meters again. Gravis rubbed his chin in interest. I expected a stronger defense. Meanwhile, the Guild Master was breathing heavily, while the Vice Guild Master was frozen in place. If the barrier hadn't been broken, the Guild Master would have only needed around 25% of his energy to resist that attack. Sadly, with the barrier broken and his shield damaged, he had used up over 55% of his energy. On top of that, him needing to distribute the energy to counteract the formation arrays failing also cost him a lot of spirit. He looked at the casually standing Gravis with a shocked gaze. "What are you?" he asked. He was sure that Gravis wasn't in the seed stage. He would have felt that from his spirit. On top of that, the energy inside of Gravis had never moved, not even when he had condensed the lightning spear. From what the Guild Master had seen, it looked like Gravis just created lightning out of nothing. Of course, that wasn't true. The energy that the Guild Master felt was only the inherent energy inside Gravis' body. Naturally, Gravis didn't use that energy but the lightning inside his dantian. Sadly, the two people weren't able to feel the lightning inside of him. Step, step, step. Gravis started walking over to the two shocked people with a grin. "I think I have tested my energy attacks enough. Let's see how good you are at blocking melee attacks," he said. They both narrowed their eyes. Gravis was getting closer, which also opened an opportunity for them to counterattack. They only had to hit him once. Gravis stopped when he was only 1 meter away from the towering shield. Yet nothing happened. "Even now, you're not attacking?" Gravis asked. Both experts said nothing. Yes, Gravis was inside their range, but as long as he kept being vigilant, they wouldn't be able to hit him. They had to hit him when he attacked. Gravis remained there for a couple of seconds until he smirked arrogantly. "I know what you're planning," he said slowly. "You're waiting until I use my saber as an attack so that I can't block with it, right?" The two experts weren't shocked by this. It was rather obvious, but it didn't matter that Gravis knew what they were planning. He had to attack them to win. There was no way around that. "But I wonder," Gravis said and trailed off. "There is a fatal flaw in that tactic. Have you though dash swish?" The Vice Guild Master's spear suddenly stabbed at Gravis, who swiftly and casually stepped to the side. He went through too many life and death fights to fall for such a surprise attack. Normally, Gravis would immediately counterattack since a dodged attack would create an opening. Yet he didn't. He wanted to play with them some more. "Don't interrupt others. It's rude," Gravis said with a sneer. The Vice Guild Master gritted his teeth but readied himself again for another strike. He had to wait for an opportunity. Anyway, continued Gravis, as I was saying, that tactic has a fatal flaw. You counterattack when I attack with my weapon, right? They didn't answer. So, what if I don't attack with my weapon? Bang! Gravis kicked the shield with his full power, keeping his saber ready for a block. A thunderous sound reverberated into the surroundings as the experts were pushed back for over 100 meters. Gravis had an incredibly powerful body. Judging by how far they have been shoved with this kick, Gravis found out that neither of the two had a body at the spirit-forming realm. Gravis was actually a little disappointed in that fact. The two people were shocked again, something that had happened quite a lot today. This youngster had a body at the spirit-forming realm? Slowly, their confidence vanished. Judging by how energetic Gravis still was, they could infer that he still had a lot of energy and spirit. On top of that, he also had a powerful body. Who were they kidding? Their tactic might have worked against someone normal at the spirit-forming realm, but not against someone who also had such a powerful body. Even if Gravis used up all his spirit and energy, he could still fight them easily with his body. On top of that, a body's stamina was vastly superior to one's energy or spirit storage. Gravis could fight with his body on full power for hours. They would have emptied their whole energy storage multiple times over before Gravis' stamina was used up even once. What were they supposed to do? Let's continue, Gravis shouted and then burst forward again. Bang clank. Gravis kicked the shield another time while blocking a stab from the spear with his saber. Earth cultivators had the ability to increase their weapon's weight, but that didn't even come close to counteracting Gravis' physical strength. Gravis got pushed back for 5 meters, while the two experts flew for another 100 meters. On top of that, the more someone increased their weapon's weight, the more energy they had to invest, and the Vice Guild Master had given his best just now. Gravis burst forward again. CRK. When Gravis came close, the earth under him suddenly gave way, making him lose his balance. This was one of the fighting techniques of the Earth Guild. The opponent would lose their balance and show an opening. After Gravis lost his balance, the Guild Master's gigantic club, which hadn't been swung until now, came crashing down on him. Arrrrrr. Gravis angled his saber above him, making the club slide to the side, creating an ugly grating noise in the process. If he hadn't had the advantage in physical power, this parry would have gone wrong. A block used the whole body's power, including the placement of the bones, to be as stable as possible. A parry, on the other hand, required finesse. "Oh ho, not bad," said Gravis with a grin. "But what now? That only works once, you know?" The two looked at Gravis in panic. They were running out of options quickly. Gravis looked as the two experts grew more and more panicked. Sadly, the earth was stalwart and would not bend. Course sad for them, lucky for him. Gravis wouldn't want them to just give up and run away. He had more things to test. Step, step, step. Gravis moved closer again, and the two experts' anxiety grew. They were running out of ideas. They couldn't think of any way to win. The power difference was just too vast. Gravis walked until he stood 2 meters away from them. "How about this?" Gravis asked. "You can attack me once with your spear. I promise that I won't dodge or block. I want to test something." The eyes of the two experts shot open in shock. Not dodging or blocking. Wasn't this just suicide? The further the fight progressed, the more confused they grew. Wasn't Gravis taking them too lightly? They were in the same realm, after all. "You won't break your word?" asked the Vice Guild Master from the back. Gravis nodded. "I won't. You can unleash one attack, and I won't block or dodge." The Guild Master looked at the Vice Guild Master and nodded solemnly. "I don't know what he's planning, but I doubt that he will break his promise. Also, don't kill him. We have no life and death enmity yet. If his plan succeeds and he has seen that you tried to kill him, we might actually die. This guy said that no one would die today. Remember." The Vice Guild Master sent an affirmative answer back. The chances of killing Gravis were not 100%, and if the strike wouldn't kill him, they would most likely die. They had to stay cautious and not create a life and death enmity. The Vice Guild Master readied himself for a strike and infused a whole 30% of his energy into the spear. The spear's weight became impossibly high, yet the Vice Guild Master, as the manipulator, didn't feel it. Since his weapon was infused with his spirit, he could ignore the added weight. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't even be able to lift his weapon. The Vice Guild Master pulled back his spear, ready to strike. Then, with all his power, he shot his spear forward. Shing! The eyes of the two experts widened in disbelief. The spear had stabbed through something all right, but it was not Gravis. They looked at the spear, as it stabbed diagonally into the earth below Gravis. What had happened? Gravis smiled. It works, he laughed. What had Gravis done? When they had both attacked him earlier, Gravis was surprised by the power of their strikes. He knew that they didn't have bodies at the spirit-forming realm, yet their attacks had been nearly as powerful as a physical attack of someone with such a body. By then, Gravis had thought about the usage of Earth. The Earth Guild was able to temper and compact materials. How did they do that? Gravis had thought about that and thought of a possibility. The only way they were able to release such powerful attacks without having such a powerful body was that they had somewhat influenced their weapons. Probably had something to do with the weapon's weight. Gravis also remembered how he could manipulate his weapon with magnetism. So, why not use the magnetism to manipulate the weapon of his enemy? He had to test that. Of course, there was a gamble in trying that. If the weapons were not affected by magnetism, his planned method wouldn't work. If his plan didn't work, he would have just released his will aura. They would be unable to move then. And even if the weapon hit him, as long as he didn't die instantly, he could just heal himself with his life lightning. Gravis had never been in danger. So what exactly did Gravis do? When the Vice Guild Master had pushed forward with his strike, Gravis summoned a lot of lightning on his feet, creating a magnetic field. The weapon moving forward got influenced by the magnetic field and changed its trajectory. The stab changed from a horizontal one into one going diagonally down. If his opponent had been prepared for that, he might have been able to counteract the magnetic pull. Luckily, he wasn't. Gravis also realized that, due to the added weight, this method was even more effective. The cultivators of the Earth Guild, obviously, weren't affected by their weapon's weight. Yet, when an external force pulled on the increased weight, that didn't matter since it affected the increased weight, not the base one. It could be summarized into one stupid phrase. The more spear there was, the more magnetism affected it. If the spear hadn't been that heavy, the trajectory might have only been lowered slightly. In that case, it would have probably stabbed through Gravis' abdomen. Yet, that also didn't matter. He could just release his will aura, retreat, and then heal himself. Luckily, everything went according to plan. What was even better was that Gravis didn't even use any energy. The lightning had never left his feet. He just reabsorbed it into his dantian when he was finished. The two experts were still absolutely shocked by what just happened. After some seconds, the guild master finally figured out what had happened. Magnetism, he sent to the Vice Guild Master, who then also understood what had transpired just now. They had never fought anyone from the Lightning Guild, so they hadn't known that one could utilize lightning like this. By now, they lost all hope of winning. Yet, their unbending temperament didn't allow them to concede. "Thank you for your cooperation," said Gravis with a smile. "We will now commence with the next test. Please put all your power into defending. If you don't, you might actually die." Then, Gravis jumped back so that he was at a distance of 50 meters again. The two experts quickly went back into a defensive position. The Vice Guild Master didn't even ready his weapon anymore. He had been gifted a free shot and still hadn't been able to hit Gravis. There was no point in readying his weapon anymore. He just braced himself for impact and supported the Guild Master from behind. This next attack could only be more powerful than the previous ones if Gravis warned them. "I'll begin now," Gravis commented from a distance. After Gravis had tested some things, he had gotten even more ideas. The close-range explosion of his lightning spear made him realize that he could absorb part of his own attack, cutting the cost significantly. On top of that, his body wouldn't get injured, even if he made his lightning explode all at once inside him. This gave him a great idea. Bzz boom. Gravis used his body's full acceleration to move forward, yet also concentrated lightning into his feet. He had gathered around 20% of his lightning into his feet, and when he burst forward with his body, he made the lightning on his feet explode too. Half of the lightning was immediately reabsorbed, while the other half exploded into the earth, accelerating his body even more. His instantaneous acceleration was unreal. In the blink of an eye, he reached his opponents before they could even react. If he hadn't told them to ready themselves, they would have been completely open right now. When he arrived, Gravis kicked the shield with a flying kick. BZZ boom. Just like he had used the lightning in his feet to explode as a means for faster acceleration, he now used the lightning in his feet to augment his kick. His speed, physical power, and lightning exploded all at once onto the shield. Crack! The shield got obliterated into many fragments, some of them shooting into the body of the guild master behind it. The sound of the explosion reverberated for kilometers, destroying many trees in the process. The two experts flew for over half a kilometer, several bones already broken. With this instantaneous acceleration and additional kick, Gravis had used around 20% of his whole lightning. This was the second most powerful attack Gravis could make, only surpassed by concentrating lightning into his weapon. Meanwhile, the two experts landed, throwing up multiple mouthfuls of blood. Several of their bones had been broken, and fragments had even buried themselves into the guild master's body. By all intents and purposes, they couldn't move anymore. The only positive thing was that they were still alive. Gravis saw this and nodded. "All right," he transmitted to them. "I'm finished. I'll be going to the Earth Guild now. Bye." The two people were too preoccupied with the states of their bodies to care about that. They had nearly died. The only thing on their mind was surviving right now. They were only happy that this nightmare was finally over. The visiting Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild had watched everything go down with shock. Gravis had practically played those two people to death. He hadn't used his will aura and had used his weapon only once to parry an attack. Gravis' strength made his heart beat faster in nervousness. Someone like this could do whatever he wanted in the Middle Continent. Why was he still here? The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild shook his head and quickly went over to the two heavily injured people. "Are you still alive?" he asked them. "Barely," sent the guild master with his spirit. Meanwhile, he coughed some more blood. Some shrapnel had pierced his lungs. After he said that, he retrieved some healing pills from his spirit space and ate them, also swallowing a lot of blood. The Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild did the same thing. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Fragments of his shield got pulled out of the guild master's body as he used his spirit to remove them. More blood flowed, but the pill had enough nutrients and life energy to heal this. Slowly, his injured body started healing. If he hadn't had some spirit left over from the fight, he wouldn't even have been able to do that. His energy, though, had been completely exhausted. The shield had absorbed all his energy before it broke. If it hadn't, his body would have been distributed onto the surrounding kilometers. The Vice Guild Master was better off. He didn't have any shrapnel inside his body and had less broken bones. Yet, he was still in no condition to fight. In comparison to the Guild Master, though, he still had energy left. He had used a lot to support his Guild Master, but everything had been over too fast. The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild nodded. "All right," he said. "I'll go to the Earth Guild and look at what he is going to do." "Go ahead," sent the Guild Master. The Vice Guild Master nodded and left for the Earth Guild. By now, he had decided that he wouldn't get involved with Gravis anymore, even if Gravis decided to massacre the whole guild. There was a difference between a life and death battle and suicide. When he had first seen Gravis, he still held a glimmer of hope. He thought that if they all fought him together, they could win. Now, he didn't think that anymore. Meanwhile, Gravis had already arrived at the Earth Guild's entrance. Many disciples gathered at the entrance. They had noticed that their guild master and vice guild master had left the guild, but they hadn't seen Gravis since he hadn't appeared in public. He had, after all, only been speaking to the experts via his spirit. The disciples saw Gravis appearing and narrowed their eyes. Their leaders had just left the guild. and now an unknown person had arrived. Though the new arrival only radiated energy equivalent to the 7th level of energy gathering. His arrival was probably only coincidence. Gravis came closer and was stopped by the guards as they pointed their weapons at him. The weapons of the guards were mostly spears or lances. "Halt! State your purpose!" shouted one of them imposingly. Gravis smirked and didn't stop walking, completely ignoring the weapons. Clank, clank. The 2 weapons hit Gravis' chest, destroying parts of his shirt by doing that, but nothing more. As Gravis continued walking, he automatically pushed the weapons to the side. None of the weapons or bodies of the people could injure him. One guard froze in shock, while the other one immediately acted. He narrowed his eyes and stabbed his weapon forward. The added power of the disciple made his spear bend. It couldn't penetrate Gravis' chest, which made it bend more and more the further he walked until eventually, crack, the shaft of the spear broke in 2, not able to stay in one piece anymore. The surrounding disciples jumped back, startled by the sound of the spear breaking. They opened their eyes in shock, watching Gravis apprehensively. What was going on? "Enemy invasion!" shouted the leader of the guards. "Ready your weapons." "Halt!" A loud and imposing shout reverberated throughout their minds. The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild had arrived. "Don't attack him. He won't kill anyone." The leader of the guards snorted. "You're not our Vice Guild Master. We don't have to follow you," he shouted imposingly. "Ready your weapons." The Vice Guild Master activated his will aura in their vicinity, making a lot of people lose their consciousness. "I'm sorry, but I am doing this for the well-being of our guild," he transmitted to everyone again. "You can't fight him." Gravis acted like none of this was his concern. It didn't matter if they retreated or attacked. He came here to annoy them back, and he would do just that. Gravis continued walking as everyone who attacked him, including several people around them, lost consciousness. The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild was doing his best to protect their lives. If Gravis wanted, he could release his lightning into the surroundings, incinerating everyone present. Provoking Gravis was a bad idea. The watching disciples noticed what had happened and created some space between them and Gravis. Yet they still followed him from a distance. The only thing they could do was hope that Gravis wasn't here to kill them. Gravis walked through the cave and arrived at the True Earth Guild after some minutes of walking. He was taking his time. When Gravis arrived, he looked around at the guild again. All the public buildings were built in the middle of the gigantic cave, while the disciples' homes were carved into the walls. The disciples of the Earth Guild lived in these small caves. Gravis smirked. "Disciples of the Earth Guild," he transmitted into everyone's mind. The fear of the ones knowing about Gravis increased, while the oblivious disciples inside the guild felt surprised. "A little more than a week ago, I came with a peaceful visit to you. Yet you have done your very best to annoy me as much as possible. Today, I will repay you." Bzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A lot of lightning appeared around Gravis, and everyone's faces went white. Would he kill them over something as minor as that? The lightning split, and thousands of smaller lightning bolts flew to the smaller caves at the walls. Yet, the lightning bolts didn't enter the caves. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of bangs reverberated simultaneously as the lightning bolts hit the walls above the caves. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entrances to the caves collapsed as a mighty rumble echoed throughout the guild. After several seconds, the sound stopped. The entrance to their homes had been buried. The actual homes behind the entrances were undamaged. Gravis made sure of that. The disciples only had to redig their caves. It was not really damaging to the guild, and no possessions were lost. It was just annoying to free their homes of rubble. "All right," Gravis sent to everyone again with a satisfied smile. "I'm done. Have fun digging." The Earth Guild had only annoyed him, and his goal had always been to annoy them back. Killing them? Injuring them? Those possibilities didn't even cross his mind. He was no psycho. After finishing his work, Gravis looked around the guild with a smile and nodded. Then he turned around and left the Earth Guild. "Job well done," he thought. Most of the disciples had recovered by now. Most of them sighed in relief. Yes, getting to their caves required some work, but no one had been injured. This whole thing could have gone way worse. Did they regret their previous actions? No, of course not. Their temperament and attitudes were stalwart and unbendable. They never committed mistakes. That was just how the temperament of Earth was. Gravis left the Earth Guild under the watchful eyes of the disciples. No one tried to stop him. When Gravis felt the sunlight hitting his body again, he stretched casually. All right, now I only need to wait for the Fire Guild to finish my board. The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild stood beside the entrance, smiling bitterly at Gravis. Was that all that you wanted to do? He asked. Gravis continued smiling. Yep. Are you done now? Yep. So what will you be doing now? Asked the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild. Gravis stretched his neck, creating some satisfying cracks. I'll stay near the Fire Guild for some days and then leave. You fire cultivators might be aggressive, but I prefer that over this hypocrisy. Want to join me? Asked Gravis with a casual smile. The Vice Guild Master only smiled bitterly. No thanks. I am too old for all this excitement. I'll just stay here and do my job. Thank you for the offer, though, he said. Gravis shrugged. All right, suit yourself. Have fun. With that said, he left for the Fire Guild. This whole thing with the Earth Guild had taken longer than expected, but it was actually better this way. Gravis had tested a lot of things and managed to extend his arsenal of fighting techniques. Gravis also finally got to fight people at the spirit-forming realm. Even though they had been pretty weak, the fight still gave him a lot of information. What if they had been at the seed stage with fitting weaponry? At that point, Gravis would have probably needed to activate his will aura. The level suppression would still allow the experts to move, but they would still have been weakened by over 30%. Yet, Gravis wouldn't have been able to crack their defenses like that. He would have probably needed to use his weapon to exhaust their energy at that point. On top of that, their stronger elements would have probably also allowed them to use other attacks. As soon as they had noticed Gravis' powerful body, they had probably already abandoned all thoughts of injuring him with their element. Though it would have been different if they had been at the seed stage. It would have also become nearly impossible to block or parry their attacks. What had surprised Gravis was their apparent vulnerability to lightning. The magnetism of lightning had been very useful against their weapons. His lightning also allowed him to outspeed them. Lastly, it was also very strong when attacking them. By all intents and purposes, lightning seemed to counter Earth, which was weird. Usually, one would think that Earth would counter lightning, but apparently that wasn't the case. When Gravis had left, the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild sighed to relieve some stress. Then, he went over to the Guild Master and Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild. He had to report to them what had happened. When he arrived, he saw them sitting down, concentrating on healing. By now, they looked way better. Taking healing pills required the user to concentrate on distributing the healing effects. That was why no one took healing pills during a fight, since they wouldn't have any concentration to spare. What did he do? Asked the Guild Master stoically as he noticed the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild return. He kept his word, said the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild. He walked into the guild, collapsed the entrances to the residence caves, and then walked out again. The belongings inside the homes were not damaged, and no one was injured. He has done what he said. He only annoyed the guild. Bang! The earth before the guild master exploded as he furiously punched it. Bullshit! He shouted enraged. This is not a mere annoyance. This is a humiliation. He walked into our homes, destroyed our stuff, and then left like he owned the place. How can we keep our heads straight when some nobody can just waltz into our home and destroy our stuff? The Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild also clenched his teeth in anger, fury radiating from his eyes. He was of the same opinion. Gravis had gone too far. He had to pay. So what will you do? Asked the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild. You can't beat him. Battle intent raged inside the Guild Master's eyes. I can't. Then he clenched his teeth. But the Earth Sect can. The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild lifted an eyebrow. You are going to involve the Earth Sect because of this? Isn't that a little too drastic? No one got injured or killed. The Guild Master's eyes narrowed in anger as he looked at the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild. Silence! You don't understand the ways of our Earth. Keep yourself out of this matter, shouted the Guild Master in anger. The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild furrowed his brows. Don't act like I haven't helped you all for over 50 years. I even nearly see myself as part of the Earth Guild. Your matters are my matters. The Guild Master looked at him for some seconds, then sighed. I know, but if you see yourself as part of us, then you should realize why we can't let this slide, he explained, a little calmer now. Now it was the Vice Guild Master's turn to sigh. Earth doesn't bend, he said. Earth doesn't bend, the Guild Master repeated with a nod. I'll report this to the Earth Sect. When he arrives in the core continent, he will pay for this humiliation. Gravis didn't know that he had made an enemy out of the entire Earth Sect by doing this. Would he have still done the same if he knew that this would happen? This question had a complicated answer. Usually, he would have avoided doing something like this. Provoking slightly stronger people would offer good tempering, but provoking another peak power of this world was stupid in his eyes. He would have probably only asked for some compensation. Yet, with him being closer to lightning than ever before, all of this had changed. The lightning inside his mind demanded revenge for all transgressions. When Gravis had repaid the Wind Guild and Lightning Guild, he had already noticed that controlling his lightning had become even easier. Open debts had been paid, and enmities avenged. As his conscience cleared, the control over his lightning smoothened. The closer Gravis got to lightning, the more the state of his conscience mattered. People that had helped him deserved repayment, while people that had antagonized him deserved revenge. By actively going against his conscience, he would form a disconnect between himself and his lightning. Controlling it would become harder and, maybe, he would even lose his immunity to it if the disconnect became too significant. This unprecedented affinity towards lightning gave him many advantages, yet those advantages came with some restrictions. His elemental synchronicity had vanished, and the state of his conscience became more crucial than ever before. On top of that, there was no going back. His mind had already formed, and an unbreakable dependency on lightning had been created. Right now, to him, lightning was literally the only way left. There was no other way. It's ready. Please come over so we can test it. A voice appeared in Gravis' head. It was the voice of the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild, who had been forging Gravis' board for the past 2 days. In those 2 days, Gravis had remained close to the Fire Guild, relaxing and thinking about different stuff. Felt good to take a break. Coming, sent Gravis back as he stood up from the branch on which he currently sat. Gravis stretched himself and then walked over to the Fire Guild. The Vice Guild Master, together with the visiting Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild, was already waiting for Gravis at its border. The Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild didn't know about what had happened in the Earth Guild. If he did, he might not have forged the board. As Gravis arrived, he saw the Vice Guild Master hold the creation. The board was completely silver with 4 black wheels. Obviously, they had used a different material for the wheels. Gravis didn't question it. Those 2 knew more about forging than him, so they probably knew what they were doing. At the back end of the board, Gravis saw it curve upward. The curvature was a little over 90 degrees, creating a wall, which bent a little over the board's backside. The wall was round, and Gravis could imagine his leg fitting right into it. The height of the wall went to about Gravis' knee. It looks amazing, said Gravis with an excited smile. Finally, he no longer had to ride on the shaft of his saber. This board should be able to increase his speed even more. Try it first before you praise it, said the Vice Guild Master with a laugh, though his expression betrayed his feelings. He was obviously happy about Gravis' praise. He threw the board over to Gravis, who quickly caught it. Gravis was a little surprised by the weight. This thing probably weighed over 200 kilograms. Though, in comparison to Gravis' body, it was not that heavy. The stronger a body grew, the denser its muscles became. Right now, Gravis weighed over a ton. It was understandable that the board was heavy since it had to resist Gravis' weight while moving with insane speeds. Plunk! Gravis threw the board to the ground, noticing it bouncing a little bit. The springs were doing their job. Gravis jumped onto it, and the board bobbed a little bit. It made no sounds of cracking or screeching, which showed that it had no problems resisting his weight. Gravis stood on it and leaned back a little bit. He noticed that it was more comfortable standing on it when he turned his body to the side. Gravis felt his right calf come into contact with the wall at the board's back and felt that it snugly supported him. The wall had the perfect angle to support Gravis' leg. He had no doubt that the board would be able to support his acceleration. "It's perfect," said Gravis with excitement. "Of course it is," said the Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild, speaking for the first time. "We have fine-tuned it for nearly half a day. If we couldn't even do that, we might as well never forge again." Gravis nodded with a smile. "Thank you. I'll try it now." Then he looked at them with a questioning look. "Should I try my full power right from the get-go?" he asked. The Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild nodded with a smirk. "That's what it's designed to do." "All right, here goes," said Gravis, and then shot lightning to the front. Srrrrrrr. The board leaned backward, and its back hit the ground, creating a grating noise as it started moving forward. Gravis nearly fell off, and the only reason he didn't was that the lightning's magnetism kept pulling the board forward. "No! No! Stop!" shouted the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild. Gravis retrieved his lightning, and the board straightened again. "If you shoot the lightning to the front, the magnetism of it will pull it diagonally up, therefore grating on the ground. You need to summon lightning on the ground so that the board gets pulled forward and a little downward." Gravis facepalmed. Why hadn't he thought of that? Usually, he was so creative with his lightning's usage. Well, even smart people made dumb mistakes sometimes. Gravis stopped the board and then followed the instructions. He summoned lightning at the ground, a couple of meters in front of him. Whoosh! The board kept its balance, and Gravis felt his right leg getting pushed violently. He lost his balance but managed to keep himself on the board by leaning on the wall. Srrrrrrr. The magnetism wasn't enough to counteract Gravis' entire weight getting pushed to the board's back. Therefore, the board tilted back again. Gravis pushed his weight forward again, straightening the board. He hadn't summoned any new lightning, yet the board still moved. The wheels were doing wonders. Gravis readjusted his position so that most of his weight rested on his left leg, which stood on the board's front. Then he summoned more lightning. Whoosh! This time the board didn't tilt. Gravis still felt the violent shove of the wall on his right calf, but this time he had been prepared. The board shot forward as Gravis remained on it. Slowly, Gravis summoned more lightning, making the board accelerate even more. He was still not used to keeping his balance on the board, but he had superb coordination. In mere seconds, he grasped the right way to keep his body stable. As Gravis summoned more lightning, the board sped up, and soon, Gravis was moving far faster than ever before. He also learned how to turn. He only had to readjust his weight to one side, making the board turn slightly. Sadly, sharp turns were impossible since the inertia would make the board and him topple. Gravis circled the Fire Guild as his speed increased more and more. At some point, Gravis felt some kind of force hindering his body from moving faster. He was a little surprised by that. "Is that the sound barrier?" he said, but his actual voice sounded incredibly weird in his ears. He guessed that he was probably moving too fast to hear the sound of his voice and only felt the vibration of his vocal cords in his ears. As Gravis continued traveling, he felt the force stopping him become stronger. Gravis summoned more lightning to make his board speed up even more. Boom! Gravis felt a kind of explosion, and the force stopping him vanished. With the force vanishing, his speed skyrocketed. He continued summoning lightning with a mad smile. He wanted to see how fast he could go. His surroundings were a complete blur by now, and if he hadn't had his spirit, he might have lost track of them. Thanks to his spirit, he was able to keep watch over his surroundings and his route. Gravis continued speeding up until it was no longer possible. He was already constantly summoning lightning at his front. yet the air resistance pushed hard against his body. By now, he was leaning completely forward, his right foot basically already standing at the bottom of the wall. By all intents and purposes, Gravis was kneeling on the board with his right knee. Gravis had circled the fire guild a couple of times now, and he had already noticed the shocked and excited expressions of the two vice guild masters. The board was working perfectly. As Gravis passed them, he shouted, "It's wonderful!" The vice guild masters heard a high-pitched and very fast "It's double," which quickly became slow and low-pitched until they only heard "on dear fuel." First, the two vice guild masters were confused by the sound of Gravis' voice, but they quickly understood. They laughed at Gravis' weird voice. "Everything to your satisfaction?" The vice guild master transmitted to Gravis with his spirit. "Perfect," sent Gravis back. "Happy to hear. What will you call it? It's a new invention, after all," asked the vice guild master. Gravis thought for a while. "Jimmy," he sent back. The vice guild master opened his eyes widely in surprise. "Jimmy? Hee only joking," sent Gravis again. "I think I'll call it a lightning board." It had been 2 days since Gravis first tested his new lightning board. During that time frame, he rode around nearly all day trying to get used to it. He learned how to turn better, accelerate faster, and fight while on his lightning board. Though fighting while on the lightning board was complicated. Melee attacks were nearly impossible to perform, and any big swing had significant consequences for Gravis' balance. On top of that, not being able to do sharp turns took away Gravis' flexibility. Gravis could probably only use the board for chasing people or fleeing from them. But Gravis didn't mind it that much. His body and lightning were already perfect for instant acceleration and sharp turns. If he also concentrated his lightning on his feet, his acceleration would even become unreasonably fast. The energy cost for that was rather high though, but he guessed that there was no one able to accelerate as quickly as him on his level. What about the wind element? Sure, the wind element was generally considered as the fastest one, but Gravis was an outlier in that field. His destruction lightning was a little over double as powerful as natural lightning, which made him about just as fast as someone with the wind element. On top of that, other cultivators weren't able to explode their condensed element beneath their feet. Their feet would explode into bloody chunks, even if they had a powerful body equal to their realm. The only thing that allowed Gravis to do that was his immunity and absorption of lightning. If his spirit hadn't been tempered by lightning, he wouldn't have been able to do that, even if he still had his elemental synchronicity. The elemental synchronicity would have made his body ignore the lightning's damage, but that would have also significantly weakened the effect of its blast, therefore slowing the acceleration. Because of all these reasons, Gravis didn't care about him not being able to use the board for direct fighting. After these 2 days of testing, Gravis' other 4 boards had been finished. The first one took the longest since they had to design and forge it from the ground up. The following ones were produced faster, with more ease and finesse. "Thank you," said Gravis as he put the 4 new boards into his spirit space. "No, thank you," said the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild. "Designing this and looking at its effect gave me a lot of inspiration and motivation. Maybe I can manage to design similar things for the other elements. One question though, are you fine with me selling this design to other people?" he asked. Gravis shrugged. "I don't mind. You designed it after all," he said nonchalantly. The Vice Guild Master smiled and summoned a cube of gold. "Thank you. As repayment for that, I'll give you your gold back." Gravis furrowed his brows. "I have paid you for your work," he said. "Your work is finished, so this gold belongs to you now. I won't take it back." The Vice Guild Master laughed slightly. "Hee, I think you don't understand what you have done for me just now," he said. "This design will revolutionize how spirit-forming experts move. If I sell that design to our fire sect, I will get over 10 times that amount. I am actually giving you way less than what you deserve." Gravis thought about this and nodded. After that, he pocketed the gold. "You're right. Thank you for your honesty. Consider all debts settled with this gold cube." The Vice Guild Master nodded again. "Sounds good. Thank you." Gravis summoned one of the lightning boards and stepped on it. "I'm off," he said. "Bye. Goodbye," said the two vice guild masters as they waved. With that, Gravis shot off into the distance. While traveling, he kept admiring the scenery. He would probably not return to the Middle Continent. He had stayed here for about 6 months, and now he would leave. This was the last time he could look at it. He thought about the different people he had met. He remembered Sky, its parent, the Big Tree, the Heaven Sect, Wendy, her father, all the elemental guilds, and Ion. The southeastern branch of the Heaven Sect would be rebuilt, and Ion would remain there as its branch manager. Sky was probably still flying around the Middle Continent, tempering itself by battling other beasts or humans that attacked it. As he said goodbye to the Middle Continent, Gravis remembered something. Only 3 debts were remaining. 2 of those could only be fulfilled in the core continent. Those were the repayment of Gorn's death, which required him to make the Lightning Sect rise, and the debt he still owed Joyce back from when she helped him earn money in the Hunting Guild. The last debt was Jamie. Gravis doubted that Jamie had already reached the core continent. Gravis was already growing at unprecedented speeds, and he doubted that Jamie was cultivating faster than him. According to logic, Jamie should be somewhere in the Middle Continent. Yet, neither the Intelligence Department of the Heaven Sect nor the Lightning Guild had found him. If not even the Heaven Sect could find him after months of searching, then where was he? Ion had told Gravis that they had been searching for him, but he had never appeared. Gravis was 100% sure that if Jamie went to any major guild or city in the Middle Continent, he would have been spotted by the Heaven Sect. So that only left 3 possibilities. One possibility was that he lived in the secular world in the outer continent, away from all the struggles of cultivation. Another possibility was that he cultivated in isolation, away from civilization. The last possibility was that he was already dead. Though what about his brother in that case? Gravis immediately dismissed the first possibility. Jamie's hunger for revenge and power was genuine, and he wouldn't stop cultivating because of that. Gravis also dismissed the second possibility after some thought. Jamie had thought Gravis dead, and news of him being alive should only have appeared weeks later. On top of that, Gravis had been branded as a criminal during that time. Jamie would have had no reason not to go to the Lightning Guild. Even if he had appeared only once, the Heaven Sect would have taken note of that. Yet he didn't. That only left the last possibility. Was Jamie dead? So, how did he die that quickly? There should have been no issue in reaching the Lightning Guild for him. After all, he had been in the energy-gathering realm. He also had an average amount of karmic luck. There shouldn't have been any unlucky accidents. "Wait," said Gravis as he stopped his lightning board. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked into the sky. "Did you kill Jamie and his brother, Heaven?" he asked. Gravis waited a little. Of course, there came no answer. Gravis thought about this situation some more and concluded that Jamie had probably died, together with his younger brother. This lower heaven had watched Gravis constantly, always overseeing everything that happened. When Jamie had failed in killing him, he had basically helped Gravis in some bizarre way. This whole incident with him throwing Gravis into a ditch, making him insane with anger, and even killing Gorn had increased Gravis' power. Gravis remembered that Heaven had planned, at the time, to never give Gravis any enemies. It had given him all the resources that he needed, a guild master as a friend, and his whole life in this lower world would have gone down smoothly until he reached the spirit-forming realm. Gravis didn't like thinking about Gorn's death in a positive way, but the impact that it had on Gravis' power was significant. Gorn's death had sent the Lightning and Fire Guild to kill him, which granted Gravis more tempering for his battle experience and will. Without Gorn's death, he wouldn't have been able to create a unity will in the energy-gathering stage. Gorn's death had been one of the consequences that Jamie's action had brought. Of course, Gravis and even Gorn himself were not without fault. Additionally, Jamie's actions had also forced Gravis into a mad struggle for power. Without Gravis' insistence on breaking his body and recreating everything, he wouldn't have been so shameless to demand more lightning from Gorn. At that point, Gravis would have only been able to condense natural lightning. In a weird way, Jamie's actions had pushed Gravis to power. Was Gravis thankful to Jamie? Of course not. Jamie had tried to kill him. Even though he had failed, he had still mutilated Gravis and even forced him to live off of shit for a while. Something like that couldn't be forgiven. Yet, one couldn't ignore the positive effects that Jamie had brought with his failed assassination. This lower heaven had lived longer than Gravis and also knew much more. When everything had happened, it saw that Gravis would survive and knew that Jamie had granted Gravis some wonderful tempering for his will. Increasing Gravis' will was the last thing that this lower heaven wanted to see. Gravis had learned a lot about the personality and temperament of this lower heaven. It had been deathly afraid when that one bandit had talked even remotely bad about his father. Back then, it was evident that his father wouldn't have done anything. Yet, heaven had still killed that bandit just for that. This showed that when some emotions reached a specific threshold, this lower heaven would ignore logic and act out based on its emotions. When it had sent all the beasts in the basin of nature at Gravis, it had proven that fact. By directly controlling the beasts, it had already broken the rules of the highest heaven. Gravis' father had all the right to execute that lower heaven right then and there. Of course, with this lower heaven being like this, it had ignored that consequence. Another interesting point was that Gravis' father hadn't killed this lower heaven when it had tried to strike him. Gravis knew that his experience and wisdom didn't even come close to his father's. Actually, as Gravis thought about it, his father might have even been delighted about the conduct of this lower heaven. Without it knowing, this lower heaven had sent tempering experiences to Gravis. Wasn't this precisely what he needed to progress on his path to power? It was rather ironic thinking about this. This lower heaven thought that Gravis was dancing on its palm, while it itself was dancing on the opposer's palm. What of the times when it withheld energy beasts so that Gravis couldn't temper himself? At first, it had seemed that this was an effective method. Yet what if that had never happened? If Gravis had ample opportunities to kill beasts, he would have been able to increase his power drastically. His will would have also risen even quicker, though some things would have been different. With the Heavens Balance cultivation technique, Gravis would have been able to expedite his training speed like this. Yes, energy beasts didn't give much energy, but they did, at least, give some. Gravis might have reached the spirit-forming realm before the yearly visit to the High Priest. At that point, he would have reached the spirit-forming realm sooner. This might seem like a net positive, but Gravis wouldn't have had the opportunity to increase his physical power. After all, he had gotten most of the body-tempering pills from fighting other guilds. The fight with Red, specifically, had even increased Gravis' will tremendously. There were a lot of eventualities that Gravis thought of, but he always came to the conclusion that he wouldn't have been as strong as now if Heaven hadn't repeatedly meddled with Gravis' business. What if Heaven had never involved itself at all? Gravis' will probably wouldn't have been as powerful as it was right now. He would have also never achieved his destruction lightning and, therefore, wouldn't have tempered his spirit with it. Gravis' battle power would have probably only been above average at that point. All the hardships that this lower heaven had forced on Gravis made him the monster he was today. Destruction lightning, a unity will, an unprecedented affinity towards lightning, and a body equal to the spirit-forming realm. All of these powers had been achieved out of necessity to survive. Without some of these, Gravis would probably still reach the unity realm, but what of the realms after that? Maybe there would be a bottleneck in the future that required one or several of these things to push through. Without this lower heaven, he would have probably still ascended, but his foundation wouldn't have been nearly as sturdy. As Gravis thought of all this, he felt like he understood this lower heaven more. It was basically trying its best to stop him but always failed spectacularly. Now, Gravis was also over 90% sure that Jamie was dead. Killing Jamie out of anger seemed to fit this lower heaven very well. Gravis took a deep breath and sighed. Seems like one of my debts had been settled without me even knowing, he thought. Jamie had tried to kill Gravis and had died at Heaven's hands. This could be considered as Heaven taking revenge for Gravis. Another spectacular failure from its part. Gravis jumped onto his lightning board again and continued his journey. This whole thing had been a brief intermission, but an important one. Another restraint on his conscience had vanished like that. Now only 2 debts remained. Gravis traveled for another hour until he reached the wind wall. As always, the wind wall looked imposing and breathtaking, even with his newfound power. Gravis currently stood around 5 kilometers away from the wind wall, looking at its splendor, though his emotions quickly changed from awe to cautiousness. I haven't noticed this before, but my spirit can't reach the other side of the wind wall, he thought as he furrowed his brows. If I still had my elemental synchronicity, I could probably ignore this wind wall, but right now it's blocking my spirit. When his spirit hit the wind wall, it was torn apart and was scattered by the violent wind. As soon as part of his spirit got torn off and left the main part of his spirit's affected area, he lost every connection with it. When he had left for the middle continent from the core continent, he hadn't paid attention to that. At that point, he had been too busy caring about everything else. Especially the loss of his elemental synchronicity had weighed on his mind during that time. My spirit's area is already many times bigger than the area of other cultivators. Yet this wind wall still blocks it. This changes things tremendously, he thought, furrowing his brows even more. Why was he so affected by the wind wall blocking his spirit? If he were an ordinary cultivator, he might not have cared. As soon as he crossed the wind wall, he would be able to use his spirit normally again. The problem with all this was that Gravis' enemy was this lower heaven. Wouldn't this be a perfect spot for an ambush? Yet another thought appeared in his mind. He was in the spirit-forming realm now, so only cultivators with a higher level than him were a danger. This lower heaven already had had difficulties controlling energy beasts. As for humans, that was even more difficult. What could heaven even do to him right now? Gravis calmed down as he had these thoughts. Heaven wouldn't be able to make such powerful beasts and cultivators move to such a specific location. Even if it had managed that, it would have needed them to start moving around a day ago to make the time fit. Gravis had made a break on his journey, and even now he was waiting before the wind wall. The timing of heaven, if it managed to do that, would be way off. On top of that, he stood only 5 kilometers in front of the wind wall. A supremely powerful Heavenborn would have already used their elemental synchronicity to look through the wall. A Heavenborn that could kill him with confidence would need to be at sapling stage, at least. If there were such a person, they would have already noticed Gravis by now. Yet no one had attacked him. Gravis rubbed his chin in deep thought. I haven't been attacked yet, so that means that if there is an enemy, it won't be a super powerful Heavenborn. That means it could either be several semi-powerful Heavenborn, one very powerful cultivator who is not a Heavenborn, or several semi-powerful normal cultivators. The worst-case scenario is a Heavenborn at the sapling stage, but the chances of that are minuscule. After that, it would be a normal cultivator at the tree stage, though those are sect leader level characters. None of those would appear just for me. Also, I have never offended any elemental sect. Even if I did, the sect leader wouldn't personally go out to kill me. Gravis nodded his head. The only possible, real danger would be several Heavenborn at the seed stage or several normal cultivators at the sapling stage. There could also be just nothing. No reason to wait. Why not retreat and enter the core continent from another spot? If there were a real possibility of an overpowered Heavenborn or cultivator to appear, Gravis would have done just that. That was because he couldn't fight those. Yet several strong people were fightable. Could he die by entering the core continent like this? Of course, but he needed genuine tempering. Dying was always a possibility. Gravis closed in on the wind wall and quickly entered. He used his lightning to keep himself straight. Gravis quickly managed to jump out at the other side of the wind wall, and his spirit encompassed the surrounding 50 kilometers again. Yet, he didn't need his spirit to see what was in front of him. Several people sat at a campfire just 100 meters away from him. They had all talked with each other calmly until they had felt Gravis' spirit. Everyone turned towards him, and Gravis actually noticed some familiar faces. There were 5 people in total, all at the initial stage of spirit forming. Gravis released a hidden sigh. Even if they were enemies, as long as they remained at the initial stage, his will aura would make all of them helpless. On top of that, he had not offended those people except for one. He even knew 3 of them. The 3 people he recognized were all Vice Guild masters of different elemental guilds in the Middle Continent. One was a Vice Guild master of the Wind Guild. Gravis had met him 2 times. Once when he went to the Wind Guild for Wendy, and another time when he had revisited them. Another person that he knew was the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild, who lived in the Earth Guild as a forger. He had watched as Gravis fought the Guild Master and Vice Guild Master just some days ago. Speaking of, the other person was surprisingly the Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild, whom he had beaten black and blue. Judging by his face, he was not happy seeing Gravis. His face had already transformed into an unrecognizable grimace. Gravis didn't recognize the other two people, but it was easy to guess who they were based on how their spirits felt. One was a woman with waving blue hair with a tranquil expression. Her spirit felt comforting and soft to Gravis, which meant she was either the Guild Master or Vice Guild Master of the Water Guild. Though, based on the other three all being Vice Guild Masters, Gravis guessed that she was also one. The last person was a black-haired man, wearing black robes and a mask. The mask was completely white and blank at the front, even covering his eyes. Well, not using one's eyes wouldn't be so bad in the spirit-forming realm. They had their spirits after all. Gravis guessed that this person was a Vice Guild Master of the Darkness Guild. His spirit felt greedy and patient. "Hey there, Gravis," sent the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild, waving his hand. "Remember how I asked you where you would be going? I wanted to surprise you." Gravis lifted his eyebrows. "Surprise him? You wanted to surprise me? Did you all wait for me?" he asked, walking closer. "TCH," spat the Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild. "I wouldn't have come if I knew that you were the person we were waiting for." Seer said that we were waiting for one of his friends to discuss our experiences. "Who knew that his friend would be you?" he said with disdain. Seer was probably the name of the Vice Guild Master of the Fire Guild, since he was the only one knowing that Gravis would appear here. Gravis didn't particularly care about what the Vice Guild Master of the Earth Guild said. To him, it was only the squabbling of a weakling. "I actually don't mind," said the Vice Guild Master of the Darkness Guild. "Gravis has killed a lot of my disciples, yes, but he had shown incredible cunning by doing this. On top of that, everyone already knows that he is not a heaven-born. His cunningness has earned him my respect." Gravis was a little surprised. He had thought that the Darkness Guild would hate him for the disciples that he had killed. Apparently, he had been mistaken, though it was no surprise that everyone already knew that he was no heaven-born. He had basically told everyone he talked to. "I also don't mind," said the Vice Guild Master of Water with a gentle voice. "I have heard a lot about him, and I am interested in getting to know him," she said, playfully winking at Gravis. "Is she coming on to me?" Gravis thought in surprise. "I also don't mind," said the Vice Guild Master of Wind. "I consider Gravis a friend. With him joining, our discussions will only get more interesting." Seer looked at what everyone had said and smiled. 4-1 against Gravis joining. "So it's approved," he said. Then he stood up and walked to Gravis, offering his hand. "Do you want to join the cultivation discussion?" he asked with a smile. Gravis wasn't quite sure what Seer meant with cultivation discussion. "What's this cultivation discussion that you're referring to?" he asked with a lifted eyebrow. Seer laughed slightly. "It's actually pretty simple," Seer said while gesturing towards the others. "Have you wondered why we are talking like this even though our guilds should be at war?" Gravis nodded. "That would have been my next question. Logically, you should be at each other's throats." Seer looked at the others who were all busy doing their own things. "We are actually all old friends." Gravis furrowed his brows. "How would you find friends with your guilds constantly warring with each other?" Seer smiled slyly. "You see, we were already friends before we joined our respective guilds." Now Gravis looked at them with surprise. "Before you joined your guilds? Wouldn't that mean that you have all known each other before you even left the body-tempering realm?" he asked incredulously. Having friends was nothing surprising, but 5 people that had met as body-tempering cultivators and all managed to reach the spirit-forming realm seemed a little unreal. What were the chances of that happening? When Seer saw the surprised expression of Gravis, he started laughing. "I know, right? We were just as surprised as time progressed and our power increased. Who would have expected 5 people from the outer continent, from the same city, to all manage to reach the spirit-forming realm. I sure didn't. Gravis could only nod in confirmation. This was basically a miracle. Seer laughed slightly and scratched the back of his neck. We didn't want to let our guilds destroy our friendship, so we all met and created this cultivation discussion. Every couple of months, we leave our guilds and meet up. When we meet, we just casually talk and tell each other what had happened recently. Gravis looked to the ground in thought. Aren't your guild masters suspicious about you all vanishing at the same time? He asked. Seer smiled. They know what we're doing, he said with confidence. Gravis lifted his head and looked into Seer's eyes. They do? And they're fine with it? He asked. Seer nodded. Sure. As long as we don't discuss anything sensitive about our guilds, everything goes. Seer then turned towards his friends with a smile. Right now, we are not Vice Guild Masters but just some friends. Then, Seer turned back to Gravis. So, you in? Gravis rubbed the back of his neck in awkwardness. Wouldn't that destroy the whole point of your get-togethers? I don't come from the same city as you guys, and I am kind of an outsider here. Seer turned away and looked at the green core continent with a smile. They were currently on a green meadow with lots of different animals running around. Well, Seer started saying, that would be true, but as our strength progressed, our goals also started shifting. What do you mean? Asked Gravis. Seer then turned back to Gravis. Say, what do you think is the point of cultivation, Gravis? He asked. Gravis was surprised by the question. Others might think of it as a question as profound as the question about why they were alive, but to Gravis, the answer seemed too obvious. To gain power, he said. The answer didn't face Seer. And why do you want power? He asked. For freedom. I don't want to be under anyone's rule or suppression. I want to grasp my own destiny, Gravis said with conviction. Seer laughed slyly. It seems like you know what you want, but why do you require this freedom in the first place? What is making you not free right now? He asked. Gravis had an answer to this question as well. Other people, he said, not wanting to say heaven since this would open a whole new can of worms. Humans are greedy, and people kill for resources and wealth. The saying, a beggar carrying gold is a crime, exists for a reason. If you have something that others desire and not the ability to protect it, you will lose this thing and also probably die, Gravis explained. Seer winked and lifted his right index finger. Exactly, he said. To protect yourself, you need power, and for power, you cultivate. But what if the other people never attack you, no matter how powerful you are? Gravis' eyebrows flew up in surprise. It wasn't that he had never thought about that, but that this answer seemed too naive in his eyes. This is impossible, he said with a deep voice. Seer just continued smiling. Says who? He asked. Humanity's inherent greed for power and logic. Gravis immediately answered. I can't disagree with you there, said Seer. We can't change the inherent greed in people, but with enough power we can suppress it. Now Gravis knew what Seer meant. So, he started saying, by making this cultivation discussion you try to get more like-minded people. With more people sharing the same goal, you want to create an organization that enforces peace. Is that right? He said. Seer was a little surprised that Gravis connected all the dots with so little information. Yeah, that's exactly what we want, he said. We are still weak now, but we will become more powerful with more people. I saw that you are a person outside of any guild, so I guess that you should understand our goal. That's why I invited you. Gravis wasn't impressed. While I agree with your goal, I don't see it being achievable, he said directly. Even if you manage to get everyone under one banner and become more powerful than the elemental sects, you still have the heaven sect to contend with, and they have the backing of heaven itself. Seer didn't seem surprised by the answer. What if heaven is backing us? He asked. Now Gravis was surprised again. Heaven is backing you? How would that even be possible? Seer only smiled. Have you ever thought about why heaven allows people to cultivate and to ascend? Gravis obviously knew the answer. He knew the answer better than anyone in this lower world. Yet he shook his head. He wanted to know more about what they thought. Seer smiled like he knew something that Gravis didn't. Think about it. If heaven didn't want people to ascend, why wouldn't it just strike anyone down that reached the peak of spirit forming? This would be such a simple solution, considering all this means that heaven wants powerful cultivators. I'm not sure why, but I don't see any other reason. The current state of the world, which favors the strong, also confirms this. Gravis simply nodded. Seer stopped smiling for the first time. Yet, what of the countless talented people that died due to uncontrollable circumstances? He said. Due to luck, stronger people coveting their treasures, and betrayal, those talented people die young. They would have had the talent to reach the unity realm, yet their journey had been cut short. Seer looked into Gravis' eyes with motivation. If we manage to unify the world, we can protect those talents and give them a safe environment to grow. Of course, people will still die. Life and death tempering is an inevitability on someone's path to power, but we can, at least, give everyone fair fights. No betrayals, no stronger people coveting the things of weaker people. I think, like this, we can increase the number of ascenders. I think heaven would like that, he said. Gravis thought about this for a while. What Seer had said was true. This would truly increase the number of ascenders. Yet, what about those ascenders after they had reached the middle world? Seer didn't know about the structure of the different worlds. He probably didn't even imagine that there were even higher worlds than the middle worlds. If someone had only fought fair fights, they wouldn't be used to unfair fights or retreating from a crisis. The chances of them dying in the middle world would be multiplied. The number of ascenders would increase, yes, but way fewer people from this world would ever reach a higher world. This whole thing was a short-term solution. It was basically exchanging one tempered person for 5 greenhouse flowers. The world was like this because only a hardy and challenging environment would produce true geniuses. Geniuses might be born, Gravis was a good example of that, but true geniuses had to be created. If someone was very good at cultivating and had a powerful will, their chances of reaching more power were higher, but that would stop at some point. Only by surviving countless unfair crises would someone become a true genius. A true genius knew how to react perfectly to every changing circumstance. An excellent example of that was Gravis again. If everything had been fair for him in this lower world, heaven wouldn't have meddled with his business. He wouldn't have been so experienced in fleeing or noticing hidden schemes. Gravis was sure that if someone had the same powers as him, he would still be able to scrub the floor with them. They hadn't gone through as much hardship as him, which made them less experienced. Sorry, I'm not interested, said Gravis after several seconds of silence. Gravis' words stunned Seer. You're not? He asked incredulously. Gravis shook his head. Sorry, but that is not my belief, he answered. Explaining all this took too much time and revealed too much of his knowledge. Exposing the ways of heaven was never a good idea. Speculation was one thing, but if Gravis told them the whole truth, heaven might kill them to protect its secrets. The only reason why Gravis had exposed so many things to Ion, back when Gravis had just achieved his breakthrough, was that Ion was already at a dead end as a heavenborn. On top of that, his loyalties lay with heaven. He wouldn't tell others about the things that Gravis had told him. These people, though, were different. Seer seemed a little conflicted, but then only sighed. All right, if it is against your beliefs, I won't mind. Could you, at least, please promise us that you won't go against us in the future? He asked. Gravis nodded. As long as you don't attack me, I don't care what you do. Seer smiled again, but his smile was not as heartfelt as before. Well, do you want to stay for dinner, at least? Gravis shrugged. Sure, why not? Seer brought Gravis to their campfire. The others had listened in on their conversation, so they already knew what had happened, though they didn't seem to care much about it. Seer and Gravis both sat down at the campfire, and Gravis noticed that there were multiple pieces of meat being cooked over it. The Vice Guild Master of Water noticed Gravis eyeing the meat and smiled. They'll be done in a few minutes. We all went out and hunted a spirit beast together, so this is good stuff. Then she winked at Gravis again. You can have some of mine. Gravis smiled a little. Sounds good. Thank you, he said. Right now, Gravis was actually a little happy. He didn't have many opportunities to just talk with some people, so he was rather happy to eat with people who weren't out for his head. So, Gravis started speaking. Are you actually doing something other than just eating and talking? Or is this a simple get-together? He asked. After we've eaten, the Vice Guild Master of Darkness started speaking. We discuss what has happened in the last couple of months and share experiences that we have learned. We talk about how we manage our guilds, exchange experiences on how to educate the younger generation, and experiences on how to further temper our wills. Oh? What do you mean with that last thing? Gravis asked with interest. As you know, we have already stopped searching for life and death tempering, he answered evenly. Our survival has become our highest priority, so we are not ready to put our lives on the line. In these discussions, we exchange ways to increase our will without life and death tempering. There are always alternatives. Gravis thought about this and nodded. Yes, that's true. I have a good example of that. Seer looked pleasantly surprised at Gravis. You are ready to share such personal experiences? He asked. Talking about tempering experiences and how someone managed to rise to power needed a lot of trust. Others might find weaknesses in that or use it for their own gain. Knowledge and experience were worth more than energy stones to these cultivators. That was why Seer was surprised. Gravis nodded nonchalantly. I don't mind, he said. The others, except for the Vice Guild Master of Earth, smiled. Then go ahead. And thank you, said Seer. When I was still inside the Heaven Sect, Gravis started explaining. I have learned a technique that allows someone to push magic into their spirit before reaching the 9th level of magic gathering. The others looked at Gravis with skepticism. What's the point of that? Even if you manage to succeed, you would be the weakest spirit-forming expert in existence and even ruin any of your future prospects, asked the Vice Guild Master of Wind. Gravis smiled slyly. I know, but there is another use for this technique, he said. Another use? Asked Seer in wonder. What use? Gravis leaned back. What's the reason why people need a will aura to reach the spirit-forming realm? Tisich, spat the Vice Guild Master of Earth. You need that to resist the unreal pain and to stabilize your spirit. Everyone knows that. Gravis didn't mind him. Exactly. Now tell me what things can increase your will. He asked again. This time it was the Vice Guild Master of Darkness who answered. Life and death tempering, physical pain, emotional pain, and a change of personal outlook. After saying that, his demeanor changed, and he fell into deep thought. It wasn't only him who fell into deep thought. Seer and the Vice Guild Master of Wind also fell in thought. The other two had no reactions. It seemed like they didn't get it yet. Gravis smirked more. Exactly. So, if you can push magic into your spirit, it will give you immense pain. You don't have to push through to spirit forming. You only need to put in as much magic as you can handle and then continue with your life. Now, the other two also got it. This is an incredible method, said Seer after a while, and then turned to Gravis with a severe look. I don't think you know how incredible that is. With this, we can increase the number of spirit-forming experts by multiple times. This is also a perfect way to avoid the deaths of many cultivators. This method is perfect for our purpose. Gravis nodded with a smile. That's why I told you about it. Take it as repayment for the food and your company, he said. The people all thanked Gravis except for one obvious person, and they also shared some of their experiences. Even though these cultivators were all many times older than him, Gravis already knew everything that they found out. He went through too much shit making all these things obvious for him. They all talked happily for about 20 minutes. Food's done, said Seer as the multiple sticks of meat flew towards a big plate. Gravis, you choose first. You gave us the greatest contribution, so the honor should belong to you. Gravis smiled, and a medium-sized piece of meat flew to him. The others also quickly chose their pieces. Food wasn't really necessary at their levels. The energy that they passively absorbed kept their bodies in top condition. To them, food was enjoyable but not essential for survival. They all ate in comfortable silence. After several minutes, Gravis finished eating. The others, except for the Vice Guild Master of Water, were already finished. It seemed like they wanted to get back to other business. Why else did they eat the food this quickly? After everyone had finished eating, they continued talking. The topic shifted from methods for will tempering to how to educate their disciples. Gravis didn't have any experience in that, so he kept mostly quiet, just listening. He also learned many new things. Gravis was mostly alone in his journey, which didn't let him gain much social experience. Gravis' curt sentences, short answers, and direct questions showed that. Though, in Gravis' mind, these things were not really important. Learning social norms and customs might be important in the secular world, but to him, only power was important. Socializing was nice, but it didn't help in his journey to power. Yet, he was still interested in the discussed topics. After about an hour of talking, they all didn't have many more experiences to share. After several seconds of silence, Seer stood up and dusted off his robe. "All right, let's finish our mission," said Seer. The others nodded and also stood up. Gravis was a little confused by what Seer had said. "Mission?" he asked. Seer looked with a smile at Gravis. "Yeah, we all had a mission, which was just completed." Slowly, Gravis narrowed his eyes. They had never talked about any mission. On top of that, they didn't share a common organization. Who would even give them a mission? "Man," said the Vice Guild Master of Wind while stretching. "I haven't seen the second priest in a while. I bet he will be happy when we deliver the target." Gravis' heart sank, and his eyes narrowed. Only the Heaven Sect had priests. And target? That could only be Gravis. "So, you're all from the Heaven Sect?" Gravis asked with a deep, imposing voice. The Vice Guild Master of Earth just smiled in disdain. "Don't get cocky. You're not scary anymore. The Lightning's nemesis has, by now, already reached your organs. Just for your information, that's a poison. So, you're helpless in front of us," he said with an arrogant laugh. The others continued packing their stuff and getting ready as if nothing had happened. Gravis also slowly stood up and watched them intensely. Every single one of them was calm and collected. This meant that all of them had been in on this. Gravis hadn't expected that. Seer looked like he remembered something as he turned to Gravis. "By the way," he said, "you shouldn't activate your lightning. Activating your lightning would, at least, severely injure you. That's why the Lightning's nemesis is called the Lightning's nemesis." Gravis only looked at Seer with narrowed eyes. The friendly guy had long since been replaced with a wicked snake in Gravis' eyes. "How does it work?" he asked. Seer laughed a little and slapped Gravis' shoulder in friendliness. "Great that you can handle the situation this well. There's actually no damage in telling you. The Lightning's nemesis is a poison created from a plant with the same name. They are pretty rare and only grow in areas where there's constant lightning around. They absorb the life energy in the lightning, which increases the purity of the destruction energy." Seer lifted one finger like he was lecturing Gravis. "So, when the poison gets digested, the spores go into your organs and hibernate. If lightning comes closer to them, they absorb the life energy and grow. Though, that's not the dangerous part," Seer explained with fervent interest. "The dangerous part is that your natural lightning gets completely converted to purely destructive lightning, which would destroy your organs and body. That's why you shouldn't activate your lightning." Gravis looked at Seer evenly. "Is that so? Why had Gravis not checked for poison?" There were two main reasons for this. The first reason was that he had not met any such snakes before. Jamie could be considered one, but he had attacked him out of nowhere, which was more like a direct attack. Gravis had never been subject to such indirect schemes like poison. Seer had also been very convincing with his lies, though that was not the most significant reason. The biggest reason was that Gravis knew that his whole being was so atypical that probably no poison in this world could affect him. Poison that attacked the spirit? His spirit was full of destruction lightning, the purest form of destruction that existed. Anything that entered his spirit would be annihilated. Poison that attacked his dantian? His dantian was also not filled with energy. It was filled with pure destruction lightning, just like his spirit. The same reason applied. Poison that attacked his will? Gravis already had a unity will. A unity will corresponded to the unity realm, which was the most powerful realm in this lower world. That basically already counted as something above this world. Nothing would be able to damage his will in this world. Poison that attacked his body? That was the biggest concern, but his unity will or destruction lightning could counteract any poison attacking his body. Basically, no matter what poison was used, Gravis would be easily able to counter it. His whole being was too extraordinary to get influenced by a poison. When Gravis heard that he had been poisoned, he wasn't shocked or distraught, but happy. This would make others underestimate him. Gravis looked at the others as they readied themselves to leave. "You do know that I have an exceptionally powerful body, right?" he asked Seer. Seer laughed. "Sure, but we can just suppress you one at a time until your stamina runs out. At that point, we will just cut off your limbs and carry you. Though that's troublesome, so please don't do that. It's just easier if you come with us." Gravis didn't answer that statement. Instead, he asked another question. "So, are you all heaven-born?" Seer nodded with a smile. "Of course. You have remained in the Heaven Sect for a while, so you should know that the Heaven Sect has the best intelligence department in the whole world. Have you never questioned why it was this good?" Gravis continued looking evenly at Seer. "Because there are high-level spies in every elemental sect?" he asked. Seer nodded twice. "Exactly. Most heaven-born are actually naturally created spies. Our heavenly pressure is weaker than the usual heaven-born, but we can keep it up for way longer. This simulates a will aura. Like this, we join the guilds and climb to highly ranked positions. We have no bottlenecks, after all." Then Seer laughed slightly. "You would be surprised by how many spies we actually have. 70% of all heaven-born are just hidden spies in other sects. Impressive, isn't it?" Gravis thought in silence. This was actually incredible. He hadn't known that there were so many heaven-born hidden in other sections. No wonder the sects and guilds couldn't keep secrets. Then Gravis looked at Seer again. "How did you know which meat stick I would eat?" Seer continued smiling. "We didn't. We poisoned all of them. You're the only one who cultivates lightning, so we don't care about the poison. We can just remove it with our element." Gravis had already thought as much. That had been his suspicion from the beginning. "So, who gave you this mission?" Seer rubbed the back of his neck with a smile. "Actually, this isn't really a mission. We just call it like that. The Heaven Sect has informed us about your status and what to do with you. When I met you in the Earth Guild, I asked you where you were going just for this. Informing the Heaven Sect would take a while since it's rather far away. If you had left like a week later, it wouldn't be us waiting for you, but a priest. We just couldn't inform them in this short time frame." Gravis narrowed his eyes more. "So, the Heaven Sect doesn't know about my current whereabouts?" Seer waved his hand nonchalantly. "No, it's only us. We wanted to surprise our teachers." Gravis sighed deeply. "That's good." Boom bang. An explosion of pure lightning came out of Gravis' feet, accelerating him with the greatest speed possible. Gravis instantly reached Seer and punched with his fist, which immediately exploded with lightning. Seer's body exploded into uncountable small pieces before he could even react. The other Heavenborn looked stunned at Gravis. They had been ready for him trying anything like this. They had even known about all the attacks he had shown in the Earth Guild. With only his physical body, he wouldn't have been able to be this ridiculously fast. Yet what had happened? Wasn't his lightning disabled? "Plan B!" shouted the Vice Guild Master of Darkness. They all activated their heavenly pressure at once. The combined heavenly pressure pressed into Gravis, but he quickly countered with his will aura. The heavenly pressures were pushed back into their bodies, and the Heavenborn felt an unreal power pressing into them, making it nearly impossible to move. Gravis looked at them and saw that they had retrieved several pills. They were about to pop them into their mouths, but Gravis' will aura stopped this. The eyes of the Heavenborn widened with more shock. They couldn't even pop the pills into their mouths. Crack. A small cracking sound came out of the mouth of the water Heavenborn's mouth. This was the sound of a pill breaking. Gravis' eyes widened as he realized what had happened. She had been so careful that she already had a prepared pill in her mouth. Gravis immediately burst towards her with his speed. Her heavenly pressure's power increased as she broke into the seed stage of the spirit-forming realm. Gravis' will aura focused most of its strength at her, lessening its power on the others. Gravis used his explosive movement again as he shot towards her with all his speed. While running forward, he retrieved his saber from his spirit space. Boom! The water heaven-born was able to move again, and she had retrieved a thin and long rapier from her spirit space. She managed to block Gravis' attack. Yet, in the next second, several things happened. Crack, crack, crack. The other three heaven-born managed to pop their pills into their mouths, making them also reach the seed stage. Yet something else happened. When the water heaven-born blocked the saber, she wasn't pushed back. One needed to know that Gravis had the most powerful body out of everyone present. So, how was she able to remain stable under Gravis' attack? The answer to that was that Gravis didn't want to push her back. As his saber got blocked by the rapier, Gravis showed a smile. A dot of concentrated lightning at the saber's edge, which was not blocked by the rapier, lighted up. A fully loaded, violent streak of lightning jumped out of the saber, avoiding the currently blocking rapier. Bang! A tremendous thunder exploded into the surroundings as the violent lightning bolt hit the water heaven-born's body. She couldn't even release a scream as her whole body got incinerated. This attack had been a result of Gravis thinking about how to utilize his saber with his lightning. When he had attacked the barrier around the heaven sect, he had realized that he needed to place the concentrated dot of lightning perfectly on the part of the saber's edge that would hit the target. Like this, he would achieve maximum destructive potential. That, of course, was hard. Only with a stabbing motion would that be realistically achievable on a living target. Yet, some disadvantages could become advantages in the right circumstances. If a weapon blocked Gravis slash, he could release a fully loaded lightning bolt from melee range, creating an instantaneous second attack. What about the energy and spirit consumption? This whole thing would take a lot of energy and spirit usually, but Gravis had, of course, already preloaded his saber. Like this, he could release a devastating attack without wasting any spirit or energy. Of course, that only worked once per fight since he had to reload it. As Gravis absorbed the energy and spirit of the two dead heaven-born, Gravis realized something. The energy that entered his dantian was converted to lightning, refilling it completely. Yet, it didn't increase the amount of energy that Gravis' dantian could hold. The energy only allowed him to refill his expended lightning. A similar thing happened to his spirit. The spirit that entered into Gravis' mind was not absorbed but destroyed. Gravis couldn't absorb the spirit, which made him furrow his brows. It seems like the heavens balance cultivation technique doesn't work with my current body, though that makes sense. It's created for a normal body, and I don't have a normal body anymore. The good came with the bad, and the bad came with the good. This was a fundamental truth of the world. Yet the technique was not useless. At least it could refill his energy, making it way easier to fight long battles with many opponents. As long as he killed people, he would never run out of lightning. The other three had already broken through into the seed stage, and Gravis' moment of surprise was over. He had killed 2 people in that short time frame, but now he had 3 enemies in front of him which were 1 stage higher than him. The stages in the spirit-forming realm were different from the stages in the energy-gathering realm. The strength of each stage didn't double, but quadruple. Gravis narrowed his eyes at them. This won't be easy. Why did Gravis say that this fight wouldn't be easy? Weren't they just 3 people 1 realm higher than him? If Gravis didn't have so much experience in fighting, he wouldn't think like this. He would think that this would be pretty easy, actually. Yet, due to his experience, he realized an important point. Group composition. In this world, strong people always followed one sect. These sects were based on the elements, and different elements had different strengths and weaknesses. So, if Gravis were to be attacked by a group of strong people, chances were incredibly high that they all shared the same weaknesses. Earth cultivators were slow. Wind cultivators lost their biggest strength since Gravis was faster, and fire cultivators were terrible at defending and so on. It was hard for their comrades to counteract those weaknesses if they, themselves, suffered from the same ones. Yet, all this was different if he fought people with different elements. Right now, he stood before three people with three different elements. If Gravis tried to outspeed and outsmart the Earth Cultivator, the Wind Cultivator would cut him off with an attack. If Gravis tried to kill the Wind Cultivator first, the Earth Cultivator would block the attack. One also couldn't forget the Darkness Cultivator. Back when Gravis still had his elemental synchronicity, the stealth of the Darkness Cultivators was useless against him. Yet now he had no direct counter against that. Gravis had to keep one eye out for the Darkness Cultivator. If he didn't, he would be the target of a devastating assassination. If they were at the same level, Gravis could quickly kill them, but the level suppression of their heavenly pressure made this problematic. His will aura was barely able to fight the three heavenly pressures to a standstill, and that was already considering their weakened intensity due to them being spies and not fighters. Gravis watched them with narrowed eyes, as they did the same. They had already taken out their weapons. The Earth Cultivator, just like back in the Earth Guild, had taken out his spear and long shield. The Wind Cultivator had retrieved a very long and thin longsword. Meanwhile, the Darkness Cultivator took out two daggers. Bang whoosh! The Darkness Cultivator took out some kind of metal ball and threw it towards the ground. The ball exploded and released a humongous amount of black smoke, which quickly gathered and darkened the surroundings. Bzzz. Gravis released some minor lightning into the surroundings, which destroyed a lot of the smoke, but it quickly regathered. The density had been slightly lowered, but in order to really destroy the smoke, he would probably need to waste around 50% of his lightning. Was that worth it? If this were Gravis' only enemy, it would definitely be worth it, but he wasn't. On top of that, his enemy might feel more secure like this, which could create an opportunity for Gravis. It might be riskier, but risks came with rewards. Gravis already lost track of his enemies. It seemed like this stuff was disrupting his spirit. A bomb like this was probably incredibly expensive. Gravis guessed that probably no one, except the Darkness Cultivator, could see the surroundings. Though the Darkness Cultivator could just tell them where Gravis was since he probably wasn't affected. Gravis waited patiently, his weapon already reloaded. Normally, he always took the initiative, but not this time. Running blindly into the darkness could be an issue. Gravis slightly turned his head to keep the surroundings in his vision. Bang! Gravis immediately attacked to his left with his weapon. Two daggers blocked his attack, but the Darkness Cultivator got shot away from the impact. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see the slight, suspicious movement of the smoke, but Gravis could. This had nothing to do with Gravis' experience, for once. This time it was all thanks to his new eyes. Being able to focus on everything at once was a huge help. He had seen the minor movement of smoke and had acted immediately. Normally, Gravis would immediately follow up to gain the initiative, but this time was different. Swish! A cutting wave of wind flew at Gravis, which he quickly evaded. Judging by the energy it released, this was a released, ranged attack from a spirit weapon. If Gravis hadn't kept watch over his surroundings or followed the Darkness Cultivator, he would have been hit. His body wouldn't have been able to resist such an attack. Boom! Gravis immediately used his body and lightning to accelerate with his maximum speed. He ran right into the direction of the wind. He knew that the Earth Cultivator would probably block him, but there was no other way right now. Boom crrk. Gravis released a full-power kick to his front as he felt the energy density increase. He wasn't able to be sure that the Earth Cultivator was in front of him, but he tried it anyway. His attack connected with something hard and felt the thing getting completely obliterated under his kick. Even though the Earth Cultivator had a higher realm than previously, his equipment was still the same. Yet something else happened as well. Poochie! Gravis' torso was impaled by the Earth Cultivator's mighty spear. They had already fought previously, so the Earth Cultivator knew that his shield would only be able to block Gravis' attack once before it crumbled into dust. Therefore, he had blocked with one hand while using the darkness to disguise his extended spear. The Earth Cultivator flew for a long time, and his left arm even broke. Some fragments buried themselves into his body, but he was not as injured as back then. His realm had increased after all. The Earth Cultivator had traded injury for injury. The Earth Cultivator had also let go of his spear, which was still sticking out of Gravis, from both sides. Gravis didn't lose his cool and immediately jumped diagonally back. Swoosh clank. Another fully loaded attack from the Wind Cultivator's weapon barely missed Gravis' body. Yet it didn't miss the spear. The attack landed on the side of the spear's shaft, worsening Gravis' injury as the force on the spear rotated his body. Gravis spat out a mouthful of blood since the spear had majorly injured his lungs. Gravis barely managed to not fall over completely by catching his body with his right hand, which also carried his saber. If he tried to stick his saber into the ground to stop his fall, it would just cut into the ground. He had to stop his fall with his hand. If he didn't, he would be a sitting duck. Poochie poochie. 2 daggers cut into Gravis' back, one of them penetrating his heart. More blood flowed out of Gravis' mouth, yet his mouth only showed a smile. I was waiting for you. Boom! Gravis' whole body exploded with lightning, completely destroying the surrounding smoke and the attacking darkness cultivator. He had used 100% of his lightning, creating an absolutely devastating explosion. A violent thunder echoed throughout the surroundings, blowing the hair of the Wind Cultivator back. As the surroundings cleared, everyone could see everyone else again. The Darkness Cultivator was nowhere to be seen. The only thing that remained were 2 daggers lying beside Gravis. The Earth Cultivator was running back to the battlefield, blood coming out of his chest, his left arm hanging loosely from his torso. The Wind Cultivator looked a little exhausted, but uninjured. He still had about 40% of his energy and spirit left. Instead, it was Gravis who looked the worst. When Gravis let his body explode, the spear and the daggers left his body, yet blood was flowing out crazily from all over his body. He lay helpless on the floor, breathing quickly. The other 2 looked at him and sighed in relief. His major organs had been destroyed, and the darkness energy of the daggers had sapped his inherent life energy. His body was empty of life energy, making it impossible to regenerate in the short term. Gravis would die before his body was able to heal itself. On top of that, this violent explosion had probably used up all his energy. As Heavenborn, they knew the Heaven's Balance cultivation technique, and they knew that it didn't regenerate energy. It only increased its density. Right now, in their eyes, Gravis had no energy and no way to heal himself. They simply had to wait until Gravis succumbed to his injuries. They had won. They both looked at Gravis and walked closer. They saw how Gravis' face was slowly becoming blue due to his difficulty breathing. The Vice Guild Master of Earth smirked in disdain. You did your best, but you never had a chance. In the next life, don't make heaven your enemy. Both of them put their weapons away as they watched Gravis. The Vice Guild Master of Wind showed no expression. It was just indifference. Jew! Jew! They heard Gravis trying to speak and went a little closer. He was already basically dead after all. Just kidding, Gravis said through hard breaths. They both didn't know what he meant by that. Gravis had no more life energy or energy. What did he mean with just kidding? Bang! Gravis' whole body shook like he had a seizure for a second. By all intents and purposes, he looked like lightning had hit his body. The 2 onlookers still weren't sure what was happening. Whoop! Said Gravis as he pulled his legs to his torso and then shot them out again. Like a spring, Gravis jumped up, landing gracefully on his feet. The 2 people's eyes widened in pure horror as Gravis jumped up elegantly like he was in his peak state. His shirt was still destroyed, and streaks of blood could be seen on his torso, yet no new blood flowed out. Gravis had transformed his body's inherent energy into life energy and then into life lightning. Like this, he healed himself to his peak state. Then he turned to the 2 and smirked. Hey! His will aura exploded and pressed into them. They had deactivated their heavenly pressure, and in their shocked states, they hadn't been able to react on time. Boom bang! Gravis immediately used his lightning and body for maximum acceleration and punched the Vice Guild Master of Earth in the chest, lightning exploding from his fist. By reflex, the Vice Guild Master of Earth had pulled his broken arm to his front to block with his shield, but it had no use. His shield didn't exist anymore. The fist easily hit him, and he exploded into a shower of blood that drenched the area behind him. How do you still have energy?" shouted the Vice Guild Master of Wind in shock. Fear and terror took a hold of his heart as he was the last person remaining. He quickly activated his heavenly pressure, but he was the only one remaining. Gravis' will aura oppressed his heavenly pressure. How did Gravis still have energy? Of course, it was the heavens balance cultivation technique. Normally, it would be impossible to regain energy with this. Yet, since his dantian was different, all energy that would have normally gone to condense his energy instead got transformed to lightning. How much lightning did Gravis have exactly? After he had exploded his body, his lightning had been entirely used up, leaving his dantian completely empty. Yet, he had also killed the darkness cultivator with that, and Gravis had absorbed all the remaining energy of the darkness cultivator when he had killed him. The darkness cultivator still had 80% remaining of his energy when he had died. All of this went into Gravis' dantian and refilled his lightning to about 50%. In order to create 1 unit of lightning, it required 2 units of energy, yet the darkness cultivator had been 1 realm higher than him. But didn't a higher stage in the spirit-forming realm mean denser energy? That was true, but only to a certain extent. The energy increased, but not by much. Maybe by something like 25%. The thing that really increased was the spirit. That was why it was called the spirit-forming realm. If the darkness cultivator had been at the same stage as Gravis, Gravis would have only gotten 40% of his lightning back. His 2 new attacks had used up another 20% of his lightning, decreasing his reserves to 30%. Yet, with the death of the Vice Guild Master of Earth, his lightning increased again to 80%. The Vice Guild Master of Earth hadn't used up much energy in his fight. Gravis turned to the Vice Guild Master of Wind with a smile. "Gravis?" The Vice Guild Master of Wind said, jumping back slightly. "I never wanted this," he said in fear and pleading. "We are friends. I helped you suppress Saron back then. I also never attacked you. Don't do something you'll regret." Gravis sneered. "Pathetic," he spat. "When you thought I was dying, you didn't care, but now I should. Give me 1 reason to let you live." The insides of the Vice Guild Master of Wind shook in terror. With his higher realm, he might be faster than Gravis, but his instantaneous acceleration didn't even come close. It was not Gravis' speed that was terrifying, but his acceleration. "You don't want the Wind Sect as your enemy, do you?" he said threateningly. Gravis spat some leftover blood to the side. "How would they even know that I killed you?" he said as he walked closer. The Vice Guild Master of Wind saw a chance in that. Every spirit-forming expert from a sect put a part of their spirit into a bottle that remains inside the sect. When the person dies, the spirit in the bottle gets destroyed by the corresponding element of their enemy. Gravis raised his eyebrows in interest. "So, the earth, fire, water, and darkness sect all know that a lightning cultivator killed their disciples?" The Vice Guild Master of Wind nodded severely. "Yes, I don't know if you know, but the elemental sects in the core continent are fighting on 2 fronts. The lightning, light, and fire sect are on one side, while the earth, water, and darkness sect are on the other. Killing someone from the earth, water, or darkness sect might not accomplish much, since they would just think it was the lightning sect that had killed their disciples. They are at war after all. But, if you kill me, you will make the most powerful sect, except the heaven sect, your enemy. They will ask the lightning sect for an explanation, and then everything will come to light. The heaven sect will also tell them the truth. You have already made the fire sect your enemy. Don't also offend the wind sect," the Vice Guild Master of the Wind Guild said threateningly. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he looked at him. The sects didn't know that all these people had been spies for the heaven sect. Even if they did, they'd have to swallow their grievances. There was nothing that they could do against the heaven sect, after all. On top of that, the heaven sect would probably even reward them if they managed to kill Gravis. What the Vice Guild Master of Wind said made sense. If he killed him, the Wind sect would hunt him down. Gravis sighed. "I would have to be a suicidal idiot to kill you." The Vice Guild Master of the Wind Guild sighed in relief as he closed his eyes. He had managed to survive. Boom bang. And like that, this person was also reduced to a rain of blood. Sadly, Lightning forces me to repay grievances, Gravis said to the shower of blood. Honestly, if lightning wouldn't force me, I probably would have let you live. Yet, my path has changed. I have committed myself to move only on a singular path, and I have to walk it with stable and firm steps. Gravis waited a little until all the bloody mist settled on the ground. I hope you don't mind. Gravis looked through the surroundings and smiled a little. Lots of loot was lying around. Cultivators at the spirit-forming realm always kept their wealth in their spirit space, so what would happen if that cultivator died? Their spirit space would crumble, and all their belongings would fall out into the surroundings. Of course, not all the loot was safe. The loot from the darkness cultivator, for example, had been completely decimated. He had died inside Gravis' insane explosion, and all his belongings had already appeared in the surroundings when the explosion wasn't even over yet. Like this, everything but his weapons had been obliterated. Gravis gathered everything together and looked at his loot. Some gold, lots of energy stones, some weapons, some pills. He narrated as he inspected everything. After a while, Gravis found what he was looking for. Gravis' spirit made a pill bottle fly up, and he looked at it more closely. That's the pill that made the others break through, he commented. Sadly, this was the only one remaining. Seer had died due to Gravis' sneak attack, so he never had the chance to take out his pill. The other 4 had taken those pills, which made Seer's pill the last one remaining. Gravis smiled. Let's see how good you are, he said and swallowed it. As the pill fell to his stomach, it rapidly dissolved before it could even reach its goal. A mighty wave of spirit broke out of the pill's remains and directly shot at Gravis' spirit. Gravis didn't resist, and the pill's spirit entered his mind. Bzzzzz. And like that, it was over. The lightning in his mind had destroyed the spirit as soon as it touched it. This wasn't some kind of digestion or absorption. This was only pure destruction. Like this, the effects of the pill had been destroyed with nothing gained. Gravis gritted his teeth. First, the heavens balance cultivation technique doesn't work anymore, and now this pill is also useless? Do I actually need to increase my realm without outside resources? He asked with frustration. How did one increase their cultivation in the spirit-forming realm? It was actually rather simple. The growth of the energy had stopped and had become irrelevant, and the body's growth, just like before, could only be considered auxiliary. The increase of the energy or body were both unimportant to the realm. Only the increase of the spirit was relevant. So how does one increase their spirit? It was the same as the initial breakthrough to the spirit-forming realm. The spirit wasn't able to increase just by itself, so it needed support from outside, and this support was the energy in the dantian. The energy of the dantian had to be pushed into the spirit, which then transformed the spirit slowly. At some point, when the spirit had been sufficiently nourished, the whole spirit would condense into one small core. This was the spirit seed, and when that happened, one would have reached the seed stage. Like this, one only needed to push more energy into their spirit to increase their realm. Of course, there were outside resources that one could use to expedite this process. Some rare plants had some inherent spirit in them, and when condensed into a pill, could release that spirit into the user's body. Of course, those pills were expensive, but that was irrelevant to Gravis because even those expensive pills were useless to him. The good comes with the bad, and the bad comes with the good, Gravis said with a sigh. This inability to rely on outside resources might seem bad at first, but I went through enough shit to see the positive in that. If Gravis could rely on external resources to increase his realm, he would go out to gain as much wealth as possible to exchange for those resources. All this wealth would have been used to increase his spirit. Yet, what about his energy and body? Gravis was pretty sure that there were ways to further increase the energy in the spirit-forming realm. Wasn't it the same with the body after one reached the energy-gathering realm? Like this, Gravis could use his wealth to increase his energy and body, further solidifying his battle strength. Gravis went through all the loot and got about 4,000 energy stones, an unimportant amount of gold, and some spirit weapons. I think I can sell those spirit weapons for an additional 6,000 energy stones. With this, I should have around 15,000 energy stones. I wonder how much that's worth in the core continent. I need to check, Gravis said. With that said, Gravis left in a random direction. He had no idea about the layout of the core continent. He only knew that it was a circle, nothing more. Where were the sects? Where were the cities? He had no idea. The open question in all this: how long would it take Gravis to increase his realm without outside help? Gravis had already infused a lot of lightning into his spirit, which gave him the answer. In order to reach the seed stage, he would need around a full year. In Gravis' mind, this was insanely slow, but for others, this was insanely fast. Normal people would need at least 10 years without outside help, and only if they already had a powerful enough will. Did Gravis need less energy or lightning in his case to increase his realm? Definitely not. In fact, the opposite was true. He needed an insane amount of lightning to increase his spirit. So, how come he would reach the seed stage that much faster? The reason for that was that there was no difference between his spirit and Dantian. An average cultivator had to push the energy into their spirit slowly. If they did it too fast, their spirit would grow unstable. There was a difference between spirit and energy. Spirit was spirit and energy was energy. This fact was obvious at first glance, but it held incredible importance. The spirit could only transform energy into spirit slowly. So, if the cultivators pushed too much energy into their spirit, it would grow sluggish. The energy would mix with the spirit, making the spirit's density decrease because it was distributed over a wider area. Therefore, the efficiency of the conversion would suffer. Yet, in Gravis' case, he had lightning in his Dantian and lightning in his spirit. He could just push all his lightning into his spirit without any worry. The only issue would be that he would have no lightning left to fight if he emptied all of it into his spirit. Of course, Gravis wouldn't risk his survival like that. He decided that he would push 10% of his lightning into his spirit and then wait until he regenerated all of it again before he repeated the cycle. I'll use the next year to increase my body and Dantian. I should also keep a lookout for Joyce. She said I could repay my debt when I reached the core continent. She also mentioned that I just needed to look around to find out who she is. I guess the city would be a perfect first stop in that case. I can exchange some of my loot for other stuff and also look at some news. Like this, Gravis decided to do the same thing that he always did when reaching a new continent. Look for a city. Gravis rode on his lightning board for multiple hours until a settlement finally appeared inside his spirit's range. The core continent was smaller than the other two continents, yet it was still gigantic in size. The settlement was only a small village, with no more than 1,000 people living there. Yet, their strength surprised Gravis. Every adult has at least a fully tempered body. There are even some people in the energy-gathering realm, though mostly all of them are at the first level, he said to himself. As he thought about it, it actually made a lot of sense. The body-tempering realm only required resources. The will was only necessary to reach the energy-gathering realm, and some people would surely manage to increase their wills. If everyone had the resources to temper their bodies, at least some of them would be able to condense their energy vortex. And judging by the abundance of the core continent, body-tempering resources were no issue. An energy-gathering expert was nearly non-existent in the outer continent. In the middle continent, there were a lot of those, yet in the core continent, they could apparently only be considered as just some stronger mortals. Gravis guessed that the sects would probably only accept energy-gathering experts that were at the age of 16 or below. This was way harder to reach than just tempering one's skin, like in the outer continent. Gravis used his spirit to quickly check through all the papers of the village. It only took a couple of seconds for Gravis to find a map. The next town is to the northeast, while there is no sign of a city. Well, I should check the town first. After saying that, Gravis left towards the indicated direction. There was no reason to stay in this village. It should only take an hour for him to arrive at the closest town. Yet, the distance was evident by Gravis taking a whole hour to get there with the ridiculous speed of his lightning board. Someone with a fully tempered body would probably need over a day to reach the town. After an hour, the town appeared inside his spirit. As Gravis' spirit went through the town, he was even more surprised about the strength of the inhabitants. Every single adult was inside the energy-gathering realm. The guards, especially, had already reached the 7th level, at least. The officers were nearly all at the 9th level of energy, gathering with their bodies emanating an equally powerful aura. Gravis laughed a little as he saw that. An elder of an elemental guild would only count as an officer in a town inside the core continent. That's quite the fall in terms of status. An officer of a town had a lower status than a disciple of an elemental guild. Those disciples had, in turn, a lower status than the elites of the guild. The elites were lower than the geniuses, and the geniuses were lower than the elders. Falling from an elder to the level of an officer inside a town would be devastating. One shouldn't forget that an elder in the Middle Continent had the power to eradicate all towns and cities single-handedly. They wouldn't even need their disciples for that. Not only that, Gravis trailed off as he felt two spirits watching him. The town had two spirit-forming experts. Gravis guessed that they were the town lord and vice-town lord, and he felt that they were warily watching him. They were probably afraid that he would steal their positions. As if I would care about some town lord position, Gravis sneered. I'm only here to look at the public notices at the town board. Gravis used his spirit to look through the notices, but didn't find anything important. There was no mention of any favors or Joyce. Gravis guessed that those notices were probably only findable in the cities. Gravis also saw a map of the surroundings hanging on the town board, which also indicated the closest city. Fear City? Well, that sounds ominous, thought Gravis as he noted down the location of the city. I wonder how the city looks like with a name like that. Anyway, there's no reason to stay here. I doubt that anyone in this town is used to trading with spirit weapons, considering their strength. I can probably sell stuff like that only in a city. After thinking this, Gravis left for Fear City. The two spirit-forming experts in the town released a sigh of relief as they saw him go. They had felt the powerful will inside Gravis' spirit, so they had been afraid of him taking over their positions. If that happened, they would have had no chance. They were not fighters. They were administrators. Gravis rode on his lightning board for another 3 hours until he noticed something. Gravis slowed down and looked at the sky. It's getting darker, he said as he rubbed his chin. It should only be the early afternoon right now, and the sunset is at least several hours away. Gravis looked to the front and noticed that the sky on the horizon was even darker. Then he turned around and looked at where he came from. The sky in that direction was brighter. Gravis rubbed his chin in more thought. Interesting. So, the closer I get to the city, the darker it gets. I guess that is one reason why it's named Fear City. Gravis resumed his journey with more interest as the sky grew darker and darker. When Fear City appeared inside his spirit, the sky was already pitch black, no stars to be seen. Yet, something surprised Gravis even more. My spirit can't enter Fear City, he commented. As Gravis' spirit neared Fear City, it was deflected. It was like Gravis' spirit was a river, and Fear City was a boulder. His spirit could only flow around Fear City, but not into it. Gravis continued rubbing his chin in interest. So, a city inside the core continent has the ability to even stop spirits. That sure is interesting. On top of that, I finally know why the city is called Fear City. Gravis looked at Fear City. It was gigantic, probably tens of kilometers wide. The city's whole border was packed with 50-meter-tall, black walls with red spikes poking out of them. By all intents and purposes, the city looked like the lair of an antagonist in some fairy tale. The perpetually darkened sky surely didn't help its image. Well, my spirit will probably work fine if I enter. The sects shouldn't know yet that I have killed their vice guild masters. This obviously looks like an outpost of the darkness sect, but I'll be okay for a time. Though I need to hurry up. There's no reason to wait. After Gravis made his decision, he quickly shot towards Fear City. He had to get some information and sell some of his stuff. Meanwhile, inside the city, 5 people sat in a darkened room. They all wore gray robes that hid the entirety of their bodies. They all played cards with each other, apparently ignoring the darkness around them. Yet, when Gravis appeared in the surroundings of Fear City, one of them stood up. Sure enough, he has come, said the person with a gruff voice. I knew that he would first come to this city since it's the closest one to his entry point. Look at him charge fiercely into the lion's nest, not knowing what awaits. Fiery youngsters really don't know danger, even when it stares them right into the eyes. The others also stood up one after the other. Will we go forward with the plan, boss? One of them asked. The earlier speaker nodded. Yeah, if we don't help him, he is basically dead meat. We don't want that, do we? After all, he is an extraordinary recruit for our cause. The others nodded in unison. All right, then let's move out before our dear Gravis gets himself killed. After he said that, they all vanished. Gravis walked closer to Fear City. Even though he knew that danger could wait for him inside its borders, he still went through with it. This was only a city, and even if it were an outpost of the Darkness sect, it would only have some sapling stage cultivators at most. If they didn't attack him, he wouldn't care, but if they did, this would serve as a good opportunity for tempering his will. Such a fight would be supremely difficult, but there was a chance of victory. Gravis, wait, came a voice in Gravis' spirit, and he quickly narrowed his eyes, readying his saber. He didn't notice where the voice came from, and he didn't feel any spirit encompassing him, which made him take this situation seriously. Gravis knew that if he couldn't tell the voice's origin, it meant that the person speaking to him was talking to him from outside his spirit's range. Gravis knew that someone at the initial stage of spirit forming only had a range of 10 kilometers. One shouldn't forget that Gravis' spirit had a range of 50 kilometers. The speaking person had to be at least in the sapling stage. On top of that, they knew his name, which didn't bode well. Over here, Gravis heard a physical voice from his right. He snapped his head to the direction and saw some gray-robed individuals. Gravis hadn't noticed their arrival, which made him nervous. On top of that, he could see them with his eyes, but not with his spirit. Inside his spirit's vision, the area was blank. Who are you? Asked Gravis with a harsh voice, ready to strike at any point. I'll tell you later who we are, but first you should stay away from Fear City, said the one in the lead with a gruff voice. Judging by his voice, he was an elderly person. Gravis narrowed his eyes further. Why? He asked simply. Because you'll die if you enter, the leading figure answered. How would you know that? Gravis asked back. The elder laughed a little. I know what you're thinking. Who is this person? He clearly doesn't know my power, right? Gravis didn't answer. The elder walked forward a little, making Gravis grip his saber tighter. Actually, I know more about you than you would think. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. And what do you know exactly? The elder laughed again like he had expected that answer. You have unprecedented battle strength. You have a unity will. You have had a will aura ever since appearing in this world. You are heaven's enemy. And to top it all off, the elder paused after saying that, and Gravis was sure that he was smirking under his hood. You are from a higher world. Gravis didn't react outwardly, but his insides were shaken. How could that person know all this? Who are you? Gravis asked. The elder laughed slightly again, something that he seemed to be doing quite a bit, which annoyed Gravis. Because you and I are similar. Then the elder did an exaggerated bow. I am also not of this world. Now, Gravis could no longer keep his shock secret. His mouth involuntarily opened in shock. After some seconds, he shook his head. That's impossible. I am certain that you are not from my homeworld, and I am also certain that no other world can send people across different worlds. The elder laughed again. You are right. No person can send people to other worlds, he said, and then paused. Then, the elder's smile grew, now showing through his gray hood. But what about heaven? Gravis was back to his narrowed eyes. What do you mean? The elder lifted both of his hands to grandly gesture to the surroundings. What if two different heavens decided to make some kind of exchange program? Both worlds send some of their most talented teachers to the other one, and there they fight. Yet how do they fight? Are you interested? The elder stopped talking here. Gravis waited for some seconds. All right, I'm interested, said Gravis as he slightly relaxed his stance. Tell me about your so-called exchange program. The elder chuckled again. Simple. This world and our world are different. This world mainly focuses on elements while our world focuses on physical combat. Which is better, which is worse? The heavens disagree about this point, of course. One would always think that their team was the best. So, what if the two heavens agreed to some kind of battle? And how would that battle work? Gravis asked. And again, the elders started chuckling, grating on Gravis' nerves. Each world sends one talented and powerful teacher into the other one. There, they search for talented people and teach them about the techniques of their homeworld. Like this, they create a force and then war with the leading forces. Of course, forces directly beneath heaven, like the Heaven Sect, are not part of this deal. This would be unfair, wouldn't it? Gravis nodded. That would be unfair. Yet, creating such a force is hard, the elder continued. Nearly every talented and powerful cultivator is already part of the elemental sects, so finding good people is hard. That's where you come into play. You are an exceptionally talented person without any affiliation for a sect. That's why I have appeared before you. I want to recruit you. Gravis furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected this development. He had just arrived in the core continent, and before he could even take a look at the elemental sects, someone was already recruiting him for something completely different. What's your goal? Asked Gravis. Gravis was actually intrigued by this. If he could learn techniques different from his elemental ones, his strength could increase. He was still relying on the martial arts that he had learned in Body City for his physical attacks. Those were, of course, way too weak for Gravis by now. The elder didn't chuckle for once. We have two goals, or more like two steps that we have to take. The elder lifted one finger. The first step is eliminating the greens. Gravis furrowed his brows again. The greens? He asked. The elder chuckled again. They are some sort of entry test for us. They are another force from my homeworld, chosen by this heaven to be our enemy. We were chosen by our heaven, while they were chosen by this heaven. We first have to eliminate the greens before we can go to our actual goal. Which is? Gravis asked. Becoming the strongest power except for the Heaven Sect. The elder answered with fervor. So, you want to eliminate all the elemental sects? Gravis asked, unamused. Gravis thought that the elemental sects were kind of the representation of this world. He wasn't sure how he felt about eliminating all elemental sects. The elder chuckled again. You are probably feeling uncomfortable thinking about the elemental sect's demise, right? He asked, but Gravis didn't answer. Might makes right, correct? So, if the path of elements is the correct one, we won't win against the sects. Don't forget that they have the home advantage. They are 7 sects with the best people in this world, while I have to go out myself for every single one of my people. If the elemental sects can't even win with that advantage, then what are they worth? Gravis thought about this for a while. The advantages that the elemental sects had over these people were genuinely immense. The battle techniques of the Elder's homeworld had to be far superior to the techniques of this world. If one person from another world actually managed to destroy all the elemental sects, then what were they even worth? If already another lower world could destroy the strongest powers of this world, then what was this lower world even worth? If I imagine both worlds as 2 ponds with fish inside them, then the middle world would be a gigantic lake. If one pond was already suppressed by a single fish from another pond, then what about the lake? Wouldn't the fish jumping into the lake from the pond be completely suppressed there? Gravis thought. A new thought confronted Gravis. What if this other world is superior to this world? If that is the case, I should learn from them as well. Wasn't the job of a research assistant learning the different techniques of different worlds? I doubt that they could suppress all the elemental sects. Yet, if they accomplish that, it only shows that the elemental cultivation techniques of this world are weak. Gravis was inclined to agree, yet he first wanted to know more. How did you get all this information about me? The elder smirked at Gravis. Isn't it obvious how I know all these things? He asked with a smug voice. My heaven told me. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Your heaven? The elder laughed a little. Yes, my heaven. As in, the heaven from my world. It is not allowed to help me in any direct way, but it can, at least, send me information about potential recruits. So, are you interested? Gravis stayed silent for some seconds and then turned to Fear City on the horizon. You obviously know my strength. So why do you say that I will die if I enter Fear City? Gravis asked. He had already decided against going into Fear City at this point. This person knew his power, and he told Gravis that he would die. Was him choosing this city bad luck? Karmic luck is a complex concept. For example, if someone runs right into an ambush of several powerful cultivators and dies, that could be considered bad luck, right? Yet, if that person managed to kill those people with his own strength, his will would have been tempered, and he would have acquired several useful resources. Wouldn't that be considered good luck then? In the end, bad luck only meant encounters with mortal danger. Yet, if someone managed to survive these mortal dangers, one would become more powerful. In the end, karmic luck meant lots of enemies. If one dies, it's considered bad luck, and if one survives, it's considered good luck, but in the end, only strength mattered. So what about Fear City? Gravis wanted to know what would have waited for him there. The elder chuckled again. Fear City is the main outpost for the Darkness sect, explained the elder. They always have 2 people at the sapling stage station there. A fight against 2 sapling stage cultivators will be supremely dangerous for you, but not impossible. Though that is not the real danger. Gravis thought for a bit. If Fear City is the main outpost for the Darkness sect, it probably means that the Darkness sect itself is pretty close. So, if I fight those people, they will quickly contact the Darkness sect, which will send more sapling stage cultivators to me. Like this, I would be overwhelmed. Though I probably still have some time to win and flee. On top of that, why would they attack me? The elder laughed again. You underestimate the sects and their methods. Spirit-forming people leave part of their spirits in sealed glass bottles in the sect. When they get killed, the spirit inside the glass bottle will also get destroyed by the same thing that has killed the cultivator. The elder pointed at Gravis. You have killed someone of the Darkness sect. They know it was a lightning cultivator who killed the person. Of course, they don't know that it's you, but that's not important. I think you forgot a major fact. Gravis looked unamused at the elder. Which is? It's unimportant if you killed the person or not, the elder said with a smirk. You have the lightning element and are, therefore, in their eyes, a member of the lightning sect, and as you know, the Darkness sect and lightning sect are at war. They will attack you simply because they think you are from the lightning sect. Gravis took a deep breath. He had forgotten that part. It was actually logical, and Gravis was a little frustrated that he hadn't thought about that point. He should have seen something obvious like this. Yet, as he thought about this, another thought appeared in his mind. How come they haven't attacked me yet? Asked Gravis. The spirit for a sapling stage cultivator has a bigger range than my spirit, so all of us should be inside their spirit. What are they waiting for? The elder showed his right hand. On his ring finger, a ring sparkled a little bit, drawing the attention of Gravis. This artifact is making us invisible to the spirits of others. Every one of our members gets one of these. Like he had issued a command, the other 4 people also showed the identical rings on their right ring finger. That's possible? Gravis asked with interest. The elder did the same thing that he always did. He laughed slightly. In this world? No. This world hasn't uncovered the methods to forge this object yet. The only person that knows how to create these artifacts is me. Don't forget that my heaven has chosen me. Forging something like this is nothing special to me. Speaking of, what qualifications do you have that your heaven chose you? Gravis asked. In my homeworld, I am at the self stage, said the elder, surprising Gravis. Of course, it would be unfair if I went and destroyed all the sects by myself. Therefore, my strength is greatly reduced in this world. If we were to fight, I would have no chance against you. After all, I am a teacher in this world, not a fighter. I am also a professional in all major cultivation jobs. I have had lots of time to kill. The elder then looked deeply into Gravis' eyes. So let me ask again, will you join or not? He asked, some impatience appearing in his voice. Gravis had already made his decision. Yes, I will join you, but only until those so-called greens are defeated. As soon as the greens are gone, I will leave. There shouldn't be an issue with that, right? The elder laughed louder now. That's not a problem. As soon as the greens are defeated, I'll get more ways to advertise my organization. Killing the greens is already plenty. Anyway, let's go somewhere else. We'll talk more when we're not outside Fear City. If someone at the tree stage arrives, those artifacts won't help. With this said, the 5 people in gray cloaks started running towards a nearby forest. Gravis had already said that he would join them, so he followed. After traveling for some kilometers, they stopped inside a dark cave. Whoosh! The 5 people took off the hoods of their cloaks, finally showing their faces. Gravis was quite surprised since the other 4 people were all youngsters. They were probably not much older than him. Yet, what truly surprised Gravis was the face of the elder. The elder had long gray hair, and the deep wrinkles on his face showed his experience. Yet, that was not what surprised Gravis. What surprised him was the aura and feeling that the elder emanated. When he had worn the hood, he appeared sinister, yet without the hood, he appeared like a kind old grandpa. When he looked at Gravis, Gravis felt like he could trust the person. Of course, Gravis wasn't so stupid as to trust someone just based on their looks. Ah! The elder sighed gently. I'm not a fan of acting, he said. Gravis lifted one brow. What do you mean? The elder turned to Gravis and laughed. But this time, his laugh seemed like an amused elder and not like a sinister snake. The most important thing while wearing a disguise is changing your personality, the elder slowly explained with a kind voice. If some intelligence has leaked and the sects know what's going on, I won't be able to walk among cities and towns anymore. The elder laughed slightly again. You might not care, but it's important for me. I need to recruit more people, and if I appear as the sinister, gray-cloaked snake, they are not as likely to join me. You must remember, Gravis, that not everyone is like you. Gravis leaned against one of the walls of the cave. What do you mean? To you, it probably made no difference in what persona I appeared. You are confident in your power, so you have no inherent aversion towards dangerous people. You believe that you are powerful enough to handle everything that heaven throws at you. Many others are not like this, the elder said with a kind voice and then gestured to the other 4 youngsters. All of these younglings have been shunned from their clan, sects, or similar things. Some have committed a mistake, the elder said as one of them lowered his head. Some of them have lost control. Another disciple looked to the side as if this had nothing to do with him. And others have lost their home to other people. The last 2 disciples looked at each other. All members of the Greys have had some issues in their past that drove them away from their homes, the elder narrated as he walked closer to Gravis. Some are afraid of losing control again. Some have been betrayed and don't trust other organizations. And nearly all of them don't have unfaltering confidence in their power. The elder reached Gravis and put a hand on his shoulder. Lost children are lost children because something happened to them. On their way to power, they all need to overcome their past trauma. This is one of the things that I had promised them when I took them in. Then the elder smiled bitterly. Though I will be honest with you, Gravis. Honesty is very important, even if it damages my image. The others looked away like they knew what was coming. Gravis was interested in what the elder was going to say. You might have already guessed, but it is important that I say it myself, the elder said with a sigh. I don't take these lost children in because I am some benevolent grandpa. They are simply the only recruits that exist. I don't treat them like lost children but like full members of my organization. They need to work and they need to go through danger. The elder gestured towards the surroundings. All this is just a trade. I am not their family, and I am not their home. I am simply helping them to gain enough power to create a new home. Of course, they need to do missions for me in return. The elder looked back at Gravis. You can leave whenever you want, Gravis. I won't keep you here, but don't forget, I have a lot of things that I can teach you that you will learn nowhere else in this world. The elder smiled happily at Gravis. Will you join us? Gravis smiled a little. I will. The elder laughed happily and patted Gravis' shoulder. Then welcome to the Greys. Let me introduce everyone. said the elder. My name is Byron. Then he gestured to one of the others. The youngster walked forward and stood beside Byron. This is Drake. He was once part of the Fire Guild in the Middle Continent. He fled the Fire Guild when he killed one of his disciple brothers. I won't go into the details since it's personal, but he had a good reason to do that, and I won't fault him for that. Gravis looked at Drake, and they shook hands. Drake had red hair, yet his eyes seemed sinister. Gravis didn't judge people based on their looks, so he didn't really care. Hello, Gravis. I've heard much about you from Elder Byron, Drake said with a cold face, which didn't match his words. I know that you will be a tremendous help to us. Likewise, Drake, Gravis said with a smile. By now, Gravis was not worried about his karmic luck infecting others. Byron came from a different world, and they were here with heaven's permission. On top of that, the other heaven surely also kept watch. If this heaven reduced the karmic luck of a member of the Greys, the other heaven would most likely protest. As Gravis thought about it, he was actually quite happy. Due to the circumstances, this was probably the first organization where he didn't have to keep his distance from everyone. Finally, he could truly work together with others and build some companionship. Elder Byron then gestured for another person, who also stepped forward. This is Creed. He was born in the core continent but never managed to join any elemental sect. Sadly, this talent bloomed after he was already too old to join. He has managed to reach the power of average cultivators of elemental sects without having ever cultivated an element. Of course, with my battle techniques, his strength only increased even more. Gravis was astonished by this. Battle techniques that didn't involve elements were supremely rare in this world. Creed had to basically create a whole new fighting style without any guidance. This was really impressive. That's really astonishing, Creed. How did you do that? Asked Gravis as he shook Creed's hand. Creed had normal black hair and an average body. Nothing on him looked exceptional. This reminded Gravis of his own looks before they had changed. His looks could have been described with the same adjectives. Creed rubbed the back of his neck as his face went slightly red in embarrassment. Hello, Brother Gravis. It's nothing special. I just continued fighting, and everything appeared by itself. I didn't do anything to create my battle techniques, he spoke quietly. Gravis looked at him and couldn't conclude what fighting style Creed used. What weapons do you use? Creed smiled and retrieved his weapons. 2 black daggers appeared in his hands. Please don't look down on me, but in the beginning, I couldn't win against other cultivators in a head-on fight, so I mainly focused on the daggers. I know that ambushing people is not the true way to power, but it was the only way I had to grow in power, Creed said, shame showing on his face. Gravis laughed. There is no wrong way to power. The only wrong way is completely relying on others, Gravis said, patting Creed on the shoulders. He also meant what he said. Fight was a fight. It didn't matter how one won, as long as they accomplished it with their own power. Power was power, after all. When Creed heard Gravis, he smiled and stepped back a little. Elder Byron then gestured to the last 2 people. Those 2 people were 2 women, and now Gravis noticed that they looked identical to each other. Identical twins? Gravis thought. Their faces looked the same, and they both had long blue hair. The only difference was that the hair of each one fell down at a different side. These are Lori and Lena, Elder Byron introduced. They had been in the Water Guild of the Middle Continent, and they left their guild because of ideology conflicts. You need to ask them yourself if you want to know more. Both women bowed slightly at the same time. Welcome, Gravis, they said simultaneously. Gravis felt a little embarrassed from that. He hadn't had much contact with the opposite sex, so he didn't know exactly how to talk to them. His unity will didn't change anything about that. Thank you, Lori and Lena. One of the 2 spoke up. We don't mind you knowing about our background. You actually need to know it so that we can fight together. Gravis was surprised that they were so open with sharing their secrets. Thank you, he said. The other woman spoke up. We actually never intended to join the Proxy Water Guild in the Outer Continent. Our family was killed when we were young, so we desired battle strength instead of support. As you know, water is not cut out for that. Sadly, The Water Guild had been the only one that was willing to accept us. She then spat to the side while the other one sighed. It was probably because we were women, the other one spoke up. You might not know this, but most women are inside the Water and Light Guild. Those two guilds take up over 80% of all female cultivators, while the Wind Guild has another 15%. They probably thought that we were tame and abhorred violence, like most other women. Now, the first one spoke up again. As we increased our realm, we got less and less opportunities to temper our battle strength. When we went out to temper ourselves, we even got punished for that. Remaining inside the Water Guild, healing patients, and cultivating plants was not why we started cultivating. When it was too much, we left, and we swore that we would never use our water element to heal someone again. We only want battle strength. Gravis was a little surprised about the reason, but he could understand it. Gravis also wouldn't want to only heal people and cultivate plants. He wanted freedom, and freedom only came with power. If the same thing happened to him, he would have probably also left the guild. Gravis smiled and nodded. I understand. I would have probably done the same in your case. You don't need to worry. I won't force you to use your water element to heal me in a fight. I respect your decision, and I also trust that you have enough power to contribute. You probably wouldn't be part of the Greys if you didn't. The two women smiled. Thank you for understanding, Big Brother Gravis, they said at the same time, and Gravis rubbed the back of his neck when he heard them calling him Big Brother. This was the first time anyone called him Big Brother, which made him feel a little shy. The two women saw his reaction and giggled. When I first saw you, you looked cold and arrogant, said one of them. Who knew that the famed Gravis would have such a cute side? Gravis laughed nervously. The last time he had any non-aggressive interaction with a woman was back in the Proxy Lightning Guild. At that time, he had been too busy with finally getting his lightning, so he hadn't cared much. The whole thing with Stella had also been some years ago, and the personalities of youngsters quickly changed in puberty. The thing with Wendy would have also ended with Gravis killing her, so that also didn't count. When someone was an enemy, Gravis wouldn't flinch even if that enemy was a peerlessly beautiful fairy. But it was different if they were his comrades. Gravis had many incredible attributes that made him exceptional in many viewpoints, but he had no experience with women. Sadly, Gravis wasn't perfect. All right, said Elder Byron as he went between them. Enough flirting. You can do that in your spare time. I didn't. Gravis wanted to say, but stopped when he saw the two women giggle slightly. Wait, were they actually flirting? I'm not sure. How do I find out if they were flirting or not? How does flirting even work? Should I just directly ask them about it? I'm not sure if that is a good idea. That would probably be weird. Gravis thought in nervousness. Anyway, said Elder Byron with a smile. He retrieved something and threw it towards Gravis, who quickly caught it. This is your welcome present. Any future battle techniques or resources need to be exchanged for contribution points. Gravis looked at what he had caught and saw that it was a thin booklet. On the cover were violently written red words that spelled Rakshasa Saber. Learn it, said Elder Byron. In a week, I'll put you to the test. Gravis bowed slightly. Thank you, Elder Byron. During the next couple of days, Gravis spoke more with the other people, but the vast majority of his time was spent on the Rakshasa Saber. The battle technique was actually really interesting and opened Gravis' eyes to a whole new way of fighting. The Rakshasa Saber needed 4 components to work. It needed a powerful will, spirit, energy, and a physical saber. Normally, a powerful attack with a spirit weapon would need the element and the spirit of the user. The spirit controls and strengthens the element inside the weapon, increasing its destructive potential. Yet, the Rakshasa Saber was different. The regular usage of a spirit weapon didn't require the will. It only required the element and spirit. Yet, this Rakshasa Saber also required the will. What did the will do to make the technique work? Spirit and energy were not inherently dangerous. The spirit was only dangerous when paired with something dangerous, like an element. The spirit could be considered as a tempering agent or support for something else. Energy was also not inherently dangerous. One first had to transform it into an element to make it destructive. At least, that held true for this lower world. Other worlds surely had different techniques. One could summarize the whole thing as such. Energy was the basic component and resource. The element was the forging of the resource into something destructive. Spirit was the tempering of the destructive material. The Rakshasa saber threw the concept of the element completely away. Instead, it used the will to change the spirit from a tempering agent into a forging resource to transform something harmless like energy into something destructive. The Rakshasa saber showed a method that would use the will in such a way that it fused with the spirit. At that point, the spirit would be fused with the will and, therefore, also carry its suppressive and destructive property. Usually, the element used the spirit as a resource that would make the element stronger. Yet, for the Rakshasa saber, the opposite was true. It used the energy to strengthen the mix of will and spirit. Like this, the user's will would manifest in a physical form and could directly injure others. Normally, a will aura only affected the will of others, and it wasn't able to injure people directly. It only suppressed them. Yet, when it achieved physical manifestation with the support of the spirit and the strengthening of energy, it could damage others. If the mix was used correctly, it could be transformed into a destructive wave that could cut or destroy the things it hit. After understanding how the Rakshasa saber worked, Gravis sighed. "A whole new world has opened before my eyes," he said. In the last couple of days, the Greys had moved multiple times. According to Elder Byron, there was no headquarters since that would give them a permanent residence and, therefore, a target for the Greens. They were always on the move, and right now they stayed inside a mountain chain. Gravis quickly left the encampment to find a place where no one could watch. Gravis trusted the Greys, but he was still cautious about showing his abnormal centers of power. After he was many kilometers away from the encampment, he retrieved his saber and readied himself. Whoosh! His will aura appeared, and the surroundings shook a little. Surprisingly, the ground and mountains didn't get damaged. Apparently, due to the higher energy density in the atmosphere, the terrain had been hardened. In the middle continent, when Gravis had released his unity will, a dome of suppressed earth always appeared around him. Not here, though. Gravis followed the instructions of the booklet and combined his will with his spirit. Took some time, but he quickly managed to achieve it. When he was done, he felt something entirely new appear. It felt like a big part of his spirit's vision had been compressed, making the area appear somewhat bigger in his mind. Of course, Gravis knew that this was only an illusion created by the spirit's compression. The compressed area had the form of a sphere, and Gravis moved it around slightly. Moving it around didn't cost any spirit, so that was one worry less. Gravis then made the mix of spirit and will hit the ground. Bang! A loud bang resounded like someone had punched the floor. The floor sunk down for a meter, but nothing more happened. Gravis could achieve more with a punch, but one shouldn't forget that Gravis hadn't infused any energy into the mix. Gravis quickly realized that the mixture had vanished, and the infused spirit was used up. Luckily, a will was inexhaustible, so, therefore, couldn't be used up like spirit. In total, around 10% of Gravis' spirit had been used. Interesting, Gravis muttered as he scratched his chin in thought. Now, let's try again with some energy from my body. Gravis summoned the mixture again and then infused the inherent energy from his body into the mixture. He used around 50% of the energy, which was not a lot. One should remember that the inherently saved energy inside Gravis' body was only equal to the energy in the dantian of someone at the 7th level of energy gathering. Gravis felt the sphere become more powerful, and he could now see it with his eyes, kind of. If one looked at it with their eyes, they would only see a gray, distorted area with a diameter of about a meter. The objects behind the sphere appeared warped and dimmed in color. After looking at it for a while, Gravis made the sphere hit the ground again. Boom! A 10-meter-wide crater appeared, yet no debris flew out of the crater. It was like the stone and earth inside the crater vanished. One would think that the sphere had eaten the debris, but that wasn't true. The stone and earth had been ground down into dust, which quickly scattered into the surroundings. When Gravis saw that, he was surprised by the destructive potential. One had to know that he had used only half the amount of energy that someone at the 7th level of energy gathering would have. All in all, the destruction was about as strong as a regular punch from Gravis. Gravis then used the remaining 50% of his inherent energy again to create another sphere, yet this time he infused the sphere into his spirit weapon. As the sphere entered the saber's color dimmed to a grayish color, and it started vibrating a little bit. Gravis checked his saber and concluded that it could withstand such an attack. One shouldn't forget that his saber was a weak spirit weapon. He had gotten it from Elder Red when he had killed said Elder in a fight. That someone at the energy-gathering realm already had a spirit weapon was already impressive enough. Of course, it was basically impossible that someone on that level would come into contact with stronger spirit weapons. Gravis then used his saber and swung at a mountain about 100 meters away. A thin crescent that followed his swing was created and then shot with incredible speed at the mountain. It made no noise when it hit the mountain, and no destruction was apparent to the naked eye. Yet, in Gravis' spirit, the destruction could be seen. A millimeter-wide cut appeared on the mountain, which extended tens of meters into the mountain. When Gravis saw that, he took a deep breath. That's nearly as strong as my lightning-loaded punch with added acceleration. Gravis knew that the saber slash would be powerful, but this even surprised him. One had to know that the infused energy made up most of the destructive potential of the attack, and Gravis had only used 50% of the amount of energy that someone at the 7th level of energy gathering would have. The 7th level of energy gathering and a physical attack with a spirit-forming body with destruction lightning were worlds apart. How was this so destructive with only so little energy? Of course, Gravis quickly found the answer. It's my unity will, he concluded. My unity will is already, as the name suggests, part of the unity realm, which is a whole realm higher than my cultivation. Since the attack uses my will, a stronger will also means a stronger attack. Yet Gravis had a dilemma. This attack would use up the inherent energy in his body, which he usually required to heal himself. Using this attack used the same resource that he needed for healing, so he could either do one or the other if he used his body's energy. The manual said I can't use this technique with an element since the mixture will be used up if it comes into contact with anything physical that isn't energy. Yet isn't my spirit special? It's adapted to lightning, so infusing it with lightning shouldn't be an issue. Maybe it works with lightning. Let's see, Gravis said, readying his saber again. Let's try with something small, like 5% of my spirit. Gravis summoned a mixture with only 5% of his spirit. Yet something unforeseen happened. Pop! The mixture wasn't able to stabilize and scattered into the surroundings. This hadn't happened before, so Gravis was confused for a second, but he quickly noticed the difference between this time and last time. The last couple of times, I always used 10% of my spirit. I guess I need a minimum amount of spirit to make the fusion work. Funny, the manual hadn't mentioned that, Gravis muttered. Then, Gravis summoned another mixture with 10% of his spirit. Like the first 3 times, it remained stable. So, it really requires a minimum of spirit to stabilize, Gravis muttered while scratching his chin in thought. I wonder how lightning interacts with it. Then, Gravis started slowly infusing the mixture with lightning. Suddenly, all the lightning in his body started crazily going into the mixture. He tried stopping the lightning, but it was hopeless. It just wouldn't listen. Gravis immediately started sweating with nervousness. Boom! After the sphere had absorbed 10% of Gravis lightning, it couldn't take any more and violently exploded. The surrounding 30 meters got completely decimated and a crater formed, which was around 5 meters deep. Luckily, Gravis was immune to his own lightning. An attack like that could have killed him otherwise. Gravis continued standing there, unable to process what just happened. After some seconds, he finally calmed down and started scratching his chin again. It felt like I didn't have enough control over the mixture when the lightning entered it. In the beginning, it was no issue controlling the sphere. Yes, I lost control over my lightning, but I hadn't lost control over the sphere at that point. Though, why did I lose control over my lightning in the first place? Gravis started thinking about the concept of spirit, will, and lightning. How did he control lightning in the first place? This question appeared in Gravis' mind for the first time. He had actually never questioned how he was able to control lightning. One shouldn't forget that he already had control over lightning when he had reached the energy-gathering realm, though not as precise as now. "I think it should be my spirit," Gravis said as he continued thinking. But didn't the spirit only appear at the spirit-forming realm? How had Gravis controlled his lightning in the energy-gathering realm then? The answer was actually pretty simple. The spirit had always existed, as the spirit was the soul and the mind of the cultivator. If one didn't have a spirit, they wouldn't be human. The spirit-forming realm didn't actually form the spirit in the sense that it was created, but in the sense that its form would change. The spirit-forming realm only made the spirit adapt to energy, or in Gravis' case, lightning. This allowed the spirit to manipulate energy, or lightning, with substantially increased precision and power. Before that, one only had rudimentary control over an element. Clap. Gravis clapped his hands together as he got the answer. "Of course," he shouted. "If I combine my spirit and my will, the created thing is basically another me. My lightning didn't listen because this sphere was adapted to lightning and, therefore, tried to absorb it crazily. So, when it started absorbing the lightning, it basically overate itself and collapsed." Gravis looked to the ground in deep thought. "So, in order to stop my uncontrollable mixture of spirit and will from exploding, I need to make the amount of spirit in the mixture bigger than the amount of absorbed lightning. Though the issue is that I can't keep my lightning from being absorbed." After some seconds of deep thinking, Gravis found a solution. "If it absorbs all the lightning in my body, then I only need to put in more spirit than I have lightning remaining. Currently, my spirit reserves are at about 55%, while my lightning reserves are at around 90%. Gravis had a plan, but he was a little worried about it. What if the sphere doesn't stop absorbing when it ate all my lightning? Will it eat the lightning in my spirit as well? If that happens, I'll lose several weeks of progress. I need the lightning in my mind to increase my cultivation. After all," he muttered with worry. Gravis thought about this for a long time until he made a decision. "If I put this off, I still won't know how it will act. If I try it later, even more of my cultivation time would be in danger. Risking a couple of weeks of progress now is better than risking years of progress later." Gravis sighed. "Well, here goes nothing. Bzzz. Gravis shot 45% of his lightning into the horizon. In his time thinking, his lightning and spirit had recovered a little, so Gravis now had 50% of his lightning and 60% of his spirit left. If there were nothing more to absorb, then, logically, the sphere couldn't absorb more. Though Gravis still remained careful. Slowly, he created another mixture of will and spirit. This time, he used a little over 55% of his spirit. The sphere appeared, and it was multiple times bigger than before. Every previous sphere only had 10% of his spirit, while this one had over 55%. When Gravis noticed that the sphere was stable, he started to funnel lightning to it. Bzzz. Like before, the lightning violently left Gravis' body and shot right into the sphere. All the lightning vanished in less than a second, and Gravis felt utterly drained. His dantian was completely devoid of lightning, and his spirit had less than 5% of its reserves left. Gravis used the energy inherent in his body and shoved all of it into his dantian, which quickly got converted to a small amount of lightning. Then, he took the small amount of lightning in his dantian and shoved it into his mind, reloading it somewhat. This eased the stress on his mind. After that, Gravis took a deep breath and looked at the sphere. Bang, 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 bang. A 2-meter-wide sphere of purely concentrated lightning lingered in the air. Many peals of thunder per second exploded out of the sphere, creating a cacophony of violent sounds. The ball was also incredibly bright, and when Gravis looked into it, he was quickly forced to avert his gaze. To him, the lightning sphere appeared brighter than the sun. Yet Gravis also grew excited. The sphere didn't collapse, and after it had stopped absorbing the lightning, the connection between the lightning inside his dantian and the sphere had been cut. As long as Gravis didn't touch the sphere with more lightning, it wouldn't absorb more. Yet, the best part was that it hadn't even touched his spirit. All the lightning inside his mind remained, taking a load of Gravis' shoulders. Gravis continued watching it for several seconds with his spirit, enraptured by its glory and power. After watching it until he was satisfied, Gravis willed it to move. A small shockwave traveled into the surroundings as the sphere started moving, its power decimating everything it touched. Yet, there was a slight issue. Why is this thing so fucking slow? Gravis shouted in frustration. He was using everything in his power to make it move, but it was moving even slower than the walking speed of an average mortal. Hell, even a weak old man would walk faster. After trying it for a couple of seconds, Gravis gave up. Alright, so using it as a weapon like this won't work. Creating it takes over a second, and anyone that feels its destructive potential would have long fucked off into the distance. Well, not everything can be perfect, I suppose, Gravis muttered as he scratched the side of his head. Then, Gravis looked at his saber with an unsure expression. I guess I can only infuse the sphere into my saber, though I'm scared that my saber will just immediately explode. I really doubt that it can handle so much power. Gravis looked at his saber, unsure. He had gotten the saber only relatively recently, yet it was already too weak again. I need a better one, Gravis said. He also checked his spirit space. When he had killed Seer, a saber popped out of his spirit space. Back then, Seer didn't even have the chance to retrieve his weapon before he exploded into a shower of blood. Sadly, the saber was only about as good as Gravis' current one. Gravis sighed. Delaying won't help. In the worst case, I lose my current saber. At least I still have another one left. Here goes nothing. Again. Then, Gravis willed the sphere to move towards his saber. Could you fucking hurry up? Gravis shouted in frustration again. The sphere was moving very slowly towards his saber. It actually took nearly a full minute until it came close enough. When it arrived, Gravis took a deep breath, activated the formation arrays in his saber, and then plunged it into the sphere. The sphere quickly vanished into the saber, and Gravis wasted no time in inspecting it. CRK. The saber was violently vibrating, and parts of it were already falling off. When Gravis saw that, he realized that it would not even hold for a single second longer. So he quickly slashed into the direction of a distant mountain. Crack! While slashing, the saber released a crescent of lightning that shot into the distance, directly at the mountain. During the slash, the saber completely collapsed into fragments that scattered into the surroundings. Luckily, the collapse came from the inside, so the fragments didn't shoot away in a violent manner. If they had, Gravis might have received a couple of new holes in his body. Yet, Gravis didn't pay the saber any attention. His eyes and spirit were entirely focused on the bright, silver-colored lightning crescent that shot into the distance. Its speed was incredibly fast, even faster than Gravis when he was traveling on his lightning board. In practically no time, the crescent hit the distant mountain. Boom! Gravis' eyes burned as he immediately averted them. The light had been so bright that he had been blinded temporarily. Luckily, he could still keep track of things with his spirit. With his spirit, he saw that when the crescent hit the mountain, it didn't cut through it like the earlier attack without lightning. Instead, when the crescent had hit the mountain, it destabilized and exploded violently. The explosion grew and grew until it reached a diameter of about 100 meters. If one looked at the explosion with their spirit, they would notice that the explosion was silver, but if one looked with their eyes, they would only see white due to the incredible brightness. The explosion created a deafening sound that created a small earthquake that even reached Gravis' current position. It sounded like the loudest thunder that could possibly exist. The explosion swallowed a massive chunk of the mountain, demonstrating its supreme power. All this took a long time to describe, but the explosion actually appeared and vanished in less than a second. Just like a lightning strike, it only left an afterimage that lingered for longer than the actual explosion. When the explosion vanished, nothing could be seen anymore inside its domain. There were no fragments or debris. The whole 100-meter-wide, sphere-shaped area was utterly blank. When Gravis saw the mountain, he took a deep breath through his clenched teeth. A gigantic, sphere-shaped hole appeared on the mighty mountain. Gravis was over a kilometer away, and seeing the destruction that he had caused from such a distance awed him. "This is true power," Gravis muttered unconsciously. Gravis had never achieved such a pure form of destruction before. An attack like this could probably even take down someone at the tree stage, though the attack had to hit first. Gravis looked at the destruction for over a minute. Of course, he could only do that with his spirit since his eyes were still blinded. After that, he looked at his saber. After around 40 seconds, his vision had started recovering, so now he could actually see again. Gravis only held a short, lonely hilt in his hand. The blade of the saber had been scattered before him, eliciting a bitter smile from Gravis. "Even though I can achieve such destruction, I need to waste a spirit weapon saber every single time I use it. On top of that, since I can't control the lightning flow towards the sphere, I would have no lightning left after the attack. If I don't kill someone with this attack, I'll be helpless," Gravis muttered. Gravis thought about using this technique with other weapons, but that possibility quickly got extinguished. The manual included a specific way to infuse the sphere into the saber, and Gravis had no reference on how to do it with other weapons. After all, it was called the Rakshasa saber. If he wanted to figure out how to use it with other weapons, he would need to waste lots and lots of spirit weapons in experimentation, making this basically impossible. Gravis sighed in bitterness again as he also realized something else. "I can't create the sphere inside my saber directly. The formation arrays don't support something like this, and the saber would probably collapse even before the sphere had absorbed enough lightning. I literally have to create the sphere outside and then absorb it with my weapon after that. This kinda makes it hard to use." Gravis took a deep breath again, but quickly released it. "I shouldn't be too greedy," he said with motivation. "I managed to create an incredibly powerful attack. If I use it in the right circumstance, I'm sure I'll be able to make it work." Gravis then thought of something. "Oh yeah, that attack is not part of the Rakshasa saber. After all, the Rakshasa saber only works with energy. The sphere and crescent also differ in their properties. I should give them new names. Let's see." Gravis trailed off. "I think I'll call the lightning sphere lightning bomb, and the lightning crescent, well, lightning crescent, I think. Yeah, those are good names." After saying that, Gravis nodded in satisfaction and then threw the saber hilt away. After that, he quickly took out the saber that he had retrieved from Seer and familiarized himself with it. This would be his new weapon from now on. This saber was completely black in color, reminding Gravis of his Voidstone saber. "Huh, I wonder what happened to that," Gravis muttered. "When Jamie backstabbed me, he touched it and lost a cultivation realm. That was the last time I saw it. Since he most probably died to heaven, the saber could be lying around anywhere. That thing is probably still absorbing energy right now." Then Gravis shrugged. "Well, not my problem." Then Gravis also remembered something else. "Oh yeah, what about my ring? I remember throwing it at that one guy to block his attack, outside the Heaven Sect. I could have picked it up when I robbed the Heaven Sect. But who cares? It only shows my status, and if it's important, Father has probably already retrieved it." Gravis didn't mind his lost objects any further and sat down. He had to regain some spirit and lightning before he returned. He trusted the Greys, but he wanted to be sure. After about an hour, his spirit and lightning had recovered. Sadly, the inherent energy of the body took longer to recover, though that wouldn't be an issue. He had already regained his peak fighting strength with the recovery of his lightning and spirit. Gravis jumped up and then left towards the encampment of the Greys. When Gravis returned to the encampment, he saw that the others were all gathered together, talking. Did something happen? Gravis asked himself as he walked closer. "What's up?" he asked with his spirit to everyone. The others turned to him and all started grinning. Gravis raised an eyebrow in a questioning look. "We found a group of the Greens," said Elder Byron. "They are currently traveling from west to east about 1,000 kilometers to the north." Then Elder Byron started smiling at Gravis too. "We still need to test you, so I hope you'll accept the honors this time." Gravis now also smirked. "Well, I said I would join you guys, so I don't see a problem with that," he said. "Though, I hope I get some contribution points from that." Elder Byron nodded. Of course. While we're at the topic, what do you intend to buy for your future contribution points? I have a lot of things stored in my spirit space, but I need to procure stuff that you might request. If I know what you intend to buy, I can get the resources earlier. Gravis already had some things in mind. Are there ways to increase the energy in my Danteon separately from an increase of realm? He asked. Elder Byron lifted an eyebrow. Energy? Gravis shrugged. That's what we call magic in our homeworld. Many worlds call it differently. Some call it magic. Some call it chi, some others yuan. It all refers to the same thing. Energy is just the most direct description of it. Everyone already knew that he wasn't from this world, so there was no reason to keep such things secret. Elder Byron combed his long beard with his fingers in thought. Energy, huh? It actually makes sense. Anyway, you were asking if there was a way to increase the energy in your Danteon, right? Gravis nodded. Elder Byron nodded back. There's not really an external method to increase the energy. You can only do that yourself. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Myself. Elder Byron nodded again. Yes, just do the same thing as when you were at the magic gathering realm. Oh, you probably call that energy gathering then, right? Gravis nodded. Just do the same thing as in the energy gathering realm. The only issue is your Danteon. It needs to be able to resist the increased pressure from your energy. There are several ways to increase the hardness of the Danteon, but... Then Elder Byron smirked at Gravis. You don't need them. Gravis furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Elder Byron lifted his right index finger. Simple, he said. Starting at the spirit-forming realm, an increase of your body also increases the hardness of your Danteon. The Danteon is part of your body after all. No? Gravis inspected the walls of his Danteon, but he wasn't sure about that. The walls were harder, yes, but he actually felt no pressure from inside his Danteon. Now that he thought about it, that was even weirder. The gentle energy already generated incredibly powerful pressure. So shouldn't the pure destruction lightning completely tear his Danteon apart? Gravis didn't think much about it. Many weird things had happened after he broke into the spirit-forming realm. This was just one of them, and he had learned to accept them. Though, if there was no pressure on his Danteon, didn't that mean that he could absorb as much energy as he wanted? He had to try that. I need to try something. Please bear with me, he said. The others nodded back, showing that they didn't mind. Gravis then retrieved all his energy stones and started absorbing them. With his spirit, absorbing the energy stones was many times faster than before. Gravis actually absorbed 20 energy stones per second. The others looked at him with interest. They wondered how far he could go with that. The energy of the stones went into his Danteon and quickly got converted into destruction lightning. Yet, Gravis was quite surprised when he saw what happened next. The destruction lightning inside his Danteon actually started breaking through his Danteon. It was like his Danteon didn't even exist. As the destruction lightning inside his Danteon became bigger, more and more lightning bolts left his Danteon, circling it. Gravis now finally realized what was up. No wonder I don't feel any pressure in my Danteon. My Danteon doesn't exist for my lightning. Gravis narrowed his eyes while the others continued looking at him in interest. They weren't able to feel the lightning moving. In their perception, the little energy inside Gravis wasn't moving at all. Meanwhile, Gravis started realizing more things. Energy needs the Danteon to keep it contained, yet my lightning doesn't need to be contained. I am lightning after all. My lightning doesn't want to escape. So, I can basically fill my entire body with lightning as if my body didn't exist. That's kind of insane. Gravis tried to retrieve the next stone, but he noticed that there were no more. Gravis looked over and saw that the huge pile had vanished. His eyes widened as he realized that he had just eaten all his wealth. Then he turned to the others. Did I absorb all of the stones? The others looked with wide, shocked eyes at him. Elder Byron shook his head slightly. You're a monster, he said with a sigh. Gravis was really shocked since his lightning hadn't increased by much. In total, it was maybe 10% bigger than before. 5,000 energy stones for only a 10% increase? That was insane. One had to know that going from the 1st to the 10th level of energy gathering realm took only a little less than 4,000 energy stones. That was a whole major realm. Yet, he needed even more than that to increase his lightning by only 10%. Though there was still an open question. Bang! The others jumped back in fright as Gravis shot around 10% of his lightning into the horizon. He wanted to see if the increased volume of his lightning now acted like the usual lightning in his dantian. If it were like this, then it should regenerate fully in some minutes. Please wait a minute. I need to check something, Gravis said to the others, who quickly looked at each other unsurely. What was he doing? Gravis waited for about a minute and noticed that his lightning was regenerating to its new peak. When he saw that, he released a sigh of relief. He was happy that he hadn't wasted 5,000 energy stones in vain. At least now, he had a way to increase his lightning further. After he was done observing, he turned to Elder Byron again. I'll be using nearly all my future contribution points for body tempering resources, Gravis said. Elder Byron lifted both his eyebrows. First, Gravis asked about a way to increase his energy, then he absorbed a small mountain of energy stones, and then he completely changed his mind and went for body tempering medicine. Elder Byron shook his head but didn't question Gravis. All right, thanks for the heads up. I'll keep my eyes open for those. Anyway, you should go to the north and handle the greens. But first, we need to outfit you with the proper gear for the grays. You mean that gray cloak? Gravis asked. Elder Byron nodded. Exactly, though that's not all. Then he took out a gray ring. Remember when we showed you our rings? This is an identical one, but for you. We don't want others to find us, do we? Asked Elder Byron with a slight laugh. Gravis also laughed. Of course not. Gravis quickly retrieved the two things with his spirit and then resummoned them on his body. The gray cloak completely enveloped his body and head, and no one would be able to recognize him like this. But Gravis was actually more interested in the ring. He remembered how it managed to keep the grays hidden from his spirit, which was a handy ability. Gravis looked at the ring on his hand. As soon as he put it on, he felt a kind of membrane enveloping his body, which was probably the cloaking field that diverted the spirits of others. He also felt his own spirit and vision pass through it. Elder Byron laughed a little. The ring is great, isn't it? He asked with a smirk. It also has a different effect. A voice came out of the ring on Gravis' right hand, which surprised him. He was sure that that was Elder Byron's voice. Gravis looked at Elder Byron again. This is a communication tool as well? Elder Byron simply nodded. We need to talk over long distances after all. Like this, we can communicate even when someone with a more powerful spirit is close to you. If you get surrounded by others, you might need backup. Gravis looked at the ring, smiled, but then shook his head. I won't ask for backup. If I die, I die. If you always are ready to intervene, it won't be genuine life and death tempering. Elder Byron was surprised for a little, but then also grinned and nodded. That's an excellent mindset. Oh, one more thing, he said as if he had remembered something. Don't be surprised if you can't take full ownership of the ring. It is worth a lot, and I don't want to lose one if something happens to you. Like this, I can retrieve it. Gravis had already noticed that he hadn't had the full ownership of the item, but he had already guessed the reason. That Elder Byron said it himself also showed his honest attitude again. Don't worry, I get it, Gravis acknowledged. Anyway, where are the greens right now? Let me ask, said Elder Byron. Then he looked at his ring for a while. After some seconds, Elder Byron turned to Gravis again. They didn't go far. It seems like they are not running at full speed. Creed is currently following them and waiting for you. Just run towards the north-northeast, and you can get updates from Creed on the way. Just experiment with the ring, and I'm sure that you will get the hang of it. Then Elder Byron looked like he remembered something else as well. Oh, I totally forgot, he said. If you release your spirit, the greens will notice it. Try to keep your spirit hidden until you have them in your vision. As soon as they feel your spirit, they will be ready for a fight. Gravis nodded again. He had already guessed that. I'll be off then, said Gravis as he retrieved his lightning board. He quickly jumped onto it and started accelerating to the north. "I wish you success," shouted Elder Byron after him, which Gravis answered with a wave of his hand. In nearly no time, Gravis left the vicinity of the graze. He quickly started accelerating until he broke the sound barrier. If he moved slower than sound, it would take him over an hour to get to his destination. Only like this could he arrive quickly enough. After around half an hour, Gravis checked his ring again and willed it to connect with Creed. "Creed, can you hear me? This is Gravis." "Oh, Gravis, where are you right now?" Creed's voice came out of the ring. "I've traveled for nearly 1,000 kilometers to north-northeast." "Where do I need to go?" Gravis asked. "Do you see a gigantic spirit tree somewhere?" asked Creed through the ring. Gravis looked around for a bit. After some seconds, he saw a humongous tree on the horizon. "I see an about 10-kilometer tall tree some kilometers to the west from here." "That's the spirit tree," answered Creed. "Just move towards the east from there. I'll release my spirit. You should be able to feel it at some point." "All right," answered Gravis and shot towards the east. After some minutes of traveling, he felt a powerful spirit encompass him. This should be the spirit of a seed-stage cultivator, Gravis judged. Gravis hadn't felt the spirit of his new colleagues before since they always wore the ring, so he wasn't sure if this was Creed's spirit. Gravis looked at his ring again. "I feel the spirit of a seed-stage cultivator. Is that yours?" "Yeah, that's me," answered Creed. "If you feel it, then move towards the northeast again. I'm on a hill beside a forest." Gravis checked his surroundings and saw a close forest. Gravis used his strength to push the lightning board down with his feet, which then shot into the air together with Gravis. From the air, Gravis could see over the forest's canopy and saw the hill that Creed had mentioned. After Gravis landed, he changed his course to the hill. Some seconds later, Gravis arrived, and he saw Creed waving towards him. Gravis stopped beside him. "Where are they?" he asked. "I left their vicinity to release my spirit so that you can find me," said Creed, and then took out a map. "You should know that the spirit's area always increases by a matter of 2. They have a sapling stage cultivator, so I needed to build a distance of at least 40 kilometers to reach you." Creed then pointed at the map. "We are currently here and they are going exactly this way," he said as he pointed at another location. "This is Storm City, an outpost of the Wind Sect. You might think they are pretty close, but this map encompasses a huge part of the core continent. The city is still around 2,000 kilometers away. As long as you follow along this path, you will find them." Gravis checked the map and nodded. "How do I recognize them?" he asked. Creed laughed a little. "That's easy. They wear the same kinds of robes as us, but green in color. Of course, they are not allowed to keep themselves hidden with an item. They are our entrance test, after all, and not the other way around. There are 1 sapling stage cultivator and 3 seed stage cultivators. So, be careful, okay?" Creed said. Gravis smirked and nodded. "No worries. I'll be off. See you later," Gravis said as he continued his journey. After around 2 minutes, Gravis saw several people on the horizon. Yet, when he saw them, his eyes and mouth opened in shock. What did he see? The 4 people were flying on their weapons low to the ground. How was that possible? Wind cultivators could fly with the help of their element, but they didn't ride on weapons. Gravis couldn't think of another element that was able to fly in this manner. "They really are from a different world," Gravis unwittingly uttered. Gravis still had had some doubts before. That people from another world arrived in this one was an extraordinary claim, and Gravis wouldn't wholly believe someone if they said something like that. He still needed to see it with his own eyes to be convinced. Yet, when he saw those people flying on their weapons with no help of an element, he was convinced. His last doubts towards the Greys vanished. Something like this couldn't be faked. Gravis had to accept that something that he had accepted for a fact had been wrong. Apparently, lower worlds could send over their own people to different ones. "I wonder how they will fight. They probably won't use elements since they came from a different world. Will their fighting style be similar to the Rakshasa saber? I also wonder if they are stronger than the cultivators from this world. Now, this will be interesting, Gravis said as he shot towards them. The traveling people didn't notice Gravis slowly coming closer. If they did, they wouldn't be traveling this leisurely. When Gravis was only 1 kilometer away from them, he activated his spirit. He had no intention of attacking those people with an ambush. The fight would be over before he could even warm up like that. Gravis wanted some tempering. As soon as Gravis activated his spirit, all 4 of them immediately turned around to see Gravis just 1 kilometer away from them. Yet, when they saw Gravis' cloak, they narrowed their eyes. "Oh? You're from the Greys, right?" The voice of the leading figure of the group appeared in Gravis' head. "And here I thought you wouldn't ever appear. We were waiting for you." Gravis could hear the arrogance in the voice, which only confirmed the relation between the Greens and the Greys more. Gravis stopped 100 meters away from them. The 4 people were all watching him without readying their weapons, though at least they had landed. With his spirit, Gravis could now get a better look at their weapons. All 4 of them carried long, thin swords. Gravis guessed that the other world, even though it didn't have any elements, was probably still divided. Those 4 were probably all part of the same organization since all their weapons were identical. Gravis narrowed his eyes but didn't attack. He still wanted to hear what the Greens were going to say. Everything that Elder Byron had said was only from the side of the Greys, so it might be possible that not everything he said was the truth. "What's the relation between the Greens and the Greys?" Gravis asked. The leader looked a little surprised, but his grin only widened. "Interesting. You don't immediately trust everything someone says. That's a good mindset, boy," said the leader. By the sound of his voice and posture, Gravis was sure that the leader of the Greens was a middle-aged man. Sadly, the cloak blocked their bodies and faces, which made it hard to identify them. On top of that, the cloaks also seemed to stop Gravis' spirit from looking at their real faces. Gravis could still see their silhouettes with his spirit, but he couldn't see their faces. "Answer the question," said Gravis with a harsh tone. The leader laughed a little again. "As you probably already know, we don't come from this world. We are here for some kind of exchange program," he said with mirth in his voice. Obviously, he wasn't taking Gravis seriously. "The heaven of our homeworld has chosen that old bastard Byron over our sect master for this exchange. Of course, our sect master wasn't happy with that." The person stopped speaking after saying that. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "So, you and the Greys are enemies, right?" Gravis asked evenly. The leader laughed again. "Of course. We volunteered for being some kind of test for the Greys in this world." The person laughed another time. "So, yes, we are enemies. If we manage to kill that old bastard Byron, we will be the new representatives of our world." Gravis only continued looking at the leader with narrowed eyes. "What about the elemental sects? What about them?" the leader asked in arrogance. "We don't care about them. Yet, we first need to kill Elder Byron. After that, we will, of course, replace the Greys and become the overlords over this world. How can elemental cultivators ever reach the strength of our pure martial way?" "Why do you think elemental cultivators are weaker than you?" Gravis asked. "Simple," the leader stated as he started walking closer. "The elements do not belong to people. People copy the usage of the elements, yet the elements will always remain outside help. What are we? We are humans. We have a mind, a will, a body, and magic. Our martial way does not need the help of something that is not inherently human to become powerful." By now, the leader had come pretty close and stood just a couple of meters before Gravis. "This world's reliance on outside help is damaging your own power." The man pointed at Gravis while the other Greens stood behind him. "You are part of the Greys, so you should have realized that by now. Or did old bastard Byron not give you any techniques yet?" he said with a laugh. Gravis kind of understood the leader's mindset, but the basis of his ideology was unstable. In actuality, Gravis was of the opposite opinion. It was not that he was borrowing outside power with his lightning, but that he was making something that was not human into his own. He was not just using the power that a human inherently had, but also adding outside things to his being. Like this, his own being would grow and would become more powerful. The more he added to himself, the wider his array of weapons would become. "All right," sighed Gravis. "Those were all the questions I had." Then, Gravis retrieved his saber. "Let's have a proper fight," he shouted. The four people all lifted their hands to show that they didn't want anything bad and retreated slowly. "Oh wow, the little boy wants to fight," said the leader sarcastically, as he retreated. "What can you even do? You're at the initial stage of spirit forming, while everyone here is at least at the seed stage. Are you actually suicidal?" he said with a laugh. Boom! Gravis immediately exploded forward with his maximum acceleration and kicked the closest person at the seed stage. Though the leader was closer, Gravis knew that killing him directly wouldn't guarantee a sure kill. Someone 2 full levels above him surely had the ability to resist such a thing. He first planned to kill the other ones. Bang! The person hadn't even managed to move their rapier in a block before Gravis hit his chest with a kick, which was fully loaded with lightning. The person immediately exploded as a shower of blood got blasted into the distance. Gravis immediately watched the others, ready for any counterattack, but surprisingly, no one attacked him. Instead, they retreated a little and readied their rapiers. Yet, their faces showed some visible amusement and even a little disdain. Gravis thought that this was a little weird, but those people were from a different world, after all. Maybe they had a similar mindset to the fire sect, where the death of one person simply showed their weakness. "Ho, that's not bad," said the leader. "But what about Dash Clank?" The leader attacked out of nowhere and stabbed his rapier at Gravis with unreal speed. Gravis barely managed to block the rapier with his speed, but he still got shot into the distance. Spirit-forming body, Gravis judged, and an even more powerful one than mine. Physical attacks will be an issue. The 2 other people took out their weapons, and something peculiar happened. Yellow light appeared around them as their weapons started glowing. Gravis was not sure what they were doing, but it couldn't be anything good. Whoosh! Their weapons left their hands and started circling in the air violently. 2 whirlwinds of some kind of sword force were generated and shot straight towards Gravis. Gravis had never seen such an attack. These whirlwinds of this mysterious sword force shot right at Gravis, and Gravis immediately decided to dodge. He had no idea what kind of techniques those people were using, so he was more careful than normally. Gravis had taken advantage of many opportunities when his enemies had underestimated him in the past, so he knew the danger of underestimating one's enemies. Bang! Gravis shot his lightning at one of the 2 whirlwinds, right at the rotating weapon. Yet, strangely enough, the weapon moved weirdly and managed to dodge the lightning. Gravis was incredibly surprised since he had been sure that he had hit the weapon. Luckily, his lightning seemed to have achieved something, and the whirlwind of sword force weakened. With another hit of his saber, the whirlwind was destroyed, creating a path for Gravis. Shing! Gravis had walked straight through the first whirlwind to dodge the second one when a crescent made of the mysterious sword force shot right towards him. Gravis felt the power of this crescent and knew that if he tried to block it, he would be severely injured, at least. Seeing no other way, he jumped back, straight into the other sword whirlwind. Bang! Gravis unloaded around 20% of his lightning into the surroundings, destabilizing the whirlwind. The whirlwind was destroyed, but not before opening several deep cuts on Gravis' body. This pain was nothing to Gravis, and he immediately continued fighting. Bang! Gravis accelerated again with his lightning and charged straight at another one of the seed stage cultivators. But of course, this time they were prepared for him. The person immediately blocked Gravis' saber with his rapier. Bang! A concentrated bolt of lightning shot out of Gravis' saber, going straight for the unassuming person, dodging the blocking rapier. Yet, move! The blocking person was shoved away by a released shockwave of the sapling stage cultivator. Gravis' loaded attack with his saber missed its target, only scorching the shoulder of the person. The sapling stage cultivator had just saved the life of one of his comrades. Gravis narrowed his eyes at that. Sure enough, sapling stage cultivators are difficult to handle. This will be a bitter fight, he concluded. Hum hum hum. All 3 of those people immediately activated their will aura. The will auras of the seed stage cultivators were no issue, But the will aura of the sapling stage cultivator was incredibly powerful. It not only had the suppression of 2 levels, but Gravis also felt that it had been concentrated. The leader of the Greens was the first person that Gravis had seen in this lower world who had the ability to compress their will aura. Gravis actually felt himself slowing down a little. Together, the 3 will auras were stronger than Gravis. He originally intended to surprise them with his will aura, but that plan fell flat. Xing, a horizontal, incredibly wide crescent of sword force shot at Gravis. He immediately realized that this was a full-power attack from the sapling stage cultivator. Gravis had no way to block this attack since it easily eclipsed all the power he could muster, except for the lightning crescent. He only had one way to evade, which was to jump. Of course, Gravis knew that this was precisely what they wanted. If he jumped, it would be difficult for him to evade while in the air. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. Reluctantly, Gravis jumped over the attack while keeping an eye on the others. All 3 of them smirked and retrieved a second weapon. The second weapons floated beside them, and they quickly jumped onto them. Directly after that, they started flying on the backs of those weapons. Like aggressive hawks, they shot towards Gravis from all sides. Boom! Gravis had no other choice but to unload nearly all his saved lightning. If he didn't, he wouldn't have the power to resist their combined attacks. His surroundings exploded with lightning. Of course, his enemies had expected something like this and used their own peculiar ways to block Gravis' attack. Their swords flew around them, creating some kind of barrier. Gravis' lightning hit them and they got flung back. Boom! Gravis used some of his last lightning to pull himself to the ground by creating magnetism that pulled down his weapon. When he landed, he used every last shred of his lightning to explode forward again. After this, his lightning storage was utterly empty. His opponent readied his weapon to block. He knew that Gravis was out of lightning since that explosion had been too powerful for someone at the initial stage of spirit forming. He only had to survive one attack. Crack! Even though Gravis had used all his lightning, he still had other weapons. While bursting forward, he had readied the Rakshasa Saber technique, loading it with all the inherent energy in his body. The thin rapier that blocked Gravis' saber broke apart, and the force of the Rakshasa Saber continued towards the target. The wave hit his chest, but the rapier had weakened the wave enough so that it didn't prove fatal. Of course, the person was still severely injured. A cut nearly bisected him, but his ribs had managed to stop it, though many of them had broken. The person was thankful that he was still alive. Bang! Gravis infused his left fist with the mixture of spirit and will and punched the person right on the chest. The person was blasted into pieces, just like Gravis' fist. The mixture of spirit and will was volatile and wasn't meant to be used with one's body. Gravis had barely managed to land the punch before his left arm was transformed into a bloody mist. Sadly, there hadn't been any other way. He had been completely out of lightning and inherent energy. He already had no other weapons remaining. If he didn't manage to achieve a kill, he would die. If surviving required sacrificing an arm, Gravis would do it. Gravis quickly turned around to the remaining 2 people, who just looked at him in surprise. Chance! Gravis shouted in his head. He used the full power of his body to burst forward again. Of course, without the addition of his loaded lightning, he wasn't very fast. He attacked with his saber again, but his current opponent had learned from his predecessor's mistakes. Instead of blocking, he jumped back, releasing a wave of sword force that shot right at Gravis. Meanwhile, the leader flew right at Gravis with insane speed, way faster than Gravis. He would not commit any more mistakes. He had already underestimated Gravis several times, and that wouldn't happen again. The leader neared Gravis faster than Gravis closed in on his target. On top of that, a new wave of sword force was blocking Gravis' way forward. Xing! Gravis sidestepped to the left to evade the sword force, but that slowed him down. The leader immediately closed in on him, and Gravis could feel the power inside the person's rapier. If that hit him, he would die. Yet, instead of evading or blocking, Gravis pushed what remained of his left arm forward, like he intended to punch the leader from a distance. Bang! Out of everyone's expectations, a condensed lightning spear shot out of that stump, right at the incoming weapon. The eyes of the attacker widened in shock. Wasn't Gravis out of lightning? Where did that lightning come from? Before he could react, the condensed lightning spear hit the rapier, exploding in the process. The leader was immediately shot into the distance since he hadn't had the opportunity to block the attack properly. When Gravis had killed the earlier person, the changed heavens balance cultivation technique had refilled over half his lightning. His enemies had no idea about Gravis' ability to regain his element by killing others, which caught them by surprise. Gravis had not used his lightning for acceleration to get them by surprise. They had to believe that he was out of energy and helpless. Everything was for this moment. The sapling stage cultivator was dangerous, and he had managed to save the life of one of his brothers already. As long as he was not occupied, Gravis wouldn't be able to kill the last seed stage cultivator. Yet where did that condensed lightning spear come from? Didn't he need to condense it first before he could use it? Of course, he had to condense it first, but was it necessary to condense it outside his body? If he could condense it outside his body, couldn't he also condense it inside his body? He was immune to lightning, after all. Others would explode from something like this, but due to Gravis' constitution, he had the ability to do that without any drawback. With the leader occupied, Gravis could finally concentrate on the remaining cultivator. Bang! Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and Gravis immediately used his lightning to burst forward with all his power. The eyes of the last seed stage cultivator widened, and he flew upwards with his weapon. He lost all his guts and only wanted to survive until the leader managed to reappear again. Bzzzzzzz. Gravis ran until he stood below the cultivator and immediately summoned the sphere of lightning. He had used about 20% of his spirit for the sphere, which quickly ate over 20% of his lightning. The ascend of the cultivator was halted as everything metallic on him got pulled towards the ground. Flying was already challenging for their cultivation level, and such powerful magnetism easily overpowered him. If he were on the ground, he would be able to easily resist the pull, but not while he flew in the air. Like this, he shot towards the lightning sphere. Boom! The lightning sphere was unstable since it absorbed more lightning than it had spirit, so it directly exploded, destroying everything in their surroundings. The cultivator was completely incinerated and vanished into thin air, while Gravis absorbed his energy, refilling his storage. The leader of the Greens had just returned but stopped before the explosion. Instead of charging into it, he narrowed his eyes. Gravis turned towards him and readied himself. Gravis had around 70% of his lightning left, while his spirit was only at around 40%. He also only had a stump for his left arm. The inherent energy of his body had been used up with the usage of his Rakshasa saber, making it impossible for Gravis to heal. They both looked at each other, readying themselves. The two watched each other. The leader was not injured, while Gravis only had one arm left and didn't have his full lightning or spirit. Yet he didn't give up. With the death of the other three people, the will auras of the two combatants evened out until they were basically equal. None of the two was suppressed by the other's will aura. Boom! The earth beneath Gravis exploded as he started running. He didn't use his lightning for acceleration this time since he had to save it for a better moment. He might be able to catch weaker opponents by surprise with his ridiculous acceleration, but he doubted that it would work against someone at the sapling stage, especially when that person had already witnessed his acceleration before. "HA!" The leader shouted in rage as he released a mighty blow. A wave of sword force appeared in Gravis' way. It was not just a simple crescent that could be easily dodged, but a true wave nearly 5 meters tall. Gravis either had to commit to wildly jumping over it or he had to block. Yet, when Gravis saw the bottom of the wave, he noticed something peculiar. Bang! Gravis shot some of his lightning to the ground in front of him, creating a big, diagonal hole. Gravis quickly ran into it and used more of his lightning to dig forward. He had seen that the wave was not destroying the ground, which meant that the person didn't want to waste his energy. This also showed Gravis another thing. Contrary to the attack's imposing image, the sword wave was only meant to lead Gravis into a difficult position. If the enemy had wanted to kill Gravis with this, it would indiscriminately tear the ground apart. The wave passed over him, and Gravis jumped out again, running straight for his enemy. Yet, his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Whoosh! This fucker is escaping, Gravis shouted in his mind. This guy was fighting someone 2 whole realms below himself and even had the face to flee in front of such an opponent. The guy had only shot this sword wave to occupy Gravis. After shooting the sword wave, he immediately jumped onto his second sword and started flying into the distance. You want to chase, eh? Then let's give you one. Gravis shouted into his opponent's mind with his spirit. Gravis retrieved his lightning board and jumped onto it while running. He didn't waste any time and accelerated with his full power. The leader had a head start and the distance between them was widening, but at some point the leader couldn't increase his speed anymore, while Gravis didn't even come close to reaching his maximum speed. According to Gravis' feeling, the enemy was flying right below the speed of sound. He probably didn't have enough push to break through the sound barrier. Gravis grinned when he saw that. Boom! A loud boom appeared around Gravis as his speed crazily climbed. To him, it was nearly effortless to break the sound barrier. It only cost a lot of his lightning, but there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, without his lightning board, such speed would only be a dream. As soon as Gravis' speed climbed, the distance between the two rapidly shrunk. The leader of the Greens noticed, and his eyes showed anxiety. He was a person that had already given up on the path to power, so his life was more important than real life and death tempering. He didn't want to fight someone that could realistically kill him, even if he had a good shot at victory. He knew that he could break through the sound barrier to also reach supersonic speeds, but that would cost too much energy. He only hoped that the people he contacted would arrive on time. They grew closer and closer, and after half a minute, only around 100 meters was between them. Gravis smirked as he knew that his opponent would have issues soon. There was something that his opponent had neglected. The person shot forward, but suddenly he started feeling a pull from behind him. At first, he didn't notice it, but it got stronger and stronger. After some seconds, he finally noticed what was happening. How did Gravis accelerate his lightning board? He was summoning lightning right in front of him to move forward, and lightning had an intense magnetism. The closer he got, the harder his lightning pulled on the magnetic items of his opponent, especially his weapons. Like this, his opponent slowed down even more while Gravis grew even faster. When Gravis saw that his opponent noticed the pull, Gravis no longer hesitated. As soon as his enemy had decided to retreat, his life had been forfeit. If he had fought, he might have had a chance to kill Gravis. Sadly, he had tried to flee, which sealed his fate. No one close to Gravis' power could reach his speeds. Even though it didn't seem like it, his opponent also had incredible speeds. Reaching the sound barrier without any vehicle was very impressive. Gravis guessed that probably only people from the Wind sect could reach such speeds. The other world really had some powerful techniques. Gravis' opponent had just noticed the pull when Gravis decided to finish the fight. The lightning that pulled his lightning board forward expanded as a sphere with all of Gravis' remaining spirit and will appeared in its place. He had just checked his lightning storage and noticed that it was slightly lower than his spirit storage since such acceleration also cost a lot of lightning. The sphere immediately absorbed all of Gravis' lightning, becoming incredibly powerful. With the increase of power, the magnetism also increased significantly. Gravis had specifically waited for this moment. If he had waited until he got even closer, his opponent might have retrieved his weapons into his spirit space to resist the pull. Gravis had to time this just right. The opponent slowed down with incredible speed and even stopped. After that, he started flying towards the sphere, of course not by intent. Just as he had started picking up speed, he shoved everything he owned into his spirit space, including his clothing. Everything metallic vanished, and the person finally regained control again. Sadly, it was too late. Gravis immediately jumped upward and lifted his saber. He closely sailed past the bottom of the sphere, but his saber slashed right through it. The lightning sphere immediately vanished, and Gravis, still being in the air, slashed downward with all his power. Hum! An incredibly long and incomprehensibly fast lightning crescent appeared before him, shooting right for his target. The person had just regained control of his body, and he was still battling with the inertia of the forced stop. There was no way for him to move quickly enough to evade, and even if he could, the crescent would hit the ground right behind him since it was shooting diagonally downward. As a last-ditch effort, he retrieved all his weapons for a last block. Boom! A powerful explosion engulfed everything in a 100-meter diameter. The earth, air, and stones got reduced to dust as a shockwave exploded into the horizons. The explosion only appeared for a split second, but the sound and vibration lingered for an extended period. After several seconds, everything went silent again. Step, step, step. Gravis walked forward, carrying an empty handle. Just like his previous saber, this one also didn't survive the explosion. His steps echoed throughout the gigantic, bowl-shaped crater. The only thing that Gravis found were some fragments of some weapons. His opponent had vanished from the face of the earth. There was no way that he had survived this attack. Gravis found nothing and released a bitter sigh. "Thanks for the tempering, asshole," he said sarcastically. Gravis had really been excited for the fight, especially since he had been pushed very hard in the fight against the 3 other people. Yet, the thing that was supposed to be the climax could now only be considered a pathetic whimper. Gravis kicked some dirt in frustration and then turned around. He looked for his lightning board, but for some reason he couldn't find it. He searched for several seconds with his spirit, but it was like it had vanished. After some seconds, he face-bombed. "I fucking destroyed my lightning board," he groaned. Plomp! Another lightning board appeared before Gravis, and he jumped onto it. "That's exactly why I ordered 5. Due to him killing someone, his lightning was nearly full again. Without further ado, he sped back to the graze. Yet, just when Gravis started accelerating, he immediately stopped since he had noticed something. "Who's there?" He shouted into the surroundings, but nothing appeared. Just now, he had felt like someone was watching him. It felt similar to a spirit, but it was not completely the same. It just felt like someone was watching him. Gravis never had this feeling before, and he trusted his instincts. He was 90% sure that someone was watching him. Yet, just when he had shouted, the feeling completely vanished. Now, Gravis was 100% sure that someone had watched him. The feeling wouldn't have vanished just like that otherwise. Gravis narrowed his eyes. "This is troubling. Has this person seen the whole fight?" The feeling was very subtle, and I'm sure that I wouldn't have noticed it in a fight. What was going on? Gravis increased his speed. "Someone who can keep their spirit nearly completely invisible in front of me. I'm 90% sure that the watching person is a tree-stage cultivator. I can't fight someone like that." Gravis felt a little nervous while accelerating more and more. Yet, surprisingly, even after over 10 minutes, no one arrived. The feeling also didn't appear again. What is the goal of that person? Gravis thought. Yet, the more he thought, the more confused he got. If that were an enemy, they would have attacked him. He was injured, and his spirit was nearly empty. There was no better opportunity than this. Yet, if that person was a friend, why would they vanish suddenly? On top of that, Gravis didn't have friends with such power. Was it a neutral party? Gravis suddenly got an idea. Was it a powerful Heavenborn? Maybe they have noticed the fight and appeared, but noticing the robes of my enemy and me, they just continued watching? Elder Byron had said that Heavenborn weren't allowed to interfere in this struggle, after all. The more Gravis thought about this, the more reasonable it seemed. This is the only explanation that I can come up with that makes sense. Everything else is too far-fetched. After coming to that conclusion, Gravis' nervousness vanished. There were not many people in the tree stage in the core continent. Tree stage cultivators were at the level of sect masters. How many of those would just casually walk around? The highest probability was that it had been a powerful Heavenborn. After traveling for another 20 minutes, Gravis moved his spirit to his ring and willed it to contact Elder Byron. "I'm done with the mission. The whole group is dead. Where are you right now?" "Oh?" The surprised voice of Elder Byron appeared from the ring. "You're done? That's great. I knew that getting you to join us was the right decision. We are still at the same spot as previously. Quickly come back, so we can get you some proper body tempering pills." Gravis smiled and cut the connection. While the fight with the group leader didn't particularly increase his will, the previous fight against the other three was excellent tempering. He had come close to dying a couple of times and even used nearly all his weapons. The only thing he hadn't used was his lightning parrying, which would influence the swing of a weapon. Their weapons had been too swift and light for that. And now he would get more tempering for his body. This was great. The increase of his maximum amount of lightning by absorbing the energy stones had also expedited his training speed in regards to his realm. A higher lightning threshold meant faster lightning regeneration and more lightning to push into his spirit. Originally, he would have needed a full year for a breakthrough, but now that time had been cut to 10 months total. I'm getting stronger. In 10 months, I can even fight tree-stage cultivators. Though, Gravis' mind trailed off as his smile was replaced with a grimace. I have underestimated the cultivators of the core continent. Originally, I thought I could maybe take 2 or 3 sapling stage cultivators at the same time, but apparently I had been too naive. Gravis thought about the fight and had noticed that the fight had had some close calls. This had been a fight against 3 seed stage cultivators and 1 sapling stage cultivator, though it could actually only be counted as 2 seed stage and 1 sapling stage cultivator. Gravis had immediately destroyed the first one before he could even put up a fight. Gravis looked at his left arm stump and felt his nearly completely empty spirit. I even used the energy inherent in my body, which I normally save for healing. I already had to fight so intensely against such a group. 2 sapling stage cultivators would have been even harder. The chances of me winning against 2 of those are actually below 50%. Gravis thought more about this situation and noticed that he had been truly naive. The person even managed to condense his will aura. I guess a condensed version of a will aura is a requirement to reach the sapling stage. Someone who has such a powerful will aura went through a lot of intense struggles. No one at that realm is inexperienced. Gravis gritted his teeth. I've been so stupid. I have judged their power just based on their realm and ignored the fact that every single one of them also has incredible fighting experience. I took the fighting experience standard of the middle continent and applied it to the core continent. If I went into Fear City with this mindset, I might actually have died. Gravis thought more about the battle and the core continent on his way to the Gray's camp. After some more minutes, he arrived. Gravis saw the others already present, though Creed was still missing. Creed was not nearly as fast as Gravis, so he was probably still on his way back. When the others saw Gravis, they all smiled with excitement. Nice going, Gravis. Drake walked over and lightly punched Gravis' chest in a sign of camaraderie, though his eyes still seemed icy. The iciness of his eyes and his warm gesture and comments clashed violently, making for a weird scene. You're incredible, Gravis, both twins said and walked forward, heartfelt smiles blossoming on their faces. Gravis rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. He wasn't used to having friends, so this still felt weird to him. The last friend that he could spend time with had been Balor. Sadly, he had died very quickly in the first practical test. It had been 2 years since then. Ion was also Gravis' friend, but they had never had the time to bond peacefully. All right. Calm down, everyone. Elder Byron berated them, but his warm and excited smile betrayed his true feelings. So, Gravis, what did you think about the fight? He asked. Gravis' smile vanished, and he sighed. I've been too arrogant, Gravis said, surprising the others. Gravis had just killed 4 people above his realm, and one of them was even 2 realms higher. Such battle strength was unprecedented. If he didn't have the right to be arrogant, then who did? Elder Byron smiled like he had expected the answer. That is what I wanted to show you with this fight. If I have sent you only against 1 sapling stage cultivator, you might not have realized the true strength of cultivators in the core continent. People in the core continent are proficient in teamwork, and if you fight more than one of them, you need to be very careful. Gravis nodded solemnly. On this day, he realized the power of the cultivators in the core continent. Anyway, Elder Byron smirked and retrieved a sack full of pills. I have your body-tempering pills. Then he threw them towards Gravis. I took all your contribution points for these pills. This is what you wanted, right? Gravis nodded and retrieved the sack. He looked inside and noticed many new pills that he hadn't seen before. They felt way more powerful than the ones that he had robbed from the Heaven sect. He guessed that this small sack of pills was about as good as the whole mountain of pills that he had stolen from the Heaven sect. Gravis smiled in excitement as he saw them. Elder Byron saw Gravis' heartfelt smile and laughed. "I'm happy that you like them." Then he gestured with his head towards a direction. "Let's pack up. Creed will arrive on the way. We should move since staying at the same place could make us a target. Gravis, you can cultivate on the way." The Greys all nodded and put their cloaks over their heads. Then, they retrieved their belongings into their spirit space and left the campsite. Meanwhile, Gravis was eating pills like a madman. It had been a month since Gravis joined the Greys. They had been traveling all around the core continent, and they had also found 2 more groups of the Greens. Though these groups had been weaker than the group Gravis had fought. They had only consisted of seed-stage spirit-forming cultivators. Due to that, Gravis had not joined those fights. After all, the others also had to temper themselves. Gravis was only interested in fights that could temper his will. Multiple fights against weaker opponents could even damage his will, so he didn't participate. Of course, Elder Byron also knew about this, so he hadn't even asked Gravis to fight those groups. So, the fight had fallen to the other members of the group. The first fight had been against 2 people at the seed stage. Lori and Lena had been sent, and they had returned with life-threatening injuries. Luckily, they had managed to kill their opponents. Gravis had, of course, already fully healed his body with his life lightning. When they appeared, he quickly healed the one who was more injured. Yet, surprisingly, the healed twin hadn't healed her sister after recovering. It seemed like they took their oath to never heal anyone again very seriously. The other one also recovered with the help of some pills. Gravis breathed a sigh of relief when they both recovered. He had spent the last month with the Greys, and he grew to like them. This was the first instance of truly belonging to a group. Gravis had kept himself away from the Proxy Lightning Guild, afraid that his karmic luck would infect them. Luckily, he didn't need to worry about that now. Lowering the karmic luck of the Greys would make the heaven from the other world protest. The second fight had been a one-on-one. Drake had fought a cultivator at the seed stage. Of course, Drake had also been at the seed stage. Yet, Drake never returned. He had died in the fight. For a second, Gravis thought about the possibility that his karmic luck had played a role in that outcome, but that was only a baseless suspicion. He regularly checked the karmic luck of the others, and there had been no change in them. The only explanation was that Drake had been weaker than his opponent. Gravis sighed in sadness, but he didn't lose control over his emotions. Yes, it hurt when a friend died, but Gravis was used to this. On the path to power, many people would die. Balor had died, Gorn had died, Wendy had died, and Cerrone had probably also died. This was nothing new to Gravis, though he still felt a little hurt to lose another comrade. The Greys held a ceremony for their fallen comrade. Sadly, they had no body to bury, so this ceremony didn't bring closure to everyone. Luckily, all of them had will auras, and something like that wouldn't impact their path forward. Actually, the opposite was true. Emotional pain would shake people's will, and if they managed to get over it, their will would become even stronger. This was also a form of tempering. When Gravis' mind was in a dark place, he even thought of the idea of getting friends just to temper his will by them getting killed. Of course, this had only been a momentary thought. Gravis would never do anything like that. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to consider himself a human anymore. On one particular day, Gravis was concentrating on his will aura. His last fight had increased his will again, and he managed to condense it a little more, though 95% of his will aura still remained uncondensed. Obviously, tempering a unity will was way more challenging than tempering a normal will aura. On this day, one of the twins came to him. Gravis looked at her and realized that it was Lori. By now, he had managed to tell the two apart. They had spent over a month together, after all. "Hey, Lori," Gravis said with a smile. Lori smiled back. "Hey, Gravis," she said with a playful tone. "I have something to show you. It's a surprise." Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "What?" Lori giggled a little. "If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, silly. Gravis laughed a little in embarrassment and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, that was stupid of me. Then he stood up. So, what do you want to show me? Lori winked at him. Just follow me. Okay? Then, she turned around and walked away. Gravis followed her, but his eyes involuntarily went to her swaying hips. He immediately recovered and concentrated on the back of her head. Though it can't be comfortable to walk like that. Suddenly, Gravis got a thought. Is she coming onto me? Gravis looked back at her behind, noticing the swaying from left to right. I don't think she walks like this normally. I'm about 70% sure that she is coming onto me. Gravis smiled bitterly. I hope I'm mistaken. They continued walking for a while and entered a forest. They quickly reached a lake inside the forest, and Lori stopped walking. Isn't the lake beautiful? She asked with a smirk. Gravis looked at the lake and agreed. Yeah, it looks pretty nice, he said, and then turned to Lori. Did you want to show me this lake? He asked. Lori giggled a little. Just wait a little longer. Gravis scratched the back of his head in confusion. Splash. A splashing sound came from the lake, which confused Gravis. His spirit was always active, so he would have noticed any beast or fish jumping out of the lake. His spirit had not picked up on anything, which confused him. Yet, when he looked at the direction of the splash, his eyes widened, and he took a deep breath through his teeth. What did he see? The other twin, Lena, just came out of the lake. Usually, that wouldn't be surprising. The surprising fact was that she was completely naked. Gravis had never seen a naked woman before, so he was stunned for a short amount of time. Lena's and Gravis' eyes met, and Gravis immediately turned around. Sorry, I didn't know that you were bathing. No wonder he hadn't noticed the splash. The Greys always wore their rings, which made them invisible to the spirit of others. Lena was still wearing her ring. Meanwhile, Lori saw Gravis' reaction and giggled. So, do you like your surprise? She asked. Gravis was not sure how to react. Was this some prank or some joke? Gravis didn't know how to answer, so there was some silence for a while. Surprisingly, Lena hadn't said anything yet. So, did you enjoy our surprise? This time it was Lena that said that, and Gravis immediately realized that they had both played a part in that. Normally, Lena should have been embarrassed or angry when Gravis arrived, but instead, she sounded playful and even a little husky. Gravis finally realized that they were really coming on to him. This had all been a ploy to attract him. Instead of answering, Gravis looked at the sky with an uncomfortable expression. This will be troublesome, Gravis thought bitterly. Gravis thought about the best method to come clean with them. Was he attracted to them? He was a teenager, so of course there was some attraction to the opposite sex, but that was not the issue. He knew that he wouldn't remain in this lower world for long, and creating any kind of romantic relationship would be troublesome. He was not interested in some short-term ecstasy if he knew that it wouldn't last. Gravis sighed and wanted to say something, but his back shivered as a soft hand touched him and traveled down. Why are you not saying anything? He heard Lena say. Am I not beautiful? She asked with a sad voice that would elicit pity in any man's heart. And just like that, all the plans and words that Gravis had went out the window. This whole thing had thrown all his plans to the wind. He turned around and tried to remove the hand, but then froze when he saw the still naked Lena. Like this, he froze again. The two women giggled again. So, you actually are interested, Lena said while walking closer. Gravis took a deep breath and took a step back. Gravis closed his eyes to regain his bearings. Yes, you are beautiful, he said, eliciting a smile from the two women. But I'm not interested. The two women furrowed their brows. This was not what they had expected. Before they could answer, Gravis continued. I am only interested in power for now. Gravis took another deep breath. Yes, I am attracted to you, but, and this might sound rude, it's only physically, Gravis said directly without hiding anything. Being direct and honest was the best option in his mind. Listen, Gravis said, now opening his eyes and looking into Lena's eyes. His eyes were focused, not swaying downward. He had managed to regain his bearings. I'm not interested in any romantic relationship at the moment. My goal is the peak, and a romantic relationship would keep me bound to this world. You guys know that I am from a higher world. Anything that keeps me from reaching my goal is not something that I want. Sadly, that includes romantic relationships. So, I'm really sorry, but I can't accept this. Lena and Lori lifted an eyebrow and looked at each other. Then they turned to Gravis at the same time and spoke simultaneously. So, now Gravis' plans were thrown into disarray again. He quickly shook his head. What do you mean with so? He asked. Lena crossed her arms, pushing her sizable chest upwards. This was never intended to be romantic, she said with a smile. Now Gravis was confused again. Then why all this? He said, widely gesturing to his surroundings. This time it was Lori that spoke up. We also don't want a romantic relationship, she said, walking closer. Just consider this a trade. You make us feel good, and in exchange, Lori walked closer again and moved a finger down Gravis' chest. We make you feel good. Now Gravis understood. So, this is all just about sex? He asked with a lifted eyebrow. Lena ruffled her hair in frustration. You really make it hard to keep the mood going, she groaned. Yes, this is all just about sex. We are all adults here. Not every flick needs romance, she said in frustration. Gravis looked unamused at her. I'm 17, you know? He said directly. The eyes of the twins widened in shock. How are you 17? Lena asked in shock. Gravis was pretty strong and had a powerful body. His white hair and strange eyes also added some mystery to him. They had expected him to be in his 20s, at least. It was hard to tell the age of cultivators since their bodies aged way slower. Someone that looked like 20 could be in their 50s. Gravis looked with confusion at them. What's so strange about that? How old are you? He asked. The brows of Lena and Lori furrowed. Don't you know it's rude to ask women their age? Lori said. Gravis sighed in exasperation. Yeah, sorry. I forgot, he said. Yet, surprisingly, the two giggled. We're just messing with you, said Lena with a cute smile. We're both 35, though I have to say you are way younger than we thought. You have reached such strength while only being 17. We didn't even consider that. Gravis didn't try to understand the situation. The mood of the two women jumped around. First, they were playful, then frustrated, then playful again, then angry, and now playful again. Anyway, Gravis said after a while. I'm also not interested in a momentary flick, Gravis said. Both raised an eyebrow at the same time. Sure enough, they were twins, and even their facial expressions were synchronized. Why not? Lori asked. Gravis looked into her eyes. Because if I give in to my urges, I build a connection with my current situation, he said, confusing the two. If I indulge too much, I run the risk of becoming happy with my current situation. This could have an impact on my drive forward. While I still have not achieved my goal, I can't risk becoming complacent. Before the two could answer, Gravis continued. I have not indulged in something like this, so I have no idea how I will act in such a situation. Yes, one quick flick won't damage my will, but as soon as I do it once, the threshold of acceptance gets lowered. One time could create a second time, and a second time could easily create a third time. Indulging in my current situation could be a slippery slope. Gravis sighed again. Maybe I am too careful about this, but I don't want to risk losing the focus on my goal. Yes, I am attracted to you, but my goal is more important to me. Gravis slightly nodded his head in apology. I hope you understand. The two twins looked at each other. Whoosh! A robe appeared around Lena. Yet, instead of answering, they still looked at each other unsurely. Gravis watched them in silence, not sure why they were looking at each other like that. There probably was something that he didn't know about. Were we wrong? Lena asked Lori. Lori was also unsure and looked at the ground. I don't know. After a while, Lori turned to Gravis. Gravis, I have a question, she said, sounding normal again. There was no more huskiness, playfulness, or frustration in her voice anymore. Gravis nodded. Ask, he said. Why are you so hellbent on achieving your goal, even if it means giving up happiness? She asked. Gravis looked at her. Because I know that if I become complacent in my current situation, I might be happy, but I will have regrets. I want to achieve true freedom, and I can't do that without sufficient power. If I find a lover or even create a family, I would be happy, but in the back of my mind, I would regret giving up on my goal. As soon as I stop on my path forward, I run the risk of falling behind. One of my brothers fell victim to this. Lori and Lena looked at each other again, and both sighed. Is that the reason why it is so difficult for us to progress? Are we too preoccupied with momentary happiness? Lori asked Lena. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Why? You are both still young and are even a stage higher than me. Lena sighed. Yes, we are still kind of young, but we have actually reached the seed stage over 7 years ago, and we didn't make much progress in that time. We always remained stuck in that realm. We know that it's because of our will auras. Gravis lifted an eyebrow in confusion. So? Just go temper your will, he said. Lori and Lena groaned in frustration. We know that, Lori said, slight anger in her voice. We always plan on tempering our wills, but every time we plan on leaving for a fight, we kind of don't go through with it. We have lots of time, so why do it right now? Tomorrow is another day. Lori looked at the sky. That's how it's been for 7 years. Gravis now also sighed. This was precisely the situation that he wanted to avoid. If he procrastinated once, he would run the danger of procrastinating again. As soon as he did it once, the second time would become even easier. Though one shouldn't forget that both twins had a will aura. Their wills were incredibly powerful, but it was still difficult to jump into a situation that had a real possibility of death. As Gravis looked at them, he got the thought that they were probably not afraid of dying but afraid of the other person dying. Maybe it was their desire to protect each other, which made it hard for them to seek danger. Gravis couldn't imagine how close their bond was. The only sibling he ever got to know was Orpheus, and they hadn't grown up together. Losing someone that always stayed at one side was a harrowing thought. Gravis, I'm sorry, but could you leave us? Asked Lori carefully. Lena and I need to talk. I'm sorry for bringing you into this situation. Gravis nodded solemnly. No problem. Take care, he said, and then left for the campsite. Lena and Lori looked at each other with uncertainty and a little bit of guilt. They stayed silent for a while. What have we been doing for the last 7 years? Lena asked Lori. Lori was unsure and looked at the ground. They had a lot to talk and think about. 2 days after Gravis talked with the twins, something surprising happened. The twins had left the Greys. Elder Byron had informed Gravis that they had changed their mind and didn't want to be part of the Greys anymore. Gravis was a little confused but also felt like he understood the reason. After they had talked, they had probably decided on their future path. Maybe they would return to the water sect? Maybe they decided to stop increasing their power? Gravis was not sure, though he thought the possibility that they were no longer interested in cultivation was more likely. There was basically no better group to temper their wills than the Greys. Leaving the Greys probably meant that they finalized their decision to no longer temper themselves. Gravis was a little sad to see them go, but it was their decision. It was supremely rare that people could walk their paths to power together. Talent, luck, hard work, risk, death, and many other things could stop a cultivator from following their path. Gravis was never destined to stay in this lower world, and how many people actually ascended from this lower world? Probably not that many. With this, only 3 people remained in the group of the Greys, from an initial amount of 6. Drake had died, while the twins had left. Right now, it was only Elder Byron, Creed, and Gravis. On top of that, Creed was very rarely present. That was because he was busy scouting. He had never cultivated any element, so it was very easy for him to move around without suspicion. That made him the perfect scout. Right now, Gravis and Elder Byron sat together, eating and drinking. The campsite felt lonely with only those 2 present. I think I'm partially at fault that Lori and Lena left, Gravis said with a sigh. Elder Byron smiled warmly and drank from a mug. Don't worry about it, he said with dismissal. You're new, so you're not used to this constant coming and going. It's actually normal that so many people leave. Speaking of, I think I should go search for some new blood. We can't just be 3 people, can we? Elder Byron laughed. Gravis smiled bitterly. He didn't regret talking to the siblings, but he still felt a little guilty about making Elder Byron lose 2 members. Though he preferred this situation over the twins dying. Someone who didn't have an iron will to gamble with their life wasn't fit for the cultivation world. Such a doubt could make someone hesitate or flee from a winnable fight. Would you mind telling me about your homeworld? Gravis asked Elder Byron. Elder Byron continued smiling. There is not that much to talk about, he said. Cultivators in my homeworld don't use elements. We are basically all cultivating different battle techniques, similar to the Rakshasa saber I gave you. The combination of will and spirit creates a force that can keep up with the destructive properties of the elements. Of course, you need a powerful will first. Elder Byron then looked up at the sky, scratching his chin. Though I do envy the healing properties of water and light. In a large-scale conflict, just a couple of those healers would multiply the fighting power of one side. Elder Byron then scoffed and took another mouthful of his wine. It's actually sad that this world is fragmented based on elements. Imagine the power of a group of people with mixed elements. Gravis nodded. I've also thought about this. Such a group could use someone with the earth element to block powerful attacks or keep 1 or more enemies occupied. Someone with the water or light element could tend to anyone that got injured, and the remaining elements could attack under the protection of the earth cultivator. Gravis also drank another mouthful. I think 1 earth cultivator, 1 water cultivator, and 1 fire cultivator could take on a spirit beast of equal ranking, Gravis said. One shouldn't forget that beasts were incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a group of 3 people at the initial stage of spirit forming to kill a low-rank spirit beast. That beast would just kill one person after the other. Yet, if the group could make the enemy focus on the person with the most powerful defense, they could get multiple attacks in. Elder Byron nodded in agreement. Yeah, and the more people you have with different elements, the more powerful the whole group becomes. I think a group of 5 people with different elements and good teamwork would even have a chance against a spirit beast 1 level higher than themselves. Gravis rubbed his chin in thought. That's difficult to say, he said slowly. The frontal attacker would need to be able to resist such attacks. That is not easy. On top of that, the group needs to combine their powers. I'm not sure if simply unloading all their energy on the beast would topple it. They would probably also need to exchange injury for injury, which is difficult since 1 wrong step would doom them. Elder Byron nodded multiple times. Yes, but it is possible, right? Gravis lifted an eyebrow in an unsure expression. I think, theoretically, it should be possible, but it's hard to find such a group. Elder Byron smirked. You know, if I ever reach my goal, I'll probably make such an organization in this world. I hate to see all this wasted combat potential. Gravis looked with skepticism at Elder Byron. Isn't your goal to destroy the elemental sex? Elder Byron harumphed. When did I ever say that? Gravis looked unamused at him. You tried to convince me that the elemental sex demise would only be just and fair. Elder Byron rolled his eyes. Yeah, okay. I did say that. I had to act dramatic. All right? Elder Byron said with exasperation. I need to keep my persona up when I am in disguise. Saying that we only want to prove ourselves wouldn't have fit, right? Gravis thought back to Elder Byron's aura when he first talked to Gravis and had to agree. Elder Byron had seemed very sinister at that point, and saying that they only wanted to prove themselves would have seemed lackluster. So, you're not hellbent on destroying all elemental sex? Gravis asked. Elder Byron nodded. Yeah, killing them is unnecessary. Even though I believe the path of my homeworld is more powerful, it doesn't mean that we can't allow for other ways. Gravis looked at him critically. Elder Byron didn't seem genuine. He was not looking into Gravis' eyes, and he had spoken hastier than before. Gravis was sure he was lying. Elder Byron looked with nervousness at Gravis, and sweat ran down his forehead. After some seconds, he groaned in exasperation. Okay, okay. I lied, he said. Gravis actually laughed a little when he saw that. Elder Byron was really a lousy liar. Maybe that was the reason why he was always so honest. Elder Byron sighed. The truth is that I initially had planned to destroy the elemental sex, but my mind changed. Gravis was more interested now. Oh, why? He asked. Elder Byron looked uncomfortably at Gravis. Because of you. Now, Gravis' expression was back to skepticism. Explain, he said. Elder Byron rubbed the back of his neck. I followed you when you went out to test the Rakshasa saber. Gravis wasn't really mad about that. It would have actually been weird if he hadn't followed Gravis back then. Giving someone he just met a technique and then not watching them? Such a mindset would practically invite scamming. Yet, judging by Elder Byron's uncomfortable expression, he was probably looking at it as a breach of trust. Gravis could only laugh slightly. It's all right, Gravis said, making Elder Byron release a sigh of relief. You are probably surprised about the combination of the Rakshasa saber and my lightning, right? Elder Byron nodded. Exactly. Initially, I had believed that combining the power of our different cultivation techniques would be impossible, but you have shown me otherwise. If I can bring techniques from my homeworld to this world and prove their superiority, I can establish an organization that allows talented people from both sides to meet and work together. I'm sure that it would only take a matter of time until more such techniques would be created. Gravis could only agree. Even though the only reason why he could infuse the battle technique with his lightning was due to his unique spirit, it didn't mean that there weren't any other methods. There would surely appear many more ways to combine the two different cultivation paths with enough time and people. I'll still stay only until the greens are dealt with. This won't change my decision, Gravis said, and then emptied his mug. Elder Byron smiled again. That's no problem. I don't force. Elder Byron stopped talking, and his eyes traveled to his ring. Gravis also narrowed his eyes. After some seconds, Elder Byron spoke to his ring. I'll ask Gravis. Stay at standby and keep watch. Try not to be noticed. Gravis' eyes glimmered. Finally, he had some work to do. I guess I have some new opponents? Gravis asked with motivation. Others might dread the appearance of a dangerous enemy, but Gravis welcomed it. His goal was the peak, and he couldn't allow himself to lose his advantage. As soon as he would stop tempering his will would become weaker in comparison to cultivators in the same realm. It wouldn't directly become weaker, but his will would grow slower than his opponent's will, and at some point they would be equal. Yet, instead of smiling or growing excited, Elder Byron looked unsure. Gravis guessed that the opponents this time were more powerful than the last ones. Who are the opponents? Gravis asked. Elder Byron still looked at his ring in contemplation. One person at the sapling stage and one at the seed stage, he said. Gravis lifted an eyebrow, unsure why Elder Byron was acting like this if the opponent was even weaker than the last time. One shouldn't forget that Gravis had become more powerful after the last time, and his body had also grown quite significantly. It wasn't on the level of a body similar to the seed stage, but it was still more powerful than before. Is there something unusual about those two? Gravis asked. Elder Byron nodded. The sapling stage cultivator is only average, but the issue is the seed stage cultivator. Gravis furrowed his brows. In what sense? He asked. This isn't just a normal cultivator at the seed stage. That person is the heir to the leader of the Greens, Manuel. Elder Byron looked up and into Gravis' eyes. He is one of the few people that can fight above their level. Back in my homeworld, Manuel had already managed to defeat someone at the sapling stage. This was a couple of years ago, and he is probably also pretty close to reaching the sapling stage himself by now. He might be even stronger than the person beside him. Gravis was quite surprised about that. He hadn't met such a genius before in this lower world. Fighting one level above oneself in the spirit-forming realm was like fighting 2 levels above oneself in the energy-gathering realm. So, this is one of those heavenly geniuses of the core continent, huh? That's pretty impressive. I know that you don't fear Manuel in a one-on-one fight, but it's different if there is another person at the sapling stage there. Let me tell you, the only thing that Manuel needs to reach the tree stage is time. His will aura has already reached the level necessary to reach the tree stage. This is a person that has a realistic chance of ascending to a higher world in the future. We call those people Ascender's talents, Elder Byron explained seriously. Gravis narrowed his eyes again. Then, that means that this group is even more powerful than the last one. Maybe even more than just a little bit. I can't underestimate the battle experience of such a genius. Elder Byron looked at Gravis, who remained silent while thinking. After some seconds, Elder Byron spoke up again. You don't need to go. This might be above your limit. Gravis perked up like he had been awoken from a dream. Oh no, I'm just thinking about my strategy for the fight. Elder Byron was a little surprised by Gravis' attitude. Apparently, Gravis hadn't even thought about declining and was already making plans for the fight. Elder Byron sighed. That's an impressive mindset, he thought, and then looked up into the sky. Do all people from a higher world think like this? Gravis remained silent for over a minute until he stood up. Can I exchange for some things? Gravis asked. Gravis looked at his new saber as he rode on his lightning board. His old saber had been destroyed in his last fight, and this would be its first fight, although probably also its last one. This saber was just as good or bad as the previous two. If he had to use his lightning crescent, it wouldn't survive the day. Sadly, Elder Byron couldn't get a better saber this easily. Such high-level gear was nearly exclusive to only the elemental sex. Of course, Gravis had gotten this saber already over a month ago. He wouldn't walk around without a weapon. Instead, he had exchanged some of his gold for some other items, which would help him in his upcoming fight. Gravis traveled for a total of 2 hours until he stopped. In comparison to last time, he wasn't chasing the group but waiting for them. Surprisingly enough, this new spot wasn't far away from the previous fighting spot, but in comparison to last time, his opponents didn't travel to but actually came from Storm City. Gravis didn't meet Creed along the way since there was no reason for Creed to show Gravis the way. Creed had already retreated since this was not a fight that he could get involved in. If Creed involved himself in this fight, he would only be a hindrance to Gravis. Gravis was standing in the middle of a vast road in the middle of the night. Some hills with some nearly dead trees were in the surroundings, but no humans could be seen. The animals were also very sparsely populated since there was a lack of living vegetation. This was one of the reasons why Gravis waited at this spot. If he could choose his fighting spot, he wouldn't choose an area full of life. Gravis wouldn't mind some collateral damage, but if he could avoid it without impacting his performance, he would. His gray cloak covered his whole body, including his head and face, while he carried his new, black saber in his right hand. The full moon was behind him, making Gravis cast a long shadow even though it was in the middle of the night. Like this, Gravis waited for his opponents. It didn't take long for his opponents to enter Gravis' spirit. Of course, they weren't able to sense him due to his ring. If Gravis hadn't activated his ring, his opponents might avoid him, and that was not what he wanted. He wanted a fight. Gravis observed the two people. They both wore green cloaks, which didn't cover their faces. They were both flying around 3 meters above the ground, riding on some broadswords. Gravis was sure that those broadswords weren't their main weapons since the last group had all fought with speed and finesse. They were all from the same organization, so they should have similar fighting styles. One of the two was a graying, middle-aged man with a missing eye. His black hair was very short, emanating the aura of a veteran. If one didn't know any better, one would confuse this person with a drill sergeant. The other person was a young man, seemingly being in his late teens or early 20s. His hair was dark green and very long, even passing his waist. His eyes and face radiated a feeling of heroism, and his appearance was the textbook definition of the look of a heavenly genius from legends. He had a penetrating gaze, oozing confidence but not arrogance. Yet, if one looked closely, one would feel that the feeling behind those eyes reminded one of someone else. Those eyes felt similar to Gravis' eyes. He's powerful, Gravis thought. I'm pretty confident that I would win against him, but it wouldn't be easy. But with the addition of the other person, this will be an incredibly dangerous fight. This fight might actually come close to the fight against Red in terms of relative power. The two people came closer, and just when Gravis wanted to activate his spirit to gain their attention, they both stopped by themselves. Manuel was holding a hand before his companion to stop him from moving forward, looking down at Gravis with a severe look. Gravis was similarly looking up at Manuel, and their eyes met. Manuel had already noticed the danger of Gravis before he even released his spirit. "Why did we stop?" the older person sent to Manuel with his spirit. Then, he noticed that Manuel was watching a cloaked person on the street, and his eyes widened. The man hadn't noticed that another person was here since he only kept track of his surroundings with his spirit. Of course, Gravis was invisible to the spirits of others. Is it because of him? Manuel continued looking into Gravis' eyes. Yes, it's because of him. I think he's the person that has assassinated Skier's group. The eyes of the older man narrowed as he also watched Gravis. Skier's group wasn't weak. This person might be the tempering you were searching for. No, Manuel sent back. The man furrowed his brows. What do you mean with no? Is he too weak? Did he have help in the last fight? Manuel never took his eyes off Gravis. The opposite. I can feel his power. My instincts are telling me that if I were to fight him, I would die. This is not tempering. This is suicide. The older man took a deep breath. He knew that Manuel had supreme fighting experiences and his instincts were extremely good in gauging an opponent's power. Without further ado, the older man concentrated on one of his rings and sent a message to his master. He didn't doubt for a second that Manuel could be wrong. Together we have a chance. Manuel sent to the older man again. It won't be easy, but if we win, our wills will become more powerful. The older man continued looking at Gravis. You know that I'm not interested in tempering myself anymore. I value my life, but if you want this fight, then I will lay my life down for you. Giving my life for an increase in power for you is reason enough. Manuel still didn't move. You know that I don't want you to sacrifice yourself. Yet, I feel this burning sensation inside myself. I want to fight him. Gravis furrowed his brows. They had been watching each other for several seconds now, and Manuel wasn't doing anything. Gravis decided to take the initiative. Gravis released his spirit so that the two people could feel it. The eyes of the older man opened in surprise while Manuel continued looking at Gravis in concentration. He's only in the initial stage? The man sent to Manuel, who slightly nodded in response. What was happening? Manuel was sensing incredible danger from someone a whole level below him. Was that even physically possible? Manuel was an Ascender's talent, and those were the strongest geniuses that existed. If the man didn't have unwavering trust in Manuel's instincts, he would never believe that Gravis could be a danger to himself. I think I know who that person is, Manuel sent to the man. Who? The man answered. Do you remember the stories about an energy-gathering disciple at the 6th stage killing an elder-level figure in the Middle Continent? I think this could be him. The time frame fits. Manuel sent. The man took another deep breath. Those stories were real? I thought someone was just seeking attention. Xing. A saber appeared in Gravis' right hand, and the other two people grew even more vigilant. Gravis was getting bored by now. He had mentally prepared himself for this fight, but it just wasn't happening. Well, if they don't start, then I will. I will start now. Gravis shouted and readied himself in a battle stance. The two men also took out their weapons. Just as expected, both of them were using thin, long swords similar to the previous group. Bzzzzzzz. Lightning appeared around Gravis' body, and the two people shot towards Gravis involuntarily, of course. His lightning magnetized everything metallic on their bodies. On top of that, they were very close to each other. Boom! Gravis pushed the mixture of spirit and will into his saber but didn't use any energy or lightning. Like this, his strike would become more powerful than usual but wouldn't use up many resources. Gravis immediately slashed towards them, and a gray crescent appeared, shooting straight towards them. The man's eyes widened. Bang! Manuel kicked the elder on his side with his full power, making the elder and himself fly into two different directions, evading the slash. The elder felt pain in his left shoulder due to the kick, but nothing was broken. Manuel had saved his life. The elder grew angry at his lapse in judgment. Even though he had trusted Manuel's instincts, he had still taken the situation somewhat lightly. That had nearly cost him his life. He quickly readied himself with his sword and watched Gravis, who was charging right at him. Gravis had chosen the elder first because the elder had less combat experience than Manuel. With enough pressure, the elder would make a mistake. By now, the elder was on the ground, making it easier for Gravis to attack him. Bang! The saber hit the sword as it blocked the attack. Yet, Gravis used the saber's loaded point to release a fully loaded lightning bolt that shot right towards the elder, bypassing his sword. At least it would have if it weren't for Manuel. Bang! Boom! Gravis got violently pushed to the side, making the loaded attack shoot off in a different direction. Gravis didn't know what pushed him like this, but at least this attack didn't injure him, which meant that this attack could only be used for disrupting the opponent's balance. If it could, Manuel wouldn't have used it only for this. Meanwhile, the bolt exploded on a dead tree far behind the elder, incinerating everything in its surroundings. The elder narrowed his eyes again and gritted his teeth violently. He had been saved again by Manuel. He hated this feeling. Ignoring everything that happened behind him, he loaded his sword and shot a fully loaded attack at Gravis, who still hadn't regained his balance. This was a fully loaded attack from a person 2 levels higher than Gravis, and he couldn't block this with normal means. Boom boom clank. A massive cube of gold appeared before Gravis, and the attack sliced right through it. Behind the cube of gold, a lightning board appeared angled in such a way that the slice would have to penetrate the footwall and the board itself, which it did. Lastly, the slash hit Gravis' blocking saber, and Gravis got shot into the distance. Yet, due to the additional materials weakening the strike, his saber wasn't damaged, and Gravis wasn't hurt. After flying for around 10 meters, Gravis regained his balance by using his magnetism with his items. He stopped flying barely above the floor and quickly returned to his upright position. The elder was surprised that Gravis managed to block his fully powered attack. Meanwhile, Gravis quickly checked up on Manuel to see what he had used to make him lose his balance. What he saw was Manuel holding some metallic object on a stick. It looked like a metallic funnel, with the wider part pointing towards Manuel and the smaller part pointing towards Gravis. Gravis quickly realized what this was. This device would funnel the sword force into the bigger opening, increasing its pressure and shooting it out faster and more powerful than before. Of course, this attack wouldn't be dangerous without any additional energy. Yet it was enough to make Gravis lose his balance. Sure enough, he has lots of combat experience, Gravis thought. But that's exactly what I want. Boom! Gravis used his full acceleration with his lightning and body to quickly reach the elder again. Even though the elder was prepared, he was still taken by surprise by Gravis' ridiculous acceleration. He hadn't used that in this fight before, making it impossible for the elder to react appropriately. Bang! Manuel had appeared before Gravis, having summoned a humongous shield before him. Gravis' kick exploded on the shield, blowing it into fragments that shot towards Manuel, who stood right behind it. Clank, clank, clank. With impressive control over his weapon, Manuel blocked all the fragments with his sword. Meanwhile, the elder pointed his weapon over Manuel's shoulder, releasing a concentrated beam of sword force. Clank! Gravis angled his saber over his still outstretched leg, making the beam deflect off of the surface of the angled saber. The direction of the beam changed, and it shot into the sky. If he had blocked it directly, Gravis would have been pushed back. But with this maneuver, he wouldn't have to retreat. The beam's force pushed Gravis towards the ground, which immediately exploded with lightning as Gravis shot forward again. Whoosh! Manuel sidestepped the second kick as if he had seen it coming. Apparently, he was also proficient in pre-dodging just like Gravis. Manuel immediately started slashing towards Gravis' outstretched leg, intending to cut it off. Shing! Boom! Gravis' right leg was cut off at the knee, but a concentrated lightning spear came out of the leg's stump, hitting Manuel right in the chest. The flesh on Manuel's chest exploded off and he got shot away. Gravis had traded his leg for a severe injury. Xing. The elder released an attack as Manuel shot away, and it shot towards Gravis. Gravis quickly kicked his severed leg with his stump, making it hit the crescent of sword force. His body was powerful, and such a hastily released attack didn't have the full power of the elder. As his severed leg hit the sword crescent, both of them exploded into a wave of destruction and blood. Xing. Gravis quickly used his saber and cut off a diagonal chunk of the stump that was his right leg and then shot forward at the elder again. Gravis slashed with his saber, and the elder blocked it with his sword. Clank! Xing! While the sword blocked Gravis' saber, Gravis' leg nearly cut off one of the elder's arms. How was this possible? Gravis had cut off a diagonal chunk of his leg to sharpen his own bone into a sharp pike. The protruding bone had part of it cut off, which made it pointy. It was painful, but winning was more important. The shorter range of his leg also helped him pull this stunt off since it was easier to hit something closer to him. The elder's left hand only hung from a thin strand of muscle and skin. Apparently, his body hadn't been as tempered as Gravis. If it had been, Gravis wouldn't have been able to sever the bone of the hand. The elder was shocked dumb by this development, and he couldn't react to Gravis' next attack, which was a loaded fist hitting the flat side of the blocking sword. Bang! The sword stayed in one piece, but with the elder shocked and only having one hand to block the attack, the sword shot backward and pierced the elder's torso. It stabbed into the middle of his torso, with only the hilt remaining visible. The eyes of the elder widened as Gravis punched straight at him. Bang! Another huge shield appeared before the elder as Manuel had returned. Manuel had retrieved the shield from his spirit space and placed it right before the elder to block the attack. The shield exploded again, and its fragments shot backward again. But this time, there was no Manuel to stop the fragments since he was still in the process of running back. Thus, the fragments all buried themselves in the elder's body. The elder was also shot back due to the force. Gravis gritted his teeth in frustration. He had been so close to killing one of them. This was the third time that Manuel had saved the life of the elder. At least the elder was severely injured now. Meanwhile, Manuel was very close to Gravis again and readied himself for an overhead slash. Gravis used his sharp stump to kick towards Manuel's hands, but his leg was too short. Bzzzzz. Bang! Gravis used 50% of the inherent energy of his body to make his leg instantly regenerate. Manuel's eyes widened, and the kick hit Manuel's hands. Sadly, Gravis hadn't had time to load his kick with lightning. Yet, some of Manuel's fingers still broke due to the kick. Boom! Gravis' other leg exploded with lightning, shooting him forward while his right leg was still outstretched. Manuel had lost his balance due to the kick, and he managed to barely hold his saber above his head. Yet, the kick would arrive before he could regain control over his saber. Boom! Another shield appeared, and more fragments shot at Manuel, but this time he didn't have the luxury to block those. Some of them buried themselves in his torso as he barely avoided others. The force of the fragments shot Manuel into the distance. Bzzzzz. Gravis' body released lightning again, and the jagged fragments pulled themselves out of Manuel's and the elder's bodies, creating multiple blood fountains. The fragments hit Gravis' hand but got stopped easily by the magnetism. Thump! Something with a humongous weight appeared before Gravis. It was some kind of construct with 4 long metallic bars that were held together with some non-magnetic materials. The bars pointed at the elder. Gravis immediately put the fragments between the 4 bars. Gravis had created this thing with the materials that he had exchanged with Elder Byron. Bzzzzz. Lightning appeared on all 4 bars, and the fragments started floating inside of it. Then, the lightning shot forward along the bars and became stronger, pulling the fragments with it. As the fragments passed the tip of the 4 bars, a small explosion appeared behind them as they shot out with unreal speed. The elder quickly blocked with his sword since he had no time to dodge. Clank, clank, PTSH, PTSH. Some of them got blocked, while other fragments buried themselves deeply into the elder's body. The elder, who had just gotten back on his feet, got shot into the distance again. By now, Manuel had gotten up again and charged towards Gravis. Gravis quickly angled his contraption towards Manuel. Then, he retrieved some liquid metal and made it appear inside the contraption, using his lightning again to make it float. Manuel used his funnel and pushed Gravis away from his contraption. Then, the contraption vanished, but it wasn't put into Gravis' spirit space, but into Manuel's. He wouldn't allow such a dangerous weapon to stay outside. As long as Gravis didn't have physical contact with it, he could manipulate it just like Gravis. Gravis regained his balance and charged forward again. Yet, this time he wasn't using his lightning. He had used it too many times, and his storage was running low. He had to remain frugal with it now. They came closer to each other. But suddenly, Manuel lowered himself and spun around once, creating a circle of sword force that grew bigger as it shot away all around him. Gravis quickly jumped over it, but he knew that this was what Manuel wanted. Manuel wouldn't have made such an easily avoidable attack without reason. Sure enough, Manuel had already pulled his sword close to his body, gathering all his strength for a stab. Bzzz. Lightning appeared on the floor, attracting the sword as it pushed forward, slightly changing its angle. Due to this, it only went through Gravis' kidney, creating a clear hole in Gravis' body. Manuel quickly reacted and took out his funnel again. Bang! Yet, another concentrated lightning spear appeared, pushing through the weak sword force and hitting the funnel. The funnel was metallic, and the lightning went through it, right into Manuel's hands, which quickly blackened. On top of that, Manuel was electrified, making him unable to move for a short time. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A violent sphere of lightning appeared before Gravis, and he pushed his saber through it. The sphere vanished, absorbed by the saber, and Gravis slashed right towards the middle of the area between Manuel and the Elder. The Elder had just barely gotten off of the floor just 20 meters away from Manuel, while Manuel had just regained control over his body. The explosion of this attack would destroy everything in a 100-meter diameter. There was no way for them to survive. Gravis slashed down. Boom! Suddenly, Gravis was surrounded by a gigantic, thick, metallic fortress, many meters tall and thick. The slash hit the inside of the fortress, and the explosion destroyed everything around him, including the metallic fortress. Half a second later, the explosion had already vanished as the surroundings thundered and trembled. Gravis didn't feel any energy entering his body, which signalized that both of his opponents were still alive. Gravis had no idea why they were still alive. This fortress wouldn't have been enough to shield them completely. Without hesitation, he used his eyes to look for Manuel. Gravis knew about the brightness of the explosion, which was why he had closed them for a second. The energy and disorder in the surroundings made it impossible for a spirit to get an accurate look at the surroundings. On top of that, the explosion should have blinded them. He still had a chance. Gravis quickly spotted Manuel and saw many metal fragments before and behind him. Apparently, a second fortress had been summoned around him and also around the Elder. Gravis was baffled about the size of their spirit spaces. Such a fortress took up way too much space, yet there had been 3. Gravis quickly threw that thought out of his head and charged at the blinded and disoriented Manuel. Gravis quickly kicked with all his power. Bang! Gravis hit something metallic and immovable. The bones in his leg got obliterated while its flesh exploded. Gravis was tremendously shocked. How did something this powerful appear out of nowhere? Boom! The thing disappeared, and Gravis froze when he saw a person appear. A middle-aged man with long green hair stood between Gravis and Manuel. He was looking intensely at Gravis, and when Gravis felt the power of this person, he despaired. Tree stage. Elder Byron. Someone at the tree stage appeared. Gravis immediately sent with his ring. What? That's the leader of the Greens. I am pretty close because I was worried about you. Try to stall for time. I have a contingency plan, came the urgent voice of Elder Byron. There was nothing Gravis could do now except stall for time. He was utterly spent, and even if he weren't, he still wouldn't have a chance against someone at the tree stage. This has been a fair fight. Why do you involve yourself? Gravis shouted. The man narrowed his eyes, but his eyes wandered towards Gravis' right hand. Then he pointed towards Gravis' right hand. There is no fairness in this world. You have attacked my disciple, so it is only just that I will get involved, the person shouted. Gravis was a little confused about the elder pointing to his right arm while saying this. Just like the others, the elder wore a green cloak. He hadn't taken out his weapon yet, but Gravis was sure that he would also use a long sword. Do you feel no shame to save your disciple when he is lost in a fair fight? Gravis shouted aggressively. The elder moved his hand in a cutting motion, and a wave of sword force appeared that shot right at Gravis' right hand. Gravis quickly pulled it back, evading the slash. It doesn't matter, the person shouted, pointing at Gravis' right arm again with more fervor. You Greys think yourself better than us, but I will prove that the Greens are the only ones worthy of taking over this weak world. Bang Xing. The elder got pushed forward violently by sword force and then cut at Gravis' right arm again. Gravis sidestepped the attack barely, but part of his thumb was cut off. Why are you point at my right arm? Gravis shouted. The person pointed more violently at Gravis' right arm and shot more crescents. None of them targeted Gravis directly as they all shot towards his right arm. Then, the person stomped the ground violently and shouted into the surroundings. We will prove that we are the only worthy ones. Manuel, who had regained control over his body by now also looked at Gravis' right arm. Then, Manuel charged forward. Manuel barely raised his sword with his nearly destroyed hands and attacked Gravis' right hand. For some reason, Gravis wanted to retrieve his hand, but his arm suddenly got gripped by the new person's mighty hand, immobilizing it. Xing. Manuel cut off Gravis' right hand and then summoned wind to fly away again. Gravis kicked the new person away, distancing himself. Then, he immediately used the remaining energy inside his body to fully heal himself. Gravis then quickly turned back to the person, but his eyes widened in shock. The person no longer wore a green cloak. Instead, he wore green robes that were indicative of the Wind sect. On top of that, his eyes no longer showed rage but were looking seriously at Gravis. Also, has Manuel just used wind to fly away? Where was his sword force? Can you see clearly now? The person asked with a solemn voice. Gravis was confused. He looked around and saw that Manuel and the elder were also wearing the same green robes as the new person. Those were the robes of the Wind sect. What the hell was going on? What? Gravis asked involuntarily in confusion. Xing, the head of the new, green-robed person left his body as 2 daggers cut through his neck, decapitating him. Gravis' confusion and shock grew. The other 2 people were also staring in shock at what just happened. Sect Master! Manuel shouted with panic and rage. Sect Master! Gravis thought in disbelief. Was this person the Sect Master of the Wind sect? Why are they people of the Wind sect? What is happening? The body of the Sect Master fell over, revealing a new person behind him. Gravis took a deep breath in shock. Elder Byron? He asked. Yet this Elder Byron was different. Their faces were the same, but he was no longer wearing the gray cloak. Instead, he wore robes that were as black as night. He also carried 2 daggers that emanated the darkness element. Elder Byron smiled smugly, and his laugh echoed into the surroundings. Finally! Then he violently kicked the body of the sect master away. You always remained inside your sect, but look at what happened to you now. This has all gone perfectly. Gravis remembered how the sect master had pointed at his right arm violently when they had met. Gravis looked over towards his right arm, and his gaze stopped at the ring that Elder Byron had given him. His mind worked overtime as he tried to understand the situation, and when he came to a result, his eyes widened in horror. You used that ring to create illusions, Gravis shouted. Everything shot through Gravis' mind. The Greens flew on swords. The Wind sect could also fly. The Greens used crescents made out of sword force. That was the wind blade of the Wind cultivators. Manuel was using a funnel to concentrate sword force. He was concentrating wind, which also explained the non-lethal force that it generated. The cultivators he had fought had all been fighting exactly like wind cultivators. They even used the same weapons. The spirit of the powerful person that Gravis had felt after his last fight, that had been Elder Byron, who had kept watch over Gravis' fight to create appropriate illusions. The time Elder Byron said that he would still keep his imprint on the ring to retrieve it in case Gravis died? Bullshit. He left his imprint on the ring to control it remotely. Gravis remembered the membrane that appeared around him when he had first put on the ring. His vision and spirit passed through the membrane, which enabled Elder Byron to change everything that Gravis saw or felt. Gravis also remembered how Elder Byron had laughed when Gravis had first put on the ring. The Greens? They had never existed. There was never any force from another world. Gravis also remembered the first group he had fought. When he pulled out his saber and told them that he wanted a fight, they had retreated with their arms held like they didn't want to fight. Elder Byron changed it so that they mocked him, but in actuality they just wanted to show that they didn't want to fight. Yet Gravis had killed them. Gravis felt Elder Byron's power, and he felt that Elder Byron was also at the tree stage. Elder Byron wasn't some guy from another world, but the sect master of the Darkness sect. Gravis also realized why Elder Byron was using him to achieve his goals. The spirit bottles. Gravis thought. Every spirit-forming cultivator left part of their spirit inside a bottle that remained in the sect, and if they were killed, it would get destroyed with the element of the killer. If a darkness cultivator hunted people from the Wind sect, the Darkness sect would become a target of the powerful Wind sect. But what if someone with the lightning element killed them? Then the Wind sect would become enemies with the Lightning sect. Of course, the Lightning sect would deny everything. They also knew about Gravis and would tell the Wind sect about Gravis. The Wind sect thought it was Gravis' lone doing since he was not affiliated with any organization. Like this, the sect master would have no qualms about leaving his sect and attacking Gravis since he was way stronger. This would leave him alone and vulnerable to an ambush from the sect master of the Darkness sect. I've been used. Gravis thought in a mixture of frustration, rage, grief, and helplessness. Byron! Gravis shouted in absolute rage as he shot towards Byron, who just smiled smugly at Gravis. Slap! Gravis got slapped away, and many of his teeth left his mouth. He spun a couple of times and landed on the floor. Oh, Gravis, Gravis, Byron said with a mocking tone. You feel yourself superior by knowing about the worlds and thinking that you know heaven better than anyone else. Yet, precisely that made you a perfect target. Byron walked closer to Gravis. People from a different world? Who could possibly believe that? He mocked as he walked closer. Heaven telling me all your secrets? No one would believe me if I said that heaven spoke to me. Byron kneeled down and lifted Gravis by his hair. You thought yourself so knowledgeable and wise, yet you believed shit that no one with a rational mind would believe. Gravis suddenly punched since he had no weapon anymore. Thump! Gravis' fist hit Byron's chest, destroying parts of his robes, but otherwise, Byron didn't move. Gravis had no more lightning, so he wasn't able to load his punch. Byron's body was way more powerful than Gravis, and he ignored the punch. Byron continued smirking, grabbed Gravis' arm, and then slapped him with the other one. Slap! Gravis was shot into the distance again, his arm getting ripped off as it still remained in Byron's grip. Parts of Gravis' face caved in as he started spitting blood. Clank! Slap! Manuel's sword was stopped by Byron's hand, and he also got slapped into the distance. Keep yourself out of this, boy. You're next, Byron said mockingly. How did you know that I was from a higher world? Gravis asked with his spirit since his mouth couldn't form any more words. This was the only open question for which Gravis had no answer. Byron laughed again. Heh! That's the interesting part, isn't it? Byron said as he walked over to Gravis. The guild master of our Proxy Darkness guild found out that you have a will aura instead of heavenly pressure. He reported it to the guild master of the Darkness guild in the Middle Continent. Byron continued approaching. The guild master didn't mind since he knew that the Heaven sect would kill you, but imagine his surprise when he found out that you joined the Heaven sect. After that happened, he reported this development to me, and I got interested. Byron stopped before Gravis and gestured widely to the surroundings with his open arms. I was really interested in that development. Heaven allowed someone that wasn't its child to join the Heaven sect and profit from its resources? How could that be possible? There was no precedence for this development. At that point, I started thinking. Byron put his hands in his pocket and snickered. Why would Heaven allow such disrespect towards it? Heaven has struck people down before, so why hasn't it killed you? On top of that, I also found out about the Basin of Nature incident. Heaven was angry and struck all the surroundings, but it didn't dare strike you. What could possibly stop Heaven from killing someone that insulted it? Power is everything. The only thing that could stop Heaven was someone more powerful. Someone like that could only exist in a higher world. You might ask yourself, if I knew about your background, why I still decided to use you. Gravis didn't say anything. There was nothing he could do right now. He was completely spent, and Byron's power completely eclipsed his own. Byron continued explaining. 2 incidents gave me all the clues I needed. Byron lifted one finger. The first one was that Jamie incident. If your backer from the higher world were allowed to interfere, they would have never allowed for anything like this to happen. Byron lifted a second finger. The second one was your fight with that elder from the Fire Guild. That was basically suicide, yet no one interfered. People from a higher world know more about cultivation than us nobodies, so they would also know that saving you would prevent you from further tempering your will. After all, you would always think that you wouldn't die anyway since your backer could always interfere. So, all in all, you are by yourself. Byron laughed slightly. Of course, that's all conjecture. I wouldn't base my plan on just that. The most important clue was your talk with that girl from the Wind Guild. Wendy? Shot through Gravis' mind. Byron saw the look on Gravis and knew that he knew which girl he meant. After you joined the Heaven sect, I was informed by the Guild Master of the Darkness Guild. Starting at that point, I have sent one of my most trusted elders to keep watch over you. Of course, he couldn't watch you while you were inside the Heaven sect, so he always remained outside. Byron kneeled on one knee beside the laying Gravis. We from the Darkness sect pride ourselves in our supreme stealth. On top of that, who in the Middle Continent was able to feel the spirit of someone at the sapling stage? No one. Byron snickered again and lifted Gravis by his hair. You talked so affectionately with that girl and told her everything, not thinking about anyone listening. After I heard about that, I started planning. A powerful lightning cultivator not affiliated with any power and with no knowledge about the core continent. You were perfect. You had no idea about battle techniques, and I knew that. How do you think the people without an element cultivate? Do you honestly believe that there had never been a power that used battle techniques instead of elements? There were plenty, so our stock of battle techniques is big. I just randomly grabbed a fitting one for you and said it was from a different world. Again, no one else in the core continent would believe that. Gravis limply hung down by his hair. He had no lightning, nearly no spirit, and his body couldn't injure Byron. He was helpless. By the way, Byron said as his head neared Gravis, if you didn't fall for my claims, I would have directly killed you. So, in some weird way, you should be thankful for your naive arrogance. Splash! A mixture of blood and spit hit Byron's face. Even though Gravis was helpless, he still wanted to show his hatred and disrespect towards Byron. Byron wiped his face with one hand. Slap! Gravis was slapped away again and then lost consciousness. The continued slaps had been too powerful. Anyway, he said as he walked over to Gravis' unconscious body, you have outlived your usefulness. Time for you to die. Bang! An incredibly powerful lightning strike hit the area between Gravis and Byron, but this lightning bolt didn't originate from Gravis. Out of the crater walked an incredibly old man with long silver hair. His back was severely bent, and he used a long staff for support when walking. How about you don't kill him? I have taken a liking to this boy, the old man said with a weak voice. Byron's eyes narrowed. What are you doing here? Asked Byron with narrowed eyes. His whole casual, disdainful demeanor was gone, replaced with anger and seriousness. The old man laughed slightly. I've been with you for around 3 weeks. Couldn't you tell? The old man said with a smile. So, you've been here all this time? Byron asked. Then why didn't you stop me from killing the Wind Sect Master? The old man smiled slightly. You know that I don't interfere with politics, little Byron. Byron's eyes narrowed even further. I'm over 140 years old, he stated matter-of-factly. The old man switched his walking cane to a different hand. Apparently, his current hand had gotten tired. You'll always be little Byron, no matter how old you are. The old man then looked at the sky in remembrance. I still remember the young boy that accompanied Old Darkness. You were still a youngster back then. How long has it been since you and my little lightning bolt played? Byron gritted his teeth. Are you mocking me? The old man coughed slightly, but with a smile. Oh, little Byron, I don't have time to mock you. Life is precious and mine is fleeting at best. I'm gonna take this kid with me. You go do whatever you want. Byron was still solemn. He knew exactly how dangerous it was to let Gravis live. Gravis had an unprecedented cultivation speed and battle strength. From his talks with Gravis, he also knew that Gravis would need less than a year to reach the seed stage. This meant that in a year, Gravis had the ability to fight him, though not defeat him. In another couple of years, when Gravis reached the sapling stage, Byron wouldn't have a chance anymore. He was sure of that. You can't protect yourself from Ancestor Darkness while protecting this kid. Don't make a mistake, old man, Byron said threateningly. The old man laughed slightly. Old Darkness isn't here right now. Byron sneered. How would you know? We darkness cultivators are the best at stealth. The old man kept his calm as Gravis' body started floating due to his spirit. I know Old Darkness, and he is too busy with other stuff. He won't waste his time here. You probably don't even have a method to contact him, even though you are the sect master. Old Darkness has always been a helpless introvert, always plotting in a dark corner playing with his knives. The old man narrated. Byron still kept his solemn look, but inside he was growing afraid. The old man was right. Ancestor Darkness wasn't here right now. Even if Byron could call him, he probably also wouldn't come. Ancestor Darkness never cared about such things. He only cared about becoming more powerful. He would probably even tell Byron that it was his own fault for provoking Old Man Lightning. Whoosh! One of Byron's rings glittered slightly, but no one noticed. The ring was inside his coat, which no spirit could penetrate. As Byron moved to the side, his body vanished as a perfect afterimage remained. This afterimage even exuded the spirit and aura of him. Not even the old man was able to see through this. After all, this was one of Byron's most powerful items. It was still night, and Byron perfectly used the night to hide his presence. He didn't even use his spirit as he kept himself perfectly hidden. As the sect master of the Darkness sect, Byron was the supreme expert in stealth, only second to Ancestor Darkness. Slowly, he neared Gravis. Byron knew that he couldn't hurt Old Man Lightning. The only thing that he could do was kill Gravis. Clank! Thump! Byron just shot forward from a 1-meter distance when the end of the walking cane went between his legs and made him trip. This had happened so quickly and suddenly that Byron couldn't regain his balance and face-planted. Meanwhile, Gravis just floated away a little to create some space for the face-planting Byron. Be careful, little Byron, the old man said with concern. Don't play too rough, or you will hurt yourself. Byron spat out a mouthful of dirt, and his eyes exploded in rage. With all his power, he burst forward and charged at Old Man Lightning. Thwack! The head of the cane hit Byron's head, throwing him away. After over 20 meters of flying, Byron recovered. No blood was coming out of his forehead, but for some reason, it still hurt like hell. Byron touched his forehead and felt a small protrusion growing. This made Byron even angrier as he readied himself for another charge. I said, don't play rough or, said Old Man Lightning as his eyes suddenly narrowed. A powerful pressure assaulted Byron, making him unable to move. Does Grandpa have to slap a bitch? Old Man Lightning said with a darker voice. Byron took a deep breath. Old Man Lightning had always been kind, even to the enemies of the Lightning sect. It had been such a long time that Byron had completely forgotten about Old Man Lightning's nickname, which he had when he was young. Lightning Tyrant, Byron remembered. In his youth, Old Man Lightning was a crazy individual. If one didn't know that he cultivated lightning, one would think that he was a madman from the fire sect. As soon as anyone said anything bad about anyone he cared about, Old Man Lightning went insane. He even attacked the headquarters of other sects directly. Of course, he didn't have the strength at the time to topple them, but he always managed to survive. Old Man Lightning had created an avalanche of headaches for his sect master when he was young. Though it was not only his sect master. Old Man Lightning had been a headache for every single sect when he was young, with no exceptions. That also included the Heaven sect. He even had a 2-digit kill count against executioners of the Heaven sect. Every time he went insane and killed swathes of cultivators, the Heaven sect would send executioners at him. Yet Old Man Lightning always won. The Heaven sect even sent executioners at the same realm as him, with no success. At some point, they started sending no more executioners. Sure, their priests could kill him, but then where would they put their face? Like this, they just let him do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't go completely overboard. Byron sheathed his daggers and calmed down. There was no sense in throwing his life away. Gravis might be a danger to his life in the future, but if Byron continued attacking, he wouldn't even live to that day. On top of that, he had more important things to do. After all, he had achieved his goal of killing the sect master of the Wind sect. Without the sect master, most of the formation arrays of the Wind sect didn't work anymore. Like this, Byron could sneak into the Wind sect and assassinate the whole upper echelon. After that, the Darkness sect would swoop in and annihilate the rest. With this, all the wealth and resources of the Wind sect would belong to the Darkness sect. With those resources, they could finally kill their enemies. Byron looked at the severely injured elder of the Wind sect and Manuel. The elder was barely clinging onto life, and Manuel had also been injured severely by Byron's slap. Byron narrowed his eyes as he planned his future course of action. "You're in luck," Byron said to Manuel, who looked at Byron with a death stare. "Killing you now would alert the Wind sect to what's coming. I'll let you stay alive for a couple more hours. Cherish the time," he said as he vanished into the darkness. Manuel and the elder became panicked. With their sect master dead, no one was able to defend the sect from Byron's attacks. Was their Wind sect about to be annihilated? "Esteemed senior, please wait," shouted Manuel as he ran towards Old Man Lightning and kneeled on the floor with both his knees. "Please, save the Wind sect. It's our home, and I will do anything you want. Please," Manuel shouted with tears in his eyes. Manuel had an incredibly powerful will, yet the possible demise of his home still made him cry. Manuel had grown up in the Wind sect, and it was his home. It occupied the most important place inside his heart. He would do anything to protect it, even if it meant giving his own life. Pat, pat. Old Man Lightning patted the head of Manuel with a smile. "I'm sorry, but I don't involve myself in politics," he said, destroying all hope in Manuel's mind. But my little lightning bolt had already seen something like this coming when he heard that Gravis killed people from the Wind sect. He is already inside the Wind sect. Manuel looked at Old Man Lightning with confusion. "Little lightning bolt?" he asked. Old Man Lightning laughed slightly. "The current sect master of the Lightning sect," he said. A heroic, blood-soaked figure with long silver hair appeared in Manuel's mind. The Lightning Monarch was being called Little Lightning Bolt by this person? Who was this person? Clank, clank. The old man hit the floor twice with his cane, and he started floating on some lightning. This was the classic lightning movement that everyone used. Lightning also appeared around Gravis' body, but only for a short time. It quickly vanished as Gravis' body flopped to the ground. Old Man Lightning's eyes shone with interest when he saw that. In the end, he simply put the bloodied Gravis over his own back, like a little kid. Then he shot into the distance. "Nothing will happen to your sect," came the voice of Old Man Lightning inside Manuel's mind. Manuel was first shocked and then overjoyed. He kneeled deeper towards the direction of Old Man Lightning. "Thank you, senior," he shouted with all his power. After around half an hour, Byron reached the wind sect. Even though the wind sect was well within the range of his spirit, he didn't release it since there were formation arrays that had the power to feel the spirits of others. Like this, Byron snuck into the wind sect. Yet, surprisingly, the sect was utterly empty. Even though it was in the middle of the night, there should be at least some guards walking around. The wind sect was located in the middle of a mountain range that was filled with forests and vegetation. The buildings were all shaped like high towers instead of the usual form of houses. Basically, everyone in the wind sect could fly, so they took advantage of that fact by making the area of the wind sect as small and as high as possible. It would be easier to defend such a small sect instead of a clunky, big one. Byron quickly reached the widest and highest tower in the sect and easily climbed it. The tower was gigantic and majestic and was nearly a kilometer high, while the entrance was located around 500 meters above the ground. Byron had no issues in reaching that height. Something like this was no obstacle to someone at the tree stage. When Byron reached the doors to the inner sanctum, he stopped. The doors were closed, and even though he was a tree stage cultivator, he couldn't dematerialize himself. He had to physically open the door to enter. Yet that didn't matter to him. There was no other exit, so no one inside could escape. Byron readied his daggers. As soon as he opened the doors, he would charge in and kill everyone. Speed was critical in this matter. Bang bang. Byron kicked the door open and charged in, still in stealth. Yet, as soon as the door had moved, a gigantic lightning bolt hit the middle of the room, illuminating all the surroundings. Byron hadn't expected this, and his stealth failed due to the sudden illumination. Doesn't matter. I just need to kill everyone, he thought, and continued charging. There was no time to think, and the lightning could have appeared from any number of formation arrays. Hush! An incredibly mighty gale appeared out of nowhere. They were prepared for me, he shouted in his mind as he was pushed out of the palace and into the air. Byron quickly readied himself. Even though fighting in the air was disadvantageous, he was still powerful enough to withstand the attacks until he landed. After that, he would have no issue in picking off one elder after another. Yet no one attacked him. Byron narrowed his eyes and used some kind of movement technique to cling to the gigantic tower again. Since he had been noticed, there was no reason to no longer use his spirit. His spirit quickly engulfed the entire wind sect, and his face scrunched up into a grimace when he saw the people. At the entrance of the inner sanctum, 5 people stood, for were the sapling stage elders from the wind sect, who looked down at the hanging Byron with serious eyes. Byron had expected that, and he would have no issue in killing them. Their concentrated attack earlier was troublesome, but they couldn't all concentrate on every attack all the time. What threw his entire plan out of the window was the last person. A nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular, silver-haired man stood beside the elders. His chest bulged with power, and his eyes exuded powerful lightning bolts. An enormous, 3-meter-long spear was held in his right hand as he also watched Byron. "Laser!" Byron shouted through gritted teeth. "What are you doing here?" Instead of answering, Laser turned to the elders. "Proof enough?" he said. The elders narrowed their eyes further. Inside, they were incredibly furious. They only checked the spirit bottles every couple of hours, and they wouldn't have known that their sect master had died before Byron had already assassinated them. Without the sect master of the lightning sect telling them, they would have died. On top of that, their sect master was dead, which made them incredibly angry. Laser had entered the sect with urgent news and told them that Byron would come to assassinate all of them. Of course, they didn't fully believe him. Yes, their sect master had died to someone with the darkness element, but they trusted the power of their sect master. If Byron had killed their sect master, Byron would surely be severely injured. He wouldn't dare enter the sect with such injuries. Yet here he was healthy and at his peak. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Sadly, there was no running away from the truth. The healthy Byron was proof enough that their sect master had died without putting up a fight. They felt humiliated. Without their sect master, they had no one in the tree stage. Any one of the other sect masters could annihilate their sect like this. They could no longer remain neutral. As I said before, You can relocate your sect to the area behind my lightning sect. Not even the darkness sect will dare to attack you there, said Laser with an imposing voice. The elders grimaced. Yes, the darkness sect had attacked them, but they were also only in a neutral relationship with the other powers. What was stopping them from destroying the wind sect? The fire sect wanted a battle, and a war against a weakened wind sect sounded great in their minds, while the light sect was filled with holier-than-thou hypocrites. What stops your side from killing us? Asked one of the elders. My word, said Laser directly. And what will you do if one of your allies attacks us regardless? Asked another one. Annihilate them, answered Laser. The elders looked at each other unsurely. The only reason why they were even considering this was that the lightning cultivators were always honest. Lightning was direct and without falsehood. If Laser, the sect master of the lightning sect, promised something, he would keep it. There was no other outcome. Tsh, so what? Came the shout of Byron. Even if he gives his life for you, it doesn't mean that the lightning sect will follow. The elders didn't like Byron involving himself, but he had a point. This was only the promise of a singular person, though an important one. It was very difficult to decide how to proceed. As the sect master of the lightning sect, I have the right to extend this promise to the whole lightning sect, Laser said. So, said Byron, your disciples haven't given that promise themselves. And if you die, what is stopping them from breaking a promise they haven't made? The elders agreed again. It was a risky decision that could annihilate their sect. Of course, they would never ally themselves with the other side as well. After all, it was the darkness sect that wanted to kill them. They wavered between trying to remain neutral or joining the lightning sect side. They could probably hide and turtle up until someone broke into the tree stage. Laser didn't seem impressed. You ask what's stopping my disciples from breaking the promise in case of my death? He asked. I can tell you what's stopping them. In the case that I die, and the lightning sect tries to renege on its promise, what do you think the old man will do? The eyes of the elders widened in enlightenment. What would old man Lightning do if the sect broke a promise? That madman would probably kill every person of the upper echelon that agreed to that himself and build an entirely new lightning sect. He might be old, but he still had enough time to rebuild the sect. With him taking direct charge, who would dare attack the lightning sect? I might die, but Grandpa won't. He has at least another 100 years, Laser said. And why are you so sure that old man Lightning will keep his word? Byron said threateningly. Yet, this time, the elders only looked at Byron with ridicule. Old man Lightning breaking a promise? That was impossible. He had once promised someone, while being drunk in a bar, that if someone attacked him, he would make the attacking party pay. Someone from the fire sect had then killed the person due to some misunderstanding some years later, and Old Man Lightning had submerged the fire sect in a sea of terror for over 5 years. The whole sect alliance was nearly dissolved because of him. All because of a promise he had made when he was drunk. All right, we'll relocate our wind sect to your lightning sect, but we won't involve ourselves in the war, one elder said, and then looked at Byron with killing intent. Unless it's against the darkness sect. Byron gritted his teeth. As soon as Old Man Lightning had appeared, his whole plan was thrown into disarray. Everything was falling apart. Also, would you be so kind as to please clean out the wind sect of any darkness vermin you find? The same elder said to Laser. Laser looked with killing intent at Byron and readied his spear. Gladly, the unconscious body of Gravis lay inside a comfy bed. The room had a window that showed the dark outside, but the room's interior contrasted the outside. The room was painted in a bright color, and lots of comfy chairs and furniture decorated it. There was even a beautiful fireplace, which contained a peaceful fire that was heating the room. The whole room exuded the charm of a lovely home. Hum! Bang! As soon as Gravis regained even a sliver of consciousness, he immediately jumped up, released his will aura, and released 30% of his lightning in an explosion. He had lost consciousness, and as soon as someone noticed him regaining consciousness, they would be prepared for him. He had no idea why he was still alive, but it couldn't be for any good reason. The room exploded into fragments and debris as everything was destroyed. Gravis immediately shot off into one direction with all his speed. He was still missing one leg and an arm, yet that didn't stop his acceleration. He immediately noticed a building far away and shot his lightning toward it while grabbing some metal from his spirit space. The magnetism pulled Gravis forward violently. Bang! Surprisingly, the building wasn't destroyed when Gravis shot his lightning at it, but that didn't matter. The lightning had done its job of shooting him into the distance. Now Gravis had time to look at his surroundings. He was outside a gigantic congregation of black buildings. The sky thundered in constant lightning, yet all of the lightning only hit one colossal tower in the middle of the buildings. It seemed like the tower was attracting the lightning. Wait, lightning and black buildings? Is this the lightning sect? Gravis thought as he shot through the air. He also saw a lot of disciples running around in confusion as they heard the explosions. They all wore blackish-blue robes, just like the disciples of the Lightning Guild. After Gravis had that thought, something neared him with unreal speed. It was so fast that Gravis couldn't even react. Bang! A cane hit him on the back while he was in the air, shooting him straight to the ground. Gravis hit the ground with incredible force while the surroundings exploded. One shouldn't forget that Gravis' body weighed over a ton. As soon as he hit the ground, he lost control over his breathing as his lungs were nearly crushed. It seemed like a miracle that the impact hadn't broken any bones. "Destroy my house, will you?" came an angry shout from beside him, but Gravis didn't even realize what happened before he got kicked in the side. The kick perfectly hit his stomach, and some medicinal soup or juice quickly left his body through his mouth. Meanwhile, Gravis got shot into the distance until he hit a boulder. "Here I go and save you, and what's the first thing you do?" Bang! Another kick shot Gravis into the distance. The kicks were incredibly painful, but Gravis' will aura still allowed him to control himself. Gravis regained control over his body and barely evaded another kick. "You dare dodge?" An angry shout came from beside him. Bang! The cane hit the still injured side of Gravis' head, which spun him multiple times in the air until his face hit the ground. Whack! 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 Blows from the cane rained down on Gravis' body, not allowing him to dodge or block. Every time he tried to evade or block, the cane would change its trajectory. He was utterly helpless. "You ungrateful piece of shit. Every single other person that even touched my home would already be dead." Old Man Lightning shouted as he continued beating Gravis with fervor. By now, Gravis realized that he wasn't in danger anymore. Yes, the hits were painful, but they didn't injure the critical parts of his body. If that person wanted him to die, he would already be dead. "I'm sorry, all right?" Gravis shouted in between blows. Gravis was actually feeling a bit guilty. Apparently, this person had saved him, yet Gravis had destroyed his house. Yes, Gravis would still have done the same if that happened another time, but that didn't change the fact that he still destroyed the house. "You're sorry? Good. Then go rebuild my house," Old Man Lightning shouted, no longer beating Gravis with his cane. Now Gravis finally had some time to breathe. He used his spirit to look at his surroundings and the old man. Gravis became shocked as he realized that he couldn't feel the spirit or will of the angry old man. By all intents and purposes, the old man felt like a normal, mortal old man. Of course, the painful bruises across Gravis' body proved that this wasn't the case. Gravis had felt the spirit of Byron previously, as long as he hadn't activated his ring. Yet, Gravis was sure that this old man didn't carry any of those artifacts. Nothing was blocking Gravis' spirit from inspecting the old man, and he saw not a single artifact. Except for maybe that powerful cane. Any ordinary cane would have broken after the first hit. "I can't feel his spirit and will, even though he isn't masking his presence?" That can only mean one thing. You're at the self stage? Whack! The cane hit Gravis' head again. "Rebuild my fucking house," Old Man Lightning shouted in anger. All right, Gravis said and started searching for stones. He quickly found some of the black stones around 10 kilometers away. Apparently, the lightning sect was built beside a vein of those stones. Bzzz. Gravis' body immediately regenerated since the inherent energy of his body had refilled already. Walking and transporting the materials would be a pain otherwise. He hadn't healed himself before because if someone attacked him, he could surprise them with his regeneration. Gravis immediately shot off towards the distance toward the ore. Meanwhile, Old Man Lightning was surprised about the immediate healing of Gravis. This boy has a lot of strange powers, he thought with interest. He also absorbed my lightning previously, which should be impossible. I wonder how he achieved that. When Gravis arrived at the ore, he used his lightning to cut or melt it. Surprisingly, the ore seemed to absorb the lightning. It even seemed to become harder. "You idiot!" came the voice of Old Man Lightning in Gravis' mind. "You can't destroy Balzar with lightning. That's the whole point of why we use this or as our building material. Don't you know anything?" Gravis furrowed his brows. "Then how did my lightning destroy your house?" Tisk! A disdainful sound appeared in Gravis' mind. Just because it can absorb lightning doesn't mean that it can't be destroyed with the force of an explosion. The shockwave of your lightning isn't made out of lightning, after all, is it? Gravis grimaced a little. Then how am I supposed to cut it? I don't have tools. Gravis couldn't use so much lightning in an explosion every time to mine some stone. That would take forever. That's not my fucking problem, is it? If you don't have tools, use your hands. Came the annoyed and still angry voice of Old Man Lightning. Gravis was growing a bit annoyed, but he told himself that it was understandable that the old man was angry. He would also be angry if someone destroyed his home. Gravis readied his fist and punched the ore. Boom! His fist hit the ore, but it still remained in one piece, which surprised Gravis. "Put some back into it," Old Man Lightning shouted. Gravis gritted his teeth and punched harder, and finally, a big piece fell off. Gravis shook his fist for some time. His right hand wasn't happy with hitting something so hard. The piece was too big to fit in Gravis' spirit space, so he carried it to the destroyed house with his hands. The piece was very heavy, even more so than Gravis had thought. The ground below him cracked, and he needed to quickly shoot forward before his legs sunk into the ground. All in all, the work was exhausting. Gravis arrived at the destroyed house's location and noticed, to his delight, that it hadn't been that big according to the debris. Probably only had 2 floors. Boom! Gravis threw the stone to the side, and it created a loud sound. The other disciples looked over and watched him with interest. Some of them were surprised that Gravis was still alive after destroying Old Man Lightning's home, while others laughed at his misfortune. Gravis looked at the ore and then at the destroyed house. "How am I supposed to cut this huge stone into uniform sizes?" he asked himself. Gravis looked at the 3-meter-high piece of pure ore and had no idea how to punch it into uniform pieces. He didn't have such fine control over his strength. Wait! Gravis immediately realized something. I don't have such fine control over my strength? Wouldn't that be an issue? Gravis thought. Punching such a hard ore into uniform pieces seems impossible right now. But is it really? I remember some guy in my homeworld creating beautiful artworks by punching some stone only once. I still remember that I thought it was incredibly impressive. Gravis started looking at the stone differently and then turned to Old Man Lightning, who had been following him all this time. Gravis started watching Old Man Lightning with squinting eyes. Is this some kind of training? If so, how does he know that I lack such fine control? Whack! The cane hit Gravis' head again. Stop staring at me with those squinting eyes, Old Man Lightning said, annoyance apparent in his voice. Gravis rubbed his head and grew a little annoyed. This old man didn't have to hit him all the time. Do you want to show me that I don't have control over my power? Whack! Another hit with the cane. Stop being a smartass and start punching, Old Man Lightning said, but inside he felt surprised. This boy is smart. He already realized my goal before he even punched it once. Quite impressive, Old Man Lightning thought. Gravis looked with annoyance at Old Man Lightning. Just be honest. Are you? He asked directly. The grip around the cane tightened, but no additional hit came. The word honest had hit the right spot. Honesty was the most important thing in Old Man Lightning's heart. "Yes, now go punch," he said through gritted teeth. Initially, he had planned to annoy Gravis by forcing him to punch the ore until he despaired. Then, he would gracefully appear and tell him about the use of this exercise. Like this innocent young boy would be surprised about his increased power and look at the old man with shining eyes filled with gratitude. Yet this little shit had to see through the whole point of this exercise in an instant, ruining his plans. Old Man Lightning had been so proud of his sudden spark of inspiration. In reality, he didn't really care for his home. Every time he got angry while inside his house, he would also explode like this. After all, it was Lightning's temperament to lash out. The sect would then rebuild his house in a matter of hours since they were very experienced in that. But there was no one else who ever dared to touch his house. If he let Gravis off without punching him, maybe some other disciples wouldn't fear his mighty cane anymore. Everyone that crossed him or the sect had to get a beating. This was an iron rule and there were no exceptions. While Old Man Lightning lamented in his failed plan, Gravis started concentrating on the stone. Yet, before he started punching, he thought about the advantages of finer control. "Now that I think about it, I have quite fine control with my saber, but whenever I punch or kick with my body, I just unleash my power into the opponent. This has always worked in the past since my opponent's bodies were, at most, slightly stronger. But when I punched Byron, it achieved nothing. Who knows, maybe with finer control, I would have been able to penetrate his defense and injure his organs. After all, organs are not as powerful as bones and flesh." Gravis also realized why he didn't have any fine control over his body. His body had grown too quickly, and he was always busy with training something else. Back in the Middle Continent, he was busy with increasing his realm and compressing his will aura. He had some time while staying with the Greys, but at that point, he hadn't even thought about refining his control. After all, it had always worked. Gravis grew excited as he realized another method to increase his battle strength. With more battle strength, he had better chances of getting appropriate resources. No one at the tree or self stage would care about resources that increased one's spirit, for example. Of course, those resources also wouldn't work on Gravis due to his peculiar spirit, but that was only a hypothetical. As long as he was the strongest in his realm or slightly above his realm, he could get any resources he wanted. The only fight for resources he fought had been the tournament for the 4th level of the Lightning Tower, back in the Proxy Lightning Guild. Since then, he hadn't been involved in any more of those fights, but that didn't mean that such fights would never happen in the future. Gravis had to be ready for every eventuality. Gravis concentrated at the boulder and gauged how much power he needed to break it into 2 even pieces. Then he readied himself and punched. Bang! The boulder broke into 4 different-sized pieces, and Gravis grimaced. "This will be troublesome. Wait, didn't the ore harden when I used lightning? So, theoretically..." Gravis looked at the other buildings and saw the sizes of their bricks. Gravis then used lightning and infused it into one of the boulders. He moved it around until it took the identical form of one of those other bricks. Then, Gravis punched. Bang! The boulder broke apart again, but a perfectly measured brick, identical to the other ones, remained. Gravis smirked. Whack! No cheating, Old Man Lightning said in annoyance. Gravis turned to the old man with an annoyed sneer. I know. I only tried it out. I won't sabotage my own training. Also, you don't have to hit me every time. I have ears. You know? Whack. Shut up. Less talking, more punching, Old Man Lightning said. By now, Gravis had enough. Shut up, old man. You're not helping by constantly hitting me. Oh? Old Man Lightning said with a warning tone. With a more bruised body, Gravis continued punching the boulders. It had been a couple of hours since he started diligently training. There is no reasoning with this stubborn old brick wall. That ass is so stuck in his own ways that I can't even reason with him. As soon as I get powerful enough, I'll show him. Sadly, Gravis only dared to think such stuff. If he said anything like this, he would get another beating. It might feel good to release his annoyance and anger, but the only thing that would follow would be physical pain. All in all, it was not worth it. Even worse, the old man was always watching. After around an hour of punching, Gravis had decided to take a small break, but not even 5 seconds into it, a cane shot at him from a distance. Gravis, of course, was very used to sneak attacks and quickly blocked it. Yet, what followed wasn't a charging cane, but a charging old man. He, apparently, took offense to Gravis not accepting his beating. Like this, Gravis continued punching boulders one after the other. When the boulders got too small, he would push them to the side. In regular intervals, some people from the lightning sect arrived to take those boulders away. It took a lot of resources to mine these boulders, so there was no reason to let them go to waste. After all, nearly no one in the Middle Continent had the power to mine those. All the materials for the houses in the Lightning Guild in the Middle Continent came from here. Only people in the spirit-forming realm could destroy this and some guild master or vice-guild master surely wouldn't waste their time with mining. Even though Gravis was angry with the old man, he grew exhilarated when he saw his progress. Punching the boulder wasn't as painful anymore, and the boulders came closer to matching the image in his head. This was something that Gravis had rarely seen. Progress through training. Most of the time, he was just munching on pills or killing people to increase his realm. The last time he felt something like this was when he was compressing his will aura. Before that, the only other time when his strength had increased by training had been when he learned martial arts with William back in Body City. By now, Gravis was taking no more breaks. He was completely entranced by the feeling of his strength slowly growing stronger. Like this, he continued punching boulders. Gravis had been punching boulders for over a day by now. It was exhausting, and Gravis had wanted to take a break multiple times already but always forced himself to do one more. At some point, punching just one more time had become ingrained in him. He just continued to punch without stopping. This whole experience was something that he had never gone through. He never had to train since everything always came naturally. His physical strength increased with pills. His realm increased by simply pushing lightning into his mind. His battle strength increased by fighting. His will aura also increased by fighting. Nothing had ever needed him to physically train like this before. The only time when something similar happened was when he was training martial arts with William, but that had been different. He only had to learn the movements then. It hadn't involved pushing his body to his limit. The punching of boulders increased his control over his power substantially and also somewhat increased his physical power. However, the increase in physical power achieved by training was different than when taking pills. Of course, taking body-tempering pills increased his power many times faster than this repetitive punching, but the training still achieved something else. The physical power of my whole body is not increasing very fast. On top of that, not all my muscles are becoming stronger. The biggest increase in power appears in my upper arms, back, and chest. My lower arms and legs don't get a significant increase. I know that in a proper punch, my legs and hip need to work with me, but I can't use my full power here since that would just destroy the boulders. Gravis thought about many eventualities regarding this training. Even though those muscles are becoming more powerful, as soon as I take more body-tempering pills, everything else will easily catch up. Then, all the increase in muscles that I have achieved right now will disappear. Yet, Gravis continued punching with fervor because he realized something else. Yes, my progress will disappear, but that's only relatively speaking. If I take some body-tempering pills, my other muscles will catch up, but what about my currently trained ones? There is only a finite amount of medicinal power inside a pill, so if it doesn't need to strengthen my currently trained muscles, there is more left for the other ones. All in all, increasing the power of those muscles saves me some pills in the future. Gravis then laughed bitterly. Of course, I still need to train the other ones if I want to reach the next level of my body without pills. If I were to do that, I would need to train everything for probably 3 years. But if my goal is only to cut the pill consumption down by 50%, I would probably only need to punch for like a year or so. Of course, I won't do that since I have better things to do. Right now, only my control is important. Gravis finished his thoughts. By now, he was pretty good at controlling his physical power. Fitting bricks appeared more and more frequently. There was still some chance involved, but the frequency of the bricks appearing increased. That meant that his control had increased. A normal human wouldn't be able to gain such fine control over their power this quickly, but Gravis was a cultivator. He knew his body incredibly well, and his spirit allowed him to keep track of everything. With the spirit always giving perfect feedback every time Gravis punched, his control was bound to improve rapidly. His spirit always kept watching over his body and the boulders. He saw how the power coursed through the boulder and how much power he used. After a while of watching, Gravis was entranced by the slow image of the boulders breaking and by the pattern that his power created while punching them. The boulders always broke differently, and Gravis saw the pattern of the breaks. He saw how his power hit only one spot yet shot throughout the boulder in the shape of many rough lines. Not every line managed to break the boulder, but that didn't mean that the power didn't affect them. After some more hours, Gravis had lost all feeling in his body. It felt like he was an outsider looking on, and it felt like his body was punching without him. Of course, that was only an illusion. When someone worked steadily, their brain and spirit would disconnect after some time as everything became automatic. Of course, this could only happen if someone was very familiar with what they were doing. As Gravis' spirit disconnected from his body, he started getting entranced by the shapes that his power created when punching boulders. By now, he was fully concentrating on these shapes and even tried to manipulate them. Bang! A weirdly shaped boulder appeared this time, which surprised Gravis. This was the shape that he had wanted to achieve. He had only played around with this thought, but the shape actually became real. Like an onlooker, Gravis looked at his body, which dully continued to punch. I think I know what just happened, he thought. Until now, I was only punching with my body. I was only trying to gain control over my physical strength, yet why is that necessary? Why should I ignore my other tools? He thought. Gravis realized that he hadn't used his spirit until now, except for watching. He had only focused on his physical control and had tried to ignore everything else. Yet, wasn't the spirit and the mind the controller of the body? After all, his body was only a tool that followed the orders of his spirit. How was the body supposed to know what to do if the spirit and mind didn't give an order? With this newfound way to control his body, Gravis started experimenting. He willed the lines in the boulders to move into different pictures and patterns. Not everything followed these patterns, though. As soon as the lines started growing into complex shapes, his body wouldn't be able to correctly release the appropriate amount of force. I only need to practice and further refine my control, Gravis shouted in his mind. Sweat was flowing down his body like a waterfall, and his muscles were aching due to the constant abuse. This had happened multiple times by now. Normal cultivators needed to regenerate their bodies when that happened, which would take multiple hours at least. Lucky for Gravis, BZZZ, and his body was fully healed again. Such, in comparison, minor damage to the body didn't need much life lightning to heal. The passive regeneration of the inherent energy in his body was way faster than the exhaustion of his physical power. He could continue like this for years without a pause. Food? That had stopped being relevant at the second half of energy gathering. The energy in the air could be absorbed, which was more than enough to keep his body in top form. The body converted the energy into many things that it needed and also expelled waste with it. Due to this, there was nothing that Gravis had to do. He could fully concentrate on punching without any distractions. Gravis completely lost himself in manipulating the force lines going through the boulders and started creating more and more complex objects with only a single punch. Whack! A cane hit Gravis' head, breaking him out of his concentration. Stop wasting all the good Balzar! Old Man Lightning shouted with anger at Gravis. Gravis stopped punching as he rubbed his head in annoyance. He looked at Old Man Lightning, but before he could complain, he noticed all the stones in his vicinity. The stones all came in different shapes and sizes. Some of them were pyramids while others were squares. There were even more complex shapes like dodecahedrons. Gravis even noticed some disciples of the lightning sect looking at some of the stones in appreciation. By now, the disciples only took away the ugly, useless stones but left the beautiful ones lying around. Gravis even saw an elder looking at the stones in appreciation as he happily combed his beard. Many of the stones were even placed in multiple lines, according to their forms. The stones at the start of each line had the rough outline of the final shape, while the last one showed the best example of this form. Apparently, the disciples had created a path of progression, showing Gravis progress in controlling his physical power. What shocked Gravis was the sheer amount of stones. There were so many that it was hard to count. How long have I been punching? Whack! Another hit with the cane. You've been at this for 3 full days. Look at all the Balzar you wasted. Gravis rubbed his head in annoyance. This old brick wall is back. Man, I had so much fun. Nevertheless, Gravis didn't show his annoyance. If he did, only more beatings would follow. Instead, he evenly looked at Old Man Lightning. I think I have enough control over my physical power now. Could you answer dash whack? Another hit with the cane. I don't care about your control. Rebuild my fucking house. Old Man Lightning shouted. Oh yeah. That. Gravis thought as he remembered the initial reason why he started doing this. All right. I'll rebuild your house. But after that, I want to talk with you. Old Man Lightning looked at Gravis like he wanted to hit him again but stopped. Instead, he just turned around and left. Meanwhile, the one elder, who had been watching and listening, started talking to Gravis. Hey, do you mind if we take the stones? This shows a good path of progression for some of our disciples, who don't have such fine control yet, he asked politely. Gravis quickly shook his head. No, it's all right. It's your ore in the first place. The elder smiled and nodded politely. Thank you. Then he turned to the others. You heard him. Take them away. You know where to put them, he shouted. The stones started vanishing one by one as they were put inside their spirit spaces. Then the disciples started running back into the sect. One shouldn't forget that Old Man Lightning's home was outside the sect and not inside. Gravis looked with interest as the disciples moved in unison. Whack! A cane appeared out of nowhere, hitting Gravis' head and then vanishing. Rebuild my fucking house, came a shout inside Gravis' head. Gravis gritted his teeth in anger but started punching more boulders. As soon as he finished rebuilding the house, he would get some answers. He still didn't know what actually happened after he went unconscious. Gravis felt his emotions rising as he remembered Byron, but he quickly suppressed them and concentrated on the stones again. There was no reason to get angry right now. He could save that all for when he was powerful enough to kill that bastard. Bang! Gravis punched one big boulder, which perfectly fell apart into many identical bricks. When Gravis saw that, he nodded with a smirk. That's some good progress. Like this, he continued punching enough boulders to rebuild the house. It only took a couple of hours. As soon as he had enough bricks, he started stacking them in the shape of a house. After he created a rough outline, he infused his lightning into the stones, making them harden and fuse. Not every house had a completely fused exterior since that required a lot of lightning. Gravis easily had enough lightning to completely fuse the house in a matter of hours due to his unique destruction lightning and his huge storage. Yet, Gravis still needed to refill his storage a couple of times. The stones required way more lightning than he thought. All in all, it took him about a day to finish the exterior of the house. After the day, Gravis rubbed his forehead and looked at his finished work. The house had 2 floors with some windows. However, he didn't create any rooms. After all, he had no idea about the interior of the previous house. Who knew what kind of rooms the old man wanted? After he was finished, he tried to contact Old Man Lightning, but there was an issue. He couldn't feel the spirit of Old Man Lightning, which made it impossible for Gravis to contact him. Old man, I'm done, Gravis shouted into the surroundings. Yet no answer came, though there also came no flying cane, which probably meant that the old man was happy with the house. Gravis was sure that the old man heard him since he always diligently watched Gravis to distribute beatings. So, can we talk now? Gravis shouted after a while. And again, no answer came. Gravis grew annoyed and started searching through every person inside the sect with his spirit. But he couldn't find the old man. I'm sure that old brick wall is inside the sect. He can probably hide from the sight of my spirit with his cultivation. Well, then I have to find another way. Gravis looked over at the entrance of the lightning sect, where 2 guards currently stood. Well, if I'm here already, I might as well look around. I also need a new saber. I hope they accept gold since I don't have anything else. After thinking that, Gravis walked over to the entrance. Clank! Halt! Said one of the guards as they stopped his way forward with their spears. You're not part of the lightning sect. Why are you visiting? Gravis was a little surprised at first but then realized that they were right. He wasn't part of the lightning sect. It was okay for him to walk around outside the sect, but the inside was probably not so easy for him to reach. I would like to exchange for a spirit weapon with gold. Is that possible? Gravis asked. The 2 guards looked at each other and then nodded. One of the guards retrieved some kind of badge and threw it towards Gravis. This is a visitor's badge for merchants. You are only allowed to walk to the plaza and then into the exchange hall. If you go anywhere else, we'll throw you out. Gravis took the badge and pinned it to his black shirt. He was no longer wearing the gray cloak due to the whole thing with Byron. Right now, he was wearing his black shirt and black cloth pants again. After he pinned the badge onto his shirt, the guards retrieved their spears and let him pass. Like this, Gravis took his first step into the lightning sect. As Gravis walked through the lightning sect, he looked around. The buildings were made of balzar, just like the lightning guild in the middle continent. Gravis guessed that only a material like balzar would do when building under a constantly raging thunderstorm. One should know that natural lightning had around the same energy density as someone at the 9th level of energy gathering. Lightning cultivators had an increased resistance to lightning, but that didn't make them immune to it. If some stray lightning bolt hit them, people below the 9th level of energy gathering had a very real chance of dying. Not everyone inside the lightning sect could be a spirit-forming expert. There were just too many people. On top of that, they also had to teach the next generation, and they obviously didn't have enough strength to resist natural lightning. Gravis had already looked around the sect with his spirit. Surprisingly, a lot of buildings isolated his spirit. Though after further thinking, this seemed logical. How annoyed would the sect master become if hundreds of people constantly watched him? It was also logical to block the warehouses that held the sect's wealth. If no one knew what was in there, no one would become too greedy. Gravis counted around 5,000 people with his spirit, which was a little surprising. After all, the Lightning Guild in the Middle Continent had well over 10,000 disciples. One would think that the Lightning Sect's headquarters would have the largest congregation of disciples, but apparently, they had less than their guilds in the Middle Continent. Gravis had also seen the cultivation of most people. With his spirit, that wasn't very hard. Around 1,000 people were at the spirit-forming realm, while around 3,000 were at the energy-gathering realm. The remaining disciples were at the body-tempering realm. As Gravis thought about it, it actually made sense. Spirit-forming experts were at the peak of this lower world, excluding the High Priest, of course. Even though this was the core continent, spirit-forming experts were still rare. Having 1,000 of those in one place was already impressive enough. Gravis also noticed that many of the energy-gathering cultivators had powerful wills. About 50 of them even had condensed their will aura already. Gravis guessed that reaching the spirit-forming realm wasn't the only way to reach the main sect from the Middle Continent. Impressive geniuses probably could also be sent here. Like this, even though the Lightning Sect was smaller in scale than the Lightning Guilds, it burst with power and talent. Based on the numbers of spirit-forming experts he saw, Gravis could also calculate the approximate number of spirit-forming experts in the core continent. With around 1,000 per sect, he came to 7,000 people. Of course, the loose cultivators without any affiliation to a sect and the Heaven sect had to be added to that number. The problem was that Gravis had no idea how many Heavenborn were at the spirit-forming realm. Heavenborn were very rare in comparison to normal people, but every single one of them had a wide-open way to the spirit-forming realm, without any bottleneck. While the branch of the Heaven sect in the Middle Continent only had around 10 people, Gravis guessed that the Heaven sect in the core continent had way more. Maybe also 1,000? Maybe more? All in all, Gravis concluded that this lower world probably had around 10,000 spirit-forming experts, but not more. Finally, the full strength of this lower world opened up before Gravis. Gravis could now see the ceiling that the power of this lower world had. Now he only needed to break through it to get home. As Gravis looked at the thundering sky, he felt something. He watched the lightning, and it felt like the lightning up in the sky was also him. Unconsciously, Gravis lifted his hand to the sky. "Come here. Bzzzzz." The lightning in the sky stopped hitting the tall tower and instead went straight for Gravis. Hundreds of lightning bolts hit his body, illuminating the surroundings. The disciples jumped back in shock as they averted their eyes. All this concentrated lightning was too bright, making them temporarily blind. Meanwhile, Gravis felt incredibly alive. All the lightning shot into his dantian, which started growing violently. This was the same process that happened when he had absorbed his 5,000 energy stones. Slowly, Gravis' lightning storage started expanding. Yet, the lightning that hit him was different from his own destruction lightning. This was natural lightning which had 50% life energy mixed into it. Gravis' body had no use for life energy since it was already fully healed. Because of this, the lightning was split up into destruction lightning and life lightning. The destruction lightning got absorbed by Gravis, while the life lightning simply passed through him into the ground. CRK. CRK. The ground below Gravis broke open as a sapling started growing violently. The sapling grew rapidly, pushing Gravis up with it as it grew multiple meters per second. Gravis had no time to pay attention to his surroundings as he entirely concentrated on his body and dantian. By now, his dantian couldn't be seen anymore. All the lightning had outgrown his dantian, swallowing it whole. Gravis grew incredibly excited as he felt his lightning storage becoming increasingly more powerful. His lightning storage had already grown by over 30%. Outside, the sky slowly started getting brighter. The dark clouds slowly thinned as the disciples' faces became white. The natural lightning storm was getting used up. If this continued, no more lightning would rain down onto the lightning sect. The lightning was essential to their sect. If there was no lightning, how would they keep their lightning tower working? This was bad. The lightning sect had been built here because of the abundance of lightning. As long as some of the clouds remained, the lightning would regenerate. This allowed them to have an inexhaustible storage of lightning. If they had to use energy stones to keep the tower working, they would waste an astronomical amount of wealth. One had to know that the lightning tower wasn't only used for condensing a lightning seed. It also worked as body tempering. Disciples would choose the appropriate level, and the lightning would injure their bodies. After that, they only had to heal. With this, the lightning tower worked as a faster way of training one's body. After all, due to the abundance of lightning, it was cheaper to temper their bodies in the tower than to buy pills. Of course, buying pills was still faster but way more expensive. If there were no more lightning, the lightning tower would lose its price advantage. The contribution points would then be used for physical rewards, creating a massive dent in the sect's purse. The disciples looked at Gravis with hatred. This guy was about to destroy their home. Whack! A cane hit Gravis in the side of the head, throwing him off the mighty, newly created tree. His body hit the side of a building, but his body didn't break it since Balzar was so hard. Instead, his body slid down the wall towards the ground. "I take my eyes off of you for 5 fucking seconds, and you summon a calamity," came the angry shout of Old Man Lightning. "Destroying my home not enough for you? You want to destroy the whole sect now?" Gravis rubbed his head and grew annoyed. "What's your problem, old man? I only absorbed some lightning. Is it against the rules?" He shouted with annoyance. Old Man Lightning pointed towards the sky. "Look what you've done. The clouds are as weak as never before. If I hadn't stopped you, they would have vanished. With your reckless actions, you have nearly doomed the lightning sect," he shouted violently. Gravis looked up at the sky and noticed that some parts of the clouds had parted, light shining through them. By now, Gravis had realized his blunder. What would the lightning sect be without lightning? He might have really overdone it this time. "Hey, I'm sorry, okay?" Gravis said after he calmed down. "I didn't realize that I absorbed this much lightning. I'll pay you back. Okay?" Old Man Lightning narrowed his eyes. Whack, he appeared beside Gravis without any warning and whacked him with his cane again. The cane hit the side of his head, throwing him to the ground again. Gravis immediately shot up again, annoyance, and a bit of rage in his eyes as he looked at Old Man Lightning. I said, "I'll pay you back. What more do you want, you old prick?" Instead of growing angry, Old Man Lightning looked at Gravis with interest. He played around with his beard a little as he thought about something. "You're not being influenced by the temperament of lightning after absorbing so much of it?" he asked with interest. The first hit with the cane was to stop Gravis, while the second one was to test if Gravis was influenced by the temperament of lightning. After all, that was a genuine issue that happened to a lot of disciples. If someone absorbed too much lightning in too short of a time, they would start going berserk, attacking everything that even slightly annoyed them. Gravis now realized why the old man had hit him again. Most of his annoyance vanished, but not all of it. No, that happened once to me already, and I committed a grave mistake. Luckily, lightning's temperament won't ever influence me again. Old Man Lightning raised an eyebrow. Bullshit. Everyone can be influenced by lightning's temperament. Even me. What makes you different from everyone else? Gravis still rubbed the hurt side of his head. Because I am lightning. Lightning's temperament is my temperament. There is no difference between the two. Whack. Another hit with the cane. Bullshit. That's not how cultivation works. You think you can lie to me? You think I'm a naive kid like you? Gravis stood up again, looking with anger at Old Man Lightning. Bzzz. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot from the newly grown tree onto Gravis, surprising everyone. This new tree had control over lightning? Also, why was it shooting lightning at Gravis? Wasn't it born due to what Gravis had done? Gravis hadn't expected that this tree would suddenly shoot lightning at him, so he didn't react. On top of that, he was immune to lightning. The lightning bolt hit him, yet instead of getting absorbed by his dantian like normal lightning, this lightning bolt went through his whole body. It passed every organ, muscle, and bone, healing his body from the injury that the cane had brought upon him. Gravis knew what had happened, but he almost couldn't believe it. "Life lightning?" he uttered with shock as he realized what had happened. "This tree has control over life lightning? How is that possible?" "What did you say?" shouted Old Man Lightning violently and loudly, but not with aggression. Instead, his voice sounded incredibly shocked. "Did you just say that this was life lightning?" he asked Gravis, shaking his body violently. "Yes," Gravis said through the shaking of his body, getting more annoyed at the old man by the second. Plunk! Old Man Lightning let Gravis' body fall and turned to the tree. The tree was in the middle of the central plaza, taking up basically all the space. Its trunk was already over 30 meters wide, and its highest branch reached nearly the same height as the imposing lightning tower. Surprisingly, the tree had no leaves. By all intents and purposes, it looked dead. Yet, the lightning that it had just shot at Gravis had shown otherwise. Gravis had no idea what was going on, but Old Man Lightning seemed to know this kind of tree. He looked at the tree with wonder and amazement. "Freya's birch," Old Man Lightning said with shock. Some of the disciples looked with shock at the tree after hearing those words, but most of them only showed confusion. Was this tree able to control life lightning? How was that possible? "Hit me with your lightning," Old Man Lightning shouted at the tree. Yet the tree didn't react. Apparently, it wasn't a fan of the person that hit its creator with his cane multiple times. It was a newly born organism, not knowing anything about the world. It only knew that Gravis had created it, so it didn't want to help anyone else. The old man continued shouting at the tree to hit him with its lightning while Gravis looked at it with wonder. Gravis extended his spirit to the tree, and he felt a resonance of closeness and warmth from the tree. While inspecting the tree, Gravis also noticed its strength. "Mid-stage energy plant," he concluded. That was quite impressive for a newly born tree. This thing was probably around as strong as that one tree where Gravis had met Sky. Also, aren't birches supposed to be white? Why is this thing brownish-gray? Gravis thought after remembering the supposed name of the tree. "Hello!" Gravis spoke to the tree with his spirit. After saying that, the tree slightly swayed. Gravis was pleasantly surprised when he saw that. Communication with the spirit was different than with words. The spirit directly transmitted the concepts to the other person. Speech tried to convey a concept by transforming it into words. The other person had to decipher the words and try to understand the concept that the first person tried to convey. Of course, this was not efficient since it was hard to translate complex concepts into words. Spirit was better in that sense since it wasn't necessary to know any words. While this tree obviously wasn't able to understand words, it understood the concept that Gravis' spirit conveyed. The concept was only a warm greeting and acknowledgement of its existence. After all, the disciples only kept on watching in confusion. By now, their hatred towards Gravis was forgotten. Right now, they were only interested in the tree. Many of them thought about eventual uses of life lightning and grew excited. A free heal whenever they wanted was always useful. Gravis walked closer to the tree, ignoring the old man that was still arguing with it. When he came closer, a branch extended towards him. Gravis didn't evade since he knew that the tree didn't want to do anything bad to him. The branch coiled around Gravis' torso, pulling Gravis up. After some seconds, it put Gravis down at the position where he previously stood when he had involuntarily created the tree. By now, Gravis realized what it wanted. The feeling of hunger that came from it afterward only proved his suspicion. "Hey, old man!" Gravis shouted. By now, Old Man Lightning stopped arguing with the tree, looking at Gravis. "What?" he shouted. "It wants more lightning," Gravis shouted from about 500 meters in the air. The tree was pretty big after all. "There is no more lightning," Old Man Lightning transmitted with his spirit. Shouting from such a distance seemed stupid. "If you absorb any more lightning, it won't ever regenerate." Gravis thought about this for a second but then got another idea. "Hey, old man, what about the lightning of your disciples?" he transmitted. By now, Old Man Lightning seemed to have calmed down. He was no longer looking at Gravis like he had created a calamity. After all, something positive came out of Gravis using up so much lightning. "That won't do," Old Man Lightning transmitted. "Freya's birch only eats life lightning. Of course, that diet can be supplemented with energy beasts and spirit beasts. Sadly, the corpses of such beasts can only help it regenerate its current storage of life lightning. In order to increase its cultivation, it needs pure life lightning." "Oh, then that's no issue," Gravis said. "Just make the disciples attack me with their lightning, and I'll make as much life lightning as it wants." Old Man Lightning's eyes widened. "You can do that? How is that even possible?" Then he started combing his beard again in thought. "Though you also created the tree by absorbing lightning," Old Man Lightning transmitted with a sigh. "I guess I should stop trying to understand you with normal logic. All right, I'll make the disciples use their lightning on you." "But," Old Man Lightning said with narrowed eyes, "we really need to talk after this." Gravis nodded with a smirk. "Sure,